Hello, this is BSJ, and this is going to be my official video for the draft analysis for the main event of TI. And this isn't going to be what I consider to be a standard draft analysis where I go over each and every pick, but I'm mainly going to go over things that stood out to me about each team and also things that surprised me or things that if I understood them, why I knew they were coming. Like there are certain picks that when I'm watching these games, I was pretty sure they were going to pick, whether it be because that team really likes that hero or because that hero makes a lot of sense in this situation. But also because of the fact that of picks that surprised me, like things that I didn't fully understand when I saw the pick. And that's all what Dota is, in my opinion, is understanding heroes, where they fit into the role, like the role that they play in the game. And when I watch these games, the heroes, the picks I don't understand, it's for anyone out there, they can watch it and see, like, if I don't understand it, it's because I haven't played that hero in that given situation, or I didn't know a certain lane matchup, or I didn't really understand how two heroes scale against one another. And those are things that I learn when I'm drafting or watching drafting, and these are things you can learn too. And that's the goal from this video, is for me to talk about things that were either very obvious to me or things that surprised me and why that went that way. So if there's a pick, for instance, like I'm looking at this first draft, and I see these first round bans, right? A lot of these first round bans are catered to specific teams. So I'm not going to think too much about Nyx or Necro or Silencer. Like these are heroes that they like. Nyx is probably the most surprising ban out of all these bans in the first round. If you watch TI, all these other picks were very meta. And that's just something where maybe Optic feels like Team Liquid plays around that hero really well, or Optic wants to pick a select 3 or 4 heroes that are denied by Nyx. Certain bans like this, like just to start off right off the bat, is like Nyx is a hero that counters heroes that get stunned by carapace that can't control it while they're farming, or int squishy cores that are like trying to go around the map farming or looking for aggression, like for pickoffs, and Nyx just kills them. So those are the kind of bans where I don't look too much into them, but it is something that if you see them later on in the draft, it's much more impactful. And so whenever we see bans, I think one of the most underrated parts of drafting for viewers is the bans. They don't understand the bans. So it can help you understand heroes in general if you understand the bans. So I'm kind of just giving you some foresight, like just an idea of what I'm going to be talking about in this video. Every draft analysis is going to be about 2 to 3 minutes long. We may go short on some, we may go long on others, but that's going to be about the average goal for each individual game. And then towards the end of the video, or at the end of the video, I'm going to be doing some of the last series I'm going to be analyzing with Kyle. And those games will be a little bit more in depth. Like we'll be talking, kind of bouncing ideas off of each other, what we thought about the drafts. And that's just going to be for the last couple series. So leading off, let's dive right into it. So first series is Optic versus Team Liquid. This is game 1. So first pick Io, one of the heavily contested heroes at the start of the international. And it's not something that I'm really going to go much into further. This is something that it's a hero that changes the game. A hero like Io basically changes the way lanes work because certain heroes can be viable when they weren't before, like Gyro. And it also just changes the way the mid game works. Like an Io lineup, if you've ever tried to play with an Io at a high level, it changes the entire way the team plays. Most teams will play like a 4-in-1 strategy. Most teams will play where like you can't show in multiple lanes, because if you show in multiple lanes, then the enemy team's going to know you're in different lanes and they're just going to pick you off. But with an IO lineup, that doesn't apply, right? Because the IO group, like the duo with IO, can show up anywhere on the map at any point. So it allows you to play the map entirely differently. And I'm just giving you a preface to like a hero that I feel like you'll see a lot of and what a hero like that offers to a game and why teams highly prioritize it so much. So this is going to be a trend we're going to see over and over again. And I'm going to go more in depth, I think, on this first replay just because there's going to be trends we see. And then later on in this video, I'm just going to mention them again, like say they're doing it again. So with second pick, we're going to analyze first and second pick really quickly. This is something I talked about at TI. When you have first pick, if you look at the order of picks, you have response pick here, then second pick, then here. So you have response pick here to these 2 picks. You have response pick here to this. You have response pick here to this. So first pick technically has 3 out of 5 response picks. because you have this pick first, which you don't get to respond to anything, like to anything, and then you have response, response, response. While second pick has technically a response here, and then last pick, overall last pick. So that's like the power of first and second pick. So when you pick second pick, you're responding to this first hero. Like first and foremost, these two picks can't be bad against this hero. Like that's like bottom line for what these teams are looking at. But in this current dual lane meta that may shift obviously right after TI, when a patch comes out, most important thing is to pick two heroes that do their job and dual lane together. A really strong dual lane, like just heroes that they don't necessarily reveal what roles they are. Like technically this could be a 5 Wraith King, 4 Willow. This could be a 5 Willow, 3 Wraith King. This could be a 1 Wraith King. Any lack of information that you can give them is really powerful. You want to give them a strong dual lane that they're faced with. So what that means is they say, we picked Willow Wraith King. If you don't respond to this dual lane with a hero that can lane against it, then we're going to run this as a dual lane. If you do respond to this dual lane, we're going to move Wraith King potentially to a support, or we're going to put it carry and pick an off lane that counters the hero you responded with. That kind of thing. So this is when the enemy team has 3 response picks in a row, you have to force them to respond now. If you don't force them to respond now, then this pick could be anything they want, and then they can pick any, like they have so much more variance or like versatility that they could pick in these picks. But by forcing a response, you're limiting the heroes that they can pick, even though you're not seeing them yet. So like they have to pick a carry right away, or the goal is they have to pick a laner that doesn't die to Wraith King Willow. It can be a Peel, a Weaver, a Clinks, because Clinks can disjoint the Wraith King stun. Anything like that is like limiting Optic's response pick here, right? If they're going to pick that core. So then when you fast forward, they go Weaver, right? Like it's like obviously I knew that pick was coming because I know the draft, but like that's why Optic has to pick Weaver. And then so the next step, common trends we're going to see in these drafts, and I'm saying that all in this first draft so that you can follow me throughout this entire video, is the next set of bans. If you want to understand what makes a hero really strong, know that this hero right here, when they have first pick and it's now second pick, meaning they picked first, right? And now they have second pick with first, like their second pick of the team that picked first. You now have 2 bans to cover this hero. That's almost always what these 2 bans are for the team that's first pick. This team first picks this hero or second picks this hero, and then they ban the 2 heroes that cause it the most issues. So if you're like, BSJ, how do I hard counter Weaver and pubs? Well, just go through replays, look for a Weaver with second pick, first pick, meaning they picked first and it's their second pick, and see what 2 heroes they ban. I see Void, I see Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker is the most common one because he's more powerful in this meta and he's a really strong laner, but Void also like dumpsters all over Weaver. So it's like, you're going to see heroes like that get banned all the time. That's something you can learn from. The only time these 2 bans won't pertain to this hero is when they don't feel the need to ban heroes that relate to this hero. That's all there is to it. If they don't have any heroes left that have to do with this hero, then they're not going to ban them, right? But like otherwise, these heroes' first priority will ban these. If they don't have any heroes left to ban for this hero, then they'll start thinking about it later on in the draft. So then when you're second pick, the most powerful pick for the opponent team is this one right here, because it's fourth pick and you're only going to get 1 response pick and you only have these 2 bans, and they get to see 3 more heroes between the time that you banned and the time that they pick it. So there's a lot of information that the team that has first pick has, and this is the most scary pick. This is usually when first pick teams will win the draft, is on the 4th pick, while second pick teams will usually win the draft on this pick, on absolute last pick. So when you're seeing these bans for Team Liquid or the team that's second pick, most oftentimes it'll be some sick 4th pick, almost always. Like it'll be a hero that they're afraid of being 4th picked, and it's not necessarily something that always owns these 2 heroes, but it's something that they don't want to draft around. Like they don't have to worry, they don't want to have to worry about it. And these 2 heroes don't deal with it. That's usually like how they look at it. Like if these 2 heroes don't deal with it and we don't want to have to worry about it, we're going to ban it here. So we're going to fast forward. Drow, perfect example. Broodmother, not necessarily a hero that deals with Weaver, but it does really well, like against these two heroes in lane. Like they would have to respond to this pick. That's another thing. Like this is almost something where this is potentially banning for this pick. Like, what if they want a last pick that's countered by Brood plus one other hero? And if that's the case, they wouldn't be allowed to pick this hero because if they had to ban two heroes. And that's something we'll see in plenty of drafts. And so this is another thing that this ban can be used for when you're first pick. Gyro, combos with IO. Just another example of these heroes you just don't want fourth pick. So they get this IO Weaver combo. And they immediately, like, so this pick right here, all you see from Liquid's perspective is these two heroes. That's all you see, right? So what they're going to do is they're going to respond with something that counters IO. The options you have for IO counters are anything that really punishes two heroes relocating in, right? So you have Disruptor, you have Wyvern, you have Lich, you know, you have all these examples. So then you ask yourself, okay, so they're going to pick a hero that responds to Wyvern or to the IO combo. What's it going to be? Well, what hero does the best against the other hero? So like if the other hero they picked was some heavy physical damage dealer, I know Weaver does physical damage, but he's not countered by Wyvern. Then you'd pick Wyvern. If Disruptor was more in meta, they'd probably pick Disruptor right now. But Lich counters the IO, and then it gives ice armor against a hero that has limited amount of physical damage. So this is like an overall, like we countered you with this ice armor hero, and then it also counters the IO combo. So that's the idea behind that pick. So this is a weird pick for me. And the reason why I was watching this game, and the second they picked Tiny, I literally thought to myself, Optic is behind in the draft. And the reason why I don't like this pick was I look at these heroes, and they don't leave you with much information. You're facing this dual lane, but you've already responded to it. And then you're looking at a Lich. So what do you pick now? What do you actually pick? And this is when like you look at these teams like Liquid and how they do these drafts, and it's so masterful. Like, what do you actually pick here when you're Optic? And the reason why I don't like this Tiny pick is because the gold, I know why they picked it. Their idea is we don't know what we see here. Like we have no idea what we're dealing with. So we're just going to pick a hero that does what it does in its lane, and it gets what it gets. That's what we're going to do. Because Tiny, he never really crushes his lane, but he never loses it. And that's why they don't see anything, so they pick Tiny. My problem with Tiny is he denies, like the reason why we saw a lot of Tiny in the main event, you'll see it later on, is he denies squishy cores. Meaning you can't pick squishy end-hero cores against Tiny. And so it's really powerful if you pick it super early, because then that limits their draft. And it's super powerful later on if you pick it against these heroes. But the only core that we see right now is Wraith King, who's like almost a direct counter to Tiny, right? Because Tiny relies on the burst damage, and then Wraith King just doesn't care about that. He's a strength, tanky core who can die. Like, he doesn't care if he dies. He just comes right back, right? So Tiny is this like hero that they kind of just threw in, but it doesn't respond to the enemy core that they already see. So suddenly you have this Wraith King hero that's like, yeah, you can say Weaver with mana burn counters him, but he's like not countered at all by this pick. And that was like all they saw in the draft. And they immediately go with Clinks. So Clinks is just a powerful laner who is really good against Tiny, because Tiny has really low armor and you can actually harass him out of lane. So now they face this Tiny with two bad game matchups. He's also very tanky because of his ult. And then Weaver can't kill him, and he's a hero that hunts IO. So that's just like the perfect pick when you really look at it. Like, and I'm favoring Liquid in all my bias here because I thought they crushed this draft, and I want to point out all the reasons why I think they did. So counters Tiny because of all that reasons. Weaver doesn't deal with it, and he's a hero that hunts IO. Perfect pick, right? Like that's what because they have two response picks. This hero is not going to be Team Liquid's win condition, because they have two response picks from Optic. So like if you picked your win condition here, it's going to get countered. So they're going to wait till their last pick to get their win condition. Clinks is not the one position of his team ever. So DK has a melee range stun, high armor. Like, I see the idea behind this pick, but once again, because it's against Clinks, like they responded, you'll see response. That's usually how it goes. But once again, like they just, it dies to Willow. It's not particularly good against Wraith King because you like want to jump burst somebody with a stun, and this is like same idea as Tiny, and then they just have this Wraith King hero, and it has limited physical damage against a Lich. So like these picks make sense when you think about it from Optic's perspective, but they don't feel good. So they banned Dirge, which is a weird ban for me because they had Clinks, who's pretty good against him. It's clearly just based on what they wanted last. And then they banned Huskar as the cheese last pick. This Abaddon pick. It's like a pick where I think they were trying to catch them off guard. They wanted a support that didn't just straight up die to Clinks, and they wanted like this melee sustain support that could potentially go really well with the Weaver. The problem I have, and then we haven't even mentioned it. Liquid last picks this Alchemist, and right when I saw this, I was like, "Oh shit, game over!" Like that's just game over. And so you may say BSJ, why is that game over? So the pick that we analyzed the most in the drafts is the last pick, and like I said, I'm just going extra in depth on this first draft so that you guys in the future will see the trends of what I'm doing, so I don't have to explain myself. So with last pick Alch, the way Alchemist works is he almost always goes mid. And when he goes mid, the way to beat him is to speed up the pace of the game with aggression early, taking early towers, that kind of stuff, such that you can collapse on his lane. If you see games where Alch loses, he basically has like 4 heroes in his face by 10 to 15 minutes, like 10 minutes, honestly, because by 15 he'll already have a radiance. So you need to be able to get to his lane, and that requires you almost always to take one of the 2 side lane towers, and then you just have everyone fold onto the mid lane. And so you look at that and you say, well, they need early aggression, and then also not only do you need this early aggression, but you need some way of killing Alch as the game goes on. Like when Alch is ultied, he needs to be able to die. And how does he die? They don't have any, they have Tiny Burst, but that's it. Like if he gets past the threshold of Tiny's burst damage combo, he's never dying. Like they don't have any damage. So they don't have this early aggression tower push. Like, yes, you may say, yeah, BSJ, they have a DK, they have a Tiny, they have a Weaver. But they don't have superior lane matchups. Clinks has a good lane matchup. Alch has a good lane matchup. Wraith King's going to do just fine. They're not going to lose all their towers on the side of Liquid if you look at these lineups. Optic has very do-nothing supports. Like, these supports don't roam at all. This Alch is never getting ganked. You have a Bad and Io support duo. So this Alch is going to get a good start. They're not going to be able to stop his farm. And then they're not going to be able to kill him once he gets that farm. So not only is it important to look at these win conditions as how do they get to their win condition, but when can Optic eventually deal with the hero? And that's just never. It really is never. And this game was over the minute that Liquid picked Alch. If you watch the game out, you'll see exactly how that played out. So this is one of the drafts that, to me, was really obvious when I saw this pick that I just thought I thought the draft was over. So that's game one. Go ahead and move on to game two. The goal with first pick we saw last game was they picked a Wisp. This game they picked Venge on Team Liquid. You just want to pick a hero that does its job, serves a purpose in the game. Like Wisp, well, you talked about changes the game. Venge, just a very powerful hero this entire meta. Can dual lane with pretty much anything. And just represents so much physical damage threat. Any lineup you pair with her, very powerful first pick. So anytime we see a hero get first picked or last picked for the first time, I'll talk about it in depth a little bit. And then Optic responds with Tiny. I don't mind this Tiny pick nearly as much as I did the last one, but the problem is, once again, the idea of Clinks was that it's a heavy physical damage dealer, ranged heroes that are pretty tanky against this Tiny. Venge is actually a very tanky support, and she represents the rest of her lineup dealing heavy physical damage. So I like Tiny early on in the draft, but I don't love it here because the same ideas as I just mentioned. I think this hero was way over prioritized to TI early on in the draft, and it showed in the win rate. The hero had a sub 40% win rate. And then they go with Prophet. This just represents a ton of lane power from Optic. Last game we saw Wraith King Willow from Team Liquid. This game we see Prophet Tiny from Optic. And immediately Liquid responds with Broodmother. And on paper, you'd think that Tiny deals with Broodmother. That's exactly what I thought. And this is a pick that surprised me. I'm like, wow, Tiny just maxes tree in the mid lane, deals with Broodmother. And we're going to talk about that. Okay, so let's just talk about it now. Basically what Liquid did was they realized that Tiny and Brood, if they go mid lane, trade evenly. That's all they do. But that's what Tiny does every single game. So, but Broodmother, all he did was he just farmed a medallion into a diffusal blade, ignored the Tiny the entire time, got the medallion diffusal blade, killed the Tiny, game over. That was actually what happens in this game. But we'll talk about the rest of the draft as it goes on. So from Optic's perspective, they think Tiny deals with Brood. So they're not going to pick anything else to deal with Brood. But from Liquid's perspective, they've played this matchup. They understand exactly how it plays out. And they say, okay, we're just going to accept trade farm. This Broodmother's going to then get this item that removes the ability of Tiny to stay in his lane. Optic didn't deal with the Broodmother in any other way. Broodmother wins them the game. But let's go ahead and fast forward. But that's like an immediate out understanding of Dota from one team to the other. Like, I didn't know that. If I was Optic, I would have thought Tiny deals with Brood, we're good. So even though they have this Tiny hero to quote-unquote deal with Brood, they still ban 2 of the hardest Brood counters, as well as physical damage. So with their lineup, they represent heavy physical damage, so Wyvern. We talked about that, right? And then they ban the Kunkka, the hero that counters Brood like no other, because the Tidebringer Cleave, the difference between Kunkka and every other hero that counters Brood, like Bristle, Tiny, these other heroes, Legion, that can kill the spiders, is Kunkka also can kill Brood. He has X and the Torrent Boat at level 6. You can actually kill the Brood if she walks into your lane. So Kunkka by far is the hardest counter to Brood, simply because not only do you kill the spiders, but you also kill the Brood. We talked about Clinks being good against Tiny. Then they ban Pugna against Necro, right? Usually when you're second pick, you want to set up these next 2 picks. And you want to be scared of these scary 4th picks that we mentioned. So Clinks would be a scary 4th pick. Pugna would be a great response pick to the Necro. I don't love the Pugna ban, though, simply because Tiny is considered good against Pugna. Pugna is a position-based, squishy int core who is countered by Tiny. So this part of the draft looks a little wonky to me from Optic. They ban this hero to set up Necro, but this hero is not even good against the one they've already picked. So they immediately respond. So we talked about what we end up seeing being Liquid's game plan, right? And so they respond with this roaming hero that deals really well with Necro. And that's what I like a lot, is Team Liquid started picking these 4-position heroes that deal really well with the cores, that can kill the enemy cores. The biggest thing that Necro wants to do is walk down lanes and farm them. He just wants to continuously walk down lanes and farm them. So Team Liquid picks this Earth Spirit hero, which actually threatens Necro foes unless he has a Yules or some way to get out of the silence. So that's what's so nice about this, is that and then it sets them up to give Earth Spirit a +1. Gives them the ability to set up, hey, we're going to pick a hero that can kill Necro with the Earth Spirit. That's what I look at least. And they may not end up doing that, but that's what gives them this option. It opens up their draft a lot by immediately responding to this Necro. And suddenly, you have no hero that can lane against Batrider. So, something we didn't get to mention in the last draft, when you're first pick, you need to make it so they don't have the absolute perfect last pick. So something that I said is about first pick is this is your most powerful pick. This is the most influential pick for the first pick team. This pick and this pick are the most influential picks. And you see that right now, right? You see Brood and then you see Batrider. And so what this Batrider does is they have no way to deal with it in lane. It counters Tiny and Necrophos. And then also it kills them in the mid game. So this looks at Optic Gaming's last pick, and they have pigeonholed it. Team Liquid has pigeonholed it. They've literally said, you have to pick a hero that can lane against Batrider. You absolutely have to, or you're just going to lose the game. And the hero that can lane against Batrider is pretty much anything that can remove sticky napalm. Batrider wins the lane by sticking you over and over again, then fire flying on top of you and killing you. So the only way Batrider wins the lane is kill threat. So the only way to lane against Batrider is to have a hero that doesn't die. So right off the bat, we look at any offlaners, Legion, Abaddon. We look at safe laners, Void, Weaver, who's banned, PL, Lifestealer, Jug, but that hero sucks. There's a lot of options here. And I can tell you, I was watching this game live, and I knew Optic was going to pick PL, and I knew it wasn't a good pick. So the reason why Optic picks PL here, we're going to go and fast forward, is it's good against the Venge and the Batrider. But once we get through these picks, just to tell you, it's one of those where I've played against Optic enough. I don't know these teams from other regions, but I know NA teams very well. So I'm oftentimes able to understand what their picks are. I don't understand this ban. I know they've played a bit of Carry Ricky on Team Liquid, but aside from that, I don't actually understand that ban. So they respond with Ursa, and then they pick PL. So what I love about this Ursa pick is it's good against Tiny in lane. It's good against Prophet overall. Any hero that can jump and kill Prophet in the mid game is really good. And then it also is the +1 against Necro. If Earth Spirit and Batrider try to kill Necro, he dies. If Earth Spirit and Ursa try to kill Necro, he dies. So suddenly this hero that they, okay, so this is how Liquid looks at this draft. Broodmother trades with Tiny. Necro's going to try to walk down lanes. Necro is their space maker, right? He's the one that's going to create space for whatever this hero is going to be. So if we shut down this space maker by having this kill threat on him, we're ignoring the mid lane at this point, right? Broodmother trades with Tiny. If we shut down this space maker, Optic's not going to have enough space on the map to farm. So this hero's dealt with. And then suddenly they have to pick this last pick hero that it actually is pretty good against Ursa, good against Batrider, and good against Venge. But it's outpaced by Broodmother, right? It's just outpaced. Like, Broodmother's going to come online way sooner than this PL will. And the Necro's not going to create enough space for PL, so PL's not going to have enough space on the map to farm. And then Earth Spirit is also quite good against PL. Instant silence until he gets Manta, as well as AoE disable. So this is their last pick, and if you feel the difference between last pick Alk last game and last pick PL this game, last pick Alk felt game-changing, like game over. This PL pick, it's like, yeah, it makes sense, but it doesn't feel like they just instantly win the game. And Team Liquid ends up winning this draft. And they end up winning the game too. So I would say, if I had to guess when I was watching the main event, I was somewhere around 75% guessing which team was going to win. And like based on the drafts. And the thing that I'm trying to say about that, this isn't like a humble brag. Teams give away so much information about what they know about the game, as well as like you can know a lot about what's going to happen in the game just by watching the drafts. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So moving on to the next series. Once again, not paying too much attention to the first round bans. We talked about what first pick Tiny represents. So what did we say counters Tiny? Physical damage and ranged heroes. Tiny relies like, okay, so I know I said like Tiny is countered by tanky cores, but what I want to be clear about is you have to envision how Tiny's game plays out. You want cores that don't just instantly die. And Drow's not a hero that's going to show herself. Drow's going to be a hero that's like hidden all the time. So like, even though you say BSJ Drow's really squishy, think about it. Drow's not a hero like Pugna that's going to be revealing herself on the tower all the time, or a Quap that's going to be split pushing all the time. Drow's going to be the one playing passively on the map. So PSG LGD is going to pick this heavy physical damage lineup. When Tiny blinks in, which is what he's going to do every time, right? What's going to happen to him against a Drow lineup with heavy physical damage? He's going to blink in, he's going to die. Like, even if he bursts a hero down, he's going to die instantly to the rest of PSG LGD. So conceptually, very good against that. So this Bane pick, it makes sense that they want to dominate the lanes against this Drow lineup, but I don't love it too much because of the fact that Venge can like save from the grip. It's not amazing, but it's good. And also, I just feel like Bane is not that great of a hero right now, to be honest with you. It doesn't particularly scream out to me it's going to win the lane against whatever LGD is going to pick. They banned the Spectre. We talked about the two hardest counters to Drow. This was during the main event. I talked about this. Our Spectre and PL. So when you see these Drow picks, almost always Spectre and PL will be out of the pool. Spectre, because she's an early team fighter that gets right on top of your Drow, obviously, just by pushing R. And then PL is the same idea. Drow's heavy physical single target damage, and he has Phantom Rush to get on top of Drow. So those are the two heavy core counters to Drow that almost always get banned out. Mirana, just another core that synergizes really well with the Drow, benefits from that aura a lot. Same with Prophet, not necessarily a core, but it helps them on the laning stage. Bane sucks against Prophet. Learn this from Kyle. Support versus support matchup. Bane trades really well against almost everything, but he can't out-trade Prophet because of the trance. And so you ban this range support that out-trades Bane because of the Drow. So you see the Spectre PL. We talked about this with the second pick team. This pick wants to just be a very open pick. We saw Tiny last game, or the first game, I think. Oh, wait, no. We saw Lich. We saw Lich the first game from Liquid. We saw Necro the second game from Optic, and we see Necro again here from LGD. This pick needs to be a very general hero or just a response pick to these two that doesn't really show anything about your lineup. So Necro is just going to be a Necro. That's all that hero does. Like, he just walks down lanes, as we mentioned before. He's a very powerful, like, bully hero. And so the difference between this game and last game that I'm going to see is that none of these heroes consistently threaten Necro. last game we saw Liquid deal with Necro by having Earth Spirit, Batrider, Ursa. Those heroes threaten Necro on like a 20-second cooldown, while these heroes threaten him with like large ultis, and it takes at least 3 of these heroes to kill him. So this Necro pick feels way more powerful than it did last game. And I love this Undying pick because this is most likely a support Kunkka, and even if it's not a support Kunkka, Undying's still good against it because he's a strength hero. But Undying also shuts down Tiny really hard. It forces Tiny to be a mid laner. That's what it forces. BSJ, why does it force Tiny to be a mid laner? If Tiny's in the side lane and he's against a Dirge +1, he loses 100% of the time. He gets his strength sapped, and you can't actually kill the Undying at any point, and you lose the lane. So this forces the Tiny to be a mid hero. And if they don't put him mid, it's really bad for them. So, and also in the mid game, same idea as before. When Tiny blinks into a Drow lineup, he's just going to die. Now you have this Tombstone that makes that even more so the case. You're going to blink in, you're going to commit, you don't kill the Tombstone at all, and you just die because you're slowed. The zombie slowed is not affected by status resistance, so that's like super good for that reason as well. And this hero overall is a hard counter to Tiny, I think, in almost every stage of the game, and we'll see it more so in drafts throughout this tournament. So I don't love this Enigma pick because it doesn't respond to this Undying at all. They have no way of killing the Tombstone, and they still don't. It's also not the best counter, but Venge against Enigma is pretty good too. You can swap the Black Hole through BKB. So they ban the Clinks, a hero to kill Tomb, dodge the range damage from Drow and Venge, and it also represents kill threat with any of these heroes on the Necro. So I like this ban a lot. And then Huskar, just a last pick cheese hero, really powerful against these heavy, long cooldown heroes, and also probably going to counter whatever they pick last on the side of Virtus Pro. So they'd have some serious lane issues with Visage mid against Huskar. And then Huskar, I feel like, would just outpace this entire lineup, kind of like we saw with the Broodmother last game versus with Liquid. And the reason I don't love this pick is it sets up a very greedy pick mid. So like whenever you have this Drow lineup, right, we say the win condition comes in the last pick, and Drow isn't your win condition ever, right? She's going to enable your win condition. And the problem I had with this Visage pick, it's good against Tombstone because it can kill it. Like, it's another hero. That's why they picked it, honestly. The birds kill the Tombstone really fast. But it's a very weak laner, and it's going to go mid. So whatever PSG LGD... Or, sorry. It sets up one really good lane for LGD. They could put Necro mid and then put, like, a win condition in the side lane. They could just put a win condition hero against this Visage. So if Storm goes against it mid, great. If Storm's against Tiny, that's also great. The reason why the Storm's even better than any other pick is because it goes well with Drow, and it matches up really well against Tiny in lane and Visage. So I believe that, like I said, they do end up putting, like, no one always plays mid. And that's the factor that this Dirge pick comes into play. But I don't like this Visage pick because it sets up too many good last picks for them. So this is a game that I actually analyzed at TI. Like, I was doing my 1 minute segment, and I thought LGD crushed this draft. I thought it wasn't even close. But the game ended up being close. LGD, honestly, if you watch the game back, threw the game almost. Like, they threw the game real hard. They made like 3 or 4 mistakes. And this draft, the reason why I think it's such an out draft, and more so than anything, is the number of mistakes that LGD can make and still win is like 5. The number of mistakes that Virtus Pro can make is 1. And lose. Like, they just lose if they make 1 mistake. And that's how it works in this kind of draft. If you really look at it, like, what if they miss 1 black hole? What's Virtus Pro's play for the next 3 minutes? And that's exactly what happens in the game. LGD threw the game like crazy. They're up like 5K in the laning stage. They threw the game. Then 40 minutes into the game, 9 Pasha misses 1 black hole. They die. And LGD, who was down, they were down like 3K, literally marched down mid and in the game. So something Kyle mentions always is ease of execution. How many mistakes can you afford to make before you lose the game? And I think that last game really, if you were to watch it, speaks heaps and bounds about like the idea of ease of execution. If you're playing against a Drow lineup with the circumstance that if you miss 1 black hole, you lose, that's pretty hard to play. Another hero that we've been seeing first pick. I'm not a huge fan of this being a first pick hero. It ends up getting punished, I believe, later on in the tournament, more so than now. But as the meta develops in tournaments like TI, people pick shit like this because nobody knows how to deal with it yet. And until people know how to deal with it or prove that they can deal with it, you pick it. And that's the idea behind something like Weaver. Just a very powerful core. Bane Mirana, just a very strong duo, represents kill threat on the Weaver, and actually beats it in lane if it's Bane Mirana +1, or against Weaver +1. I believe they go Venge here. I actually don't remember. Oh, they go Silence. Okay. So Silencer is actually really nice against Mirana. I've struggled against it in my pubs. It's a very powerful +1 in lane against Mirana. Mirana relies on like leaps and stuff and like constant trading. So she usually outranges most heroes and can outtrade most heroes, but Silencer actually outtrades her from the support position early on in the lane. And she also can't afford to use any of her abilities under Curse. And then it's also just a way to cancel grip. For whatever reason, I can't see these bans. Let's reload this replay. It's probably because I accidentally fast forwarded. So Silencer was a hero that wasn't picked up very much towards the beginning of this tournament, and then suddenly got picked like every game. And that's just something where it serves as a great block pick, was what people were realizing. It's like you can't pick these Enigma type heroes. You can't pick any like heavy team fight, ultimate, channeling, anything like that against Silencer. So once again, we see this Weaver pick, right? Last time we saw the second pick Weaver, and then they ban heroes that respond to Weaver. It's the same idea here, but it's just like they reversed their picks. They picked Weaver first because they didn't want Virtus Pro to get it. So they banned Spectre, so they don't think Bloodseeker needs to be banned. So they see Kunkka into Tusk. So the idea behind Kunkka is it's another way to catch the Weaver, and it's a synergy with the Bane in terms of the setup from Nightmare with the Torrent. And what I love about this Tusk pick is it's a support that doesn't die to this, and it's also a save against all the crap that Virtus Pro represents here. They have so much delayed stuns, like delayed kill potential. And what I mean by that is if you ever play against these type of lineups with no save, it's one of those things where you know you're going to die 5 seconds before you die. Like they Nightmare you into Torrent, into Boat, into Arrow. Like it's going to all happen, but you know it's going to happen. And that's when saves are super powerful. So I love this Tusk pick. And you may say, BSJ, why Tusk over something like Oracle or some other form of save? And something that's really important to note is they have no stuns, and their other support represents no aggression. So it's really important, if possible, the reason why you pick Tusk is it's a save that also represents aggression. So I really like that pick a lot. I think that pick was like super. I almost think they won the draft right here and now based on these 3 heroes, how much they rely on this delayed kill potential, and now you have a save against all of it. I mean, another stun. Weaver's pretty good against this hero because he can build Diffusal with the Mana Burn talent or just go Diffusal without the Mana Burn talent. He can also disjoint the Wraith King stun. Not a huge fan of this pick, to be honest with you. I actually just don't like the pick. It doesn't really make sense to me. So Terrorblade. I love the pick because they have Space Makers, a save. There's like no way you can ever go on this Terrorblade. So if you look at Virtus Pro's lineup, you say, we're going to go on you. All of our heroes are going to initiate on you. We're going to throw all of our spells on you, and we're going to kill you. So LGD has counter initiation and save. So now we need to pick a hero that's just going to be our raid boss, stand in front, dare you to go on him. You have to go on this hero. If you don't go on this hero, we're going to kill you with that hero, kill all your buildings, etc. Right? That's what's going to happen. So that's why this pick, in my opinion, is perfect. Not only for that, but also you can reflection the Wraith King for lifesteal, which is cannot be underrated. Like 30% lifesteal on a Terrorblade. So they have no particular heroes to deal with Terrorblade just yet, and that just synergizes so well with LGD's game plan. So I think it's a super dope pick. And as we mentioned, when you have first pick, the most powerful pick is the 4th one. So they ban Storm, which can get out of like the X-Torrent and all that kind of stuff. They ban Tinker, who's like, once again, usually this ban protects this pick or this pick. So, or you're scared of some last pick cheese. Terrorblade, hardest counters in the game are Zeus and Tinker. So they ban the Tinker thinking that one's more of a problem. And they go for the Lina. So this, I'm going to talk about LGD's draft because they end up winning, and I also like it better at this point. The Weaver pick I wasn't a huge fan of, but overall I think they've won this draft. So when I look at these picks, you have this last pick Alk, and you say, BSJ, we saw last pick Alk own earlier. So the reason why Alk owned earlier is because they had no burst damage on the side of Optic, and they had no way to invade his game with early objective taking. In this game, you have a Terrorblade and you have a Lina. You have tons of burst damage. You have tons of control with the Tusk. For a hero like Alk, it's actually a lot of control. And Terrorblade's actually the hardest counter in the game in the carry role to Alk. So the reason why Terrorblade counters Alk is because Terrorblade's all armor, right? He's all HP, he's low HP, high armor. All of Alk's damage other than Radiance Burn is physical. His stun is physical, his acid spray is physical damage. So not only does Terrorblade literally never die to Alk, he'll take 100 damage from the stun, maybe 50. It's insane. He takes no damage. But he also outputs a shit ton of damage from range. Alk heavily relies on moving around in fights, kind of kiting you a little bit while burning you down and stunning you over and over again. Terrorblade actually just kills you. And also the reflection's quite nice. So Terrorblade's a hero that forces early objectives, capitalizes on the time that Alk is passively farming, and also just kills him later on in the game. He just straight up shreds him as the game goes on in later. So this is an idea where I feel like this pick is more powerful than this one, and I give the advantage to LGD in this game, and they do end up winning. I think when I saw the drafts, I really liked the Alk, but then I was reminded of how much Terrorblade counters Alk. It completely dumpsters Alk. If it's a decent Terrorblade game and you're in a pub and the other guy, and you have absolute last pick and the guy picks Terrorblade and the guy picks Alk, pick Terrorblade. It's by far the best hero against Alk. We have VGJ versus OG. Future TI winners right here. First round of upper bracket. This hero was banned in all of our other games. That's why we hadn't seen it picked yet. Just the most obnoxious offlaner. Can potentially be made a support as well. It's just an offlaner that creates a ton of pressure. You have to respond to it, and you just have to deal with it. You have to have a hero that doesn't die to it, has to lane decently. And so I learned before this game, and then it applied here, and I didn't really know this because I had never played the matchup, and it never occurred to me that this was good, even though I'm a PL player, that PL hard counters Enchantress. I honestly didn't know that. And the reason why is because in lane it's okay. PL has high armor, high HP regen, so he can sustain. He can reliably get CS with high base damage. And then if he gets level 6, even remotely at the same time that Enchantress does, he can just leave the lane. He can just go jungle or go somewhere else. And that's the important part, is Enchantress, once she gets level 6, is going to push you out of lane. So you need a carry that can either lane against her before that and dominate her, which is basically non-existent in this current patch and why Enchantress is really heavily prioritized, or a carry that can leave the lane before she pushes you out. And later on in the game, PL, she can't kill PL. She's all physical or she's all single target damage. So her impetus is not a huge threat against PL. So when I look at these two heroes, I think to myself, I just need to protect my Enchantress from dying. Enchantress, I've mentioned this before, and people just say, just don't die, lol. Enchantress, Necro are two heroes in the game that if you're not killing them, they're winning, period. They just win their lane. They have such high sustain and such good trading capabilities that if you are not killing them, they win. That's just how it works. They win the lane if they aren't dying. So immediately we see this hero that actually represents some kill threat, along with Chen, who can have some early aggression as well. So you need to just protect your Enchantress. You need a forward position that sits behind your Enchantress and protects her. It could have been Earthspear, it could have been Tusk. And the reason why they chose Earthshaker is because of this, right? It's not a hard counter to peel. It's a soft counter to peel. People think it's a hard counter. It really isn't. It's a soft counter to peel, and it does exactly what they needed out of their forward position counter in the laning stage. They just needed a hero that protects the Enchantress. And since Enchantress becomes independent super early on in the game, it's very awesome to be able to pick a greedier forward position that can leave her alone when she's level 3 or 4. Invoker's banned out. That's just prioritizing against Thompson. Spectre is very good against PL, actually. You can find the real PL. Monkey King, another Thompson hero. That ban surprises me. I actually have no idea how to explain that one. So, what did we mention, though? You have to pick a carry that can either lane against Enchantress when she's 6, dominate her before she's 6, or leaves when she gets 6. So, what's going to happen when Enchantress gets 6? PL is going to leave, right? So, you need a hero, a support, ideally, that takes the lane. In this case, it ends up being a core, but you need a support. You need a hero that takes the lane from PL and doesn't just let Enchantress do whatever she wants in that lane. defending the tower, stalling out the Enchantress, because the Enchantress is going to try to take your catapults and kill your towers. You can't stop her from doing that, but you can slow her down. So you need a hero that's going to do that. Boom, Wyvern. I believe it ends up being a core, though. So this Jakiro pick punishes Cold Embrace, another soft counter to PL because of all the AoE damage, but it's also just a hero that VGJ highly prioritizes, gives them some more tower pressure, and it also gives them a hero to take the dead lane as well. This hero does the same idea. This hero is going to sit in its own safe lane, pass the laning stage. Same idea with Jakiro. I love this Lina pick because TA is incredibly bad against these two heroes. So the only hard counter to Lina in the pool is TA. And you can honestly do what some teams did where they just move Lina to offlane if you absolutely have to. And then and they actually move it to support on OG, by the way. But you have the hero that counters Lina is heavily countered by PL and Wyvern. So you don't want to pick it. And they go with DK. DK is good against PL because it doesn't die to the illusions. It actually has AoE as well as the game goes on with his ultimate. Is pretty good against Lina because you jump her, can do decently in lane against her as well because of the sustain. But I don't love it against Wyvern because of the Q from Wyvern does a ton of damage. But it is like a VGJ staple hero, and I think overall it's a pretty solid pick. I think they get last pick Drow here on VGJ, if I recall. No, they go last pick Weaver. So this is one of those drafts where I looked at it on paper, and I thought VGJ crushed it, like overall. Like I didn't think that these picks were particularly amazing, but I thought they were pretty good. And I look at OG's lineup, and what I saw, I actually analyzed this game. And I ended up being correct about how I predicted the game would go one way or the other, but I didn't predict who would win. I predicted VGJ would win this draft. And the reason why I predicted VGJ would win this draft is because I looked at OG. They have a core Wyvern, core Zeus, core PL, and support Lina Chen. All these heroes other than PL are incredibly squishy, and even PL is incredibly squishy at the start of the game. So in my draft analysis, I said PL has to get 4 or 5 items, otherwise they can't win this game. And the reason why is if you look at fights, they have a lot of initiation. They have a lot of aggression on the side of VGJ. How does OG respond to that aggression with all these heroes that rely on people to be in front of them? Lina's a backliner, Zeus is a backliner, Wyvern's a backliner, Chen's a backliner. So the only way OG can ever win this game is if they eventually have a hero that can be a frontliner. And the only hero that ever builds into that role is Phantom Lancer. And what I loved watching about this game is that OG plays this crazy, chaotic game. They're getting crushed. They're down like 8K or something at 20 minutes in this game. But all they do is just stall out the game and get this PL 5-slotted or 4-slotted or whatever, and then they take a fight when he has like heart plus 2 other items, and they just win. And PL is the strongest hero as the game goes on. Earthshaker counters PL early to mid-game. He does not counter PL later. All of his damage is very flat numbers, and PL eventually doesn't die to the Echo Slam. And they also have like a ton of heroes that enable the PL. Zeus is a ton of damage in the backline, so if PL is just sitting there in front, he actually doesn't have to deal a ton of damage. Wyvern's great counter initiation, and then Chen Senbag is also very powerful. So it's just like you have a lot of ways to enable this PL to carry the game, and I think this is a draft that I learned a lot from OG. I originally predicted VGJ to win, but if you look at this draft, I did say the win condition for OG was that PL got 4 or 5 slotted because they needed a hero to frontline, and if they got there, they would win. I didn't think they'd get there, though. So if you want to watch this game to see what it means to have this superior late game and be able to stall it out and play it like the way OG did, it is quite enjoyable to watch. And OG ends up taking the game. Moving on to game 2 of OG versus VGJ. OG just loves their Chen. It's kind of like their lane babysitter. That's what they love having. No, Big Daddy was just pretty much playing anything that lane babysat. He'd play like Nature's Prophet later on in the tournament. He played a lot of Chen. He pretty much just played heroes that babysat the safe lane. And VGJ Storm responds with their classic Furion plus Phoenix. That's 2 heroes they just love playing. I don't think these heroes particularly respond to Chen very much, but there's not exactly heroes that like respond to Chen other than stuff that kills creeps. But I don't think Chen's usually about those creeps super early on in the game. So we're seeing pretty much a rinse and repeat from OG on the draft in terms of last game. There's different order. So the reason why I love the Lina pick this early is they're willing to make it a support. So that means it's much more versatile of a pick, and it immediately responds to Phoenix. It's the reason why this hero is the reason why Phoenix stopped getting picked as much as the tournament went on. The innate attack speed buff from her passive makes her super good at killing the egg, even from the support role. So they lack a lot of reliable disable, so banning out a hero like Weaver is quite powerful. Spectre just really good against Drow lineups, as well as just OG loves playing the hero. And what do you know? They ban Spectre, and OG's like, oh, we don't have Spectre in our pool anymore. We can't let them have Drow. This is something you'll see quite often. Oh, they ban Spectre, we ban Drow. Like, this hero is banned for what reason? Okay, we're going to ban the hero that they banned it for. That's something you'll see in drafts as well. Morphling. I don't actually understand that ban. Maybe they just think OG plays it, but I mean, I don't actually understand that ban, to be honest with you. Especially when you're picking Earth Spirit, an instant silence that represents kill threat on Morphling. That's a very odd ban to me, to be honest with you. So right now, I'd like to pick a hero that just, like, doesn't reveal much about our lanes and doesn't die to Earth Spirit. That's what I'm thinking, at least. I like it. I remember thinking they'd pick Troll 4th here. And the reason why I love Troll is because it deals with the egg really well. It's a hero that I think sucks overall. It's a terrible hero, just to be honest with you. But as long as that is understood and it's not your win condition, Troll's great. There were like 4 or 5 times I was watching the main event and I thought Troll should be picked. He actually got picked 2 of them, but the other 3 I thought it was a big mistake that he didn't get picked. Heroes like Troll are really bad, but they're underrated. Like, it's kind of like what happens is these heroes fall out of meta and people just forget they exist. Like, they just forget about them. They're like not even considering them in their picks and bans. And Troll's a hero that punishes a hero like Earth Spirit, because even though Earth Spirit has a lot of control, if Earth Spirit rolls on top of Troll, the minute Troll's not stunned anymore, Earth Spirit's just dead as shit. So it's like, it's one of those things where Earth Spirit likes dealing with like mobile heroes that don't burst him or anything like that, or like that he can roll into and not just die. And now Earth Spirit's pretty much relegated to being counter initiation rather than initiation, because if he rolls in, he just dies. And it's another way to deal with egg, and it's also a great lane matchup against Prophet, whether it's core or support. The Whirling Axe mischance is really good against Prophet for the trees. And you can also kill him with your slow. Any hero that can sustain or trade against Prophet, as well as potentially kill him, is quite good. In the patch where Prophet was picked a lot, like earlier on this year, Troll was considered one of the best heroes to pick against it. So this is one of those things where they just forget this hero exists. It responds to this hero really well, to this hero really well, and it doesn't mind this hero at all. So I love the pick here because it's not going to be your win condition. I thought VGJ lost the draft the instant they picked this. The instant they picked Ursa, I was incredibly... I'm not going to lie to you, I think this was one of the worst picks of the entire tournament. It's not good against these 2 heroes in particular, like it doesn't deal with them. And one-on-one core matchup is dog shit against Troll. Absolutely terrible. One of the worst heroes in the game against Troll in the core matchup. In the laning stage, Troll is ranged, so you don't actually counter him. And in the mid to late game, Troll's like the one of 2 heroes in the entire game that can actually man up against Ursa and just kill him straight up. Like, you just kill him. If you watch this game, you'll understand. I think like 30, 40 minutes in, you'll see it, where the Ursa and Troll man up on each other. Troll gets 1 bash and the Ursa dies full to 0. Like, it's one of the worst core matchups in the entire game for Ursa, and I thought they lost the draft instantly. This pick doesn't always need to be game winning, but it needs to make sense, and it makes no sense here. There's no the reason why Ursa is so bad here is not only is it bad against Troll, but it has no good lane matchups. So what can OG do? Just pick 2 more bad lane matchups for Ursa. Like, just pick heroes that dumpster Ursa, and this hero's going to have no game. I believe they pick, like, Veno +1 here. Like, I'm pretty sure they just get... Like, this Ursa pick is the most game-losing pick I've seen of this entire tournament, to be honest with you. So Wyvern, same idea as last game. It deals really well with the Ursa physical burst damage, really well with the Prophet, because you can defend against the push, as well as represent kill threat on him when he's split pushing. So this, like, they really like this Wyvern for that reason. Like, the hero that takes over the Dangers farm, but also it's really good against this hero and this hero. Not particularly bad against this one, to be honest with you. I love the Brood ban, and they pick Veno. So if you look at this Ursa's game, he's actually going to be the most useless piece of shit in existence. Who does he kill on OG? Because this Veno's going to have a halberd and a 4-staff. This Wyvern can cold embrace anybody. You lose the mana battle to Troll. Who do you kill? A Chen? Like, you know, you don't pick Ursa in preparation to kill a Chen. You know, that's not like how Ursa works. So suddenly VGJ has to like win the game on this last pick. That's how I look at it. They had so I really like this ban. Like, they don't have any way to deal with Brood very well. And so they have to win the pick. They have to win the game on this last pick. And so I actually like the Storm pick a lot overall because you have an ability to jump Vino through wards. You have an ability to jump the Wyvern in the backlines. And then also it's not particularly bad against Troll. They don't have a ton of lockdown on OG. But the problem is, look at this Lina pick, right? It's good against Storm. So they were if they picked like a hero that's bad against Veno, you put the Veno mid. If you pick a hero that's bad against Lina, you put Lina mid. Lina crushes Storm 1v1. She outranges him, out-harasses him, all that stuff. So suddenly what I'm looking at is you have all of this. You have Troll countering Prophets. Prophets lane ain't going to be that good. You have Veno, you have like Ursa countered entirely in the game, like just overall how the hero works in the game. And so you have this last pick who the entire game is on his shoulders to carry, and he's in an unfavorable lane matchup. Like, that's how I look at it. If this was like some free Storm game with like a really great lane matchup, sure. But if you end up watching this game, he ends up getting crushed in lane, and they just get annihilated. But like the way that VGJ would have won this game was by Storm literally solo carrying the game from the mid lane, because none of these heroes are gonna like carry the game for them. Especially like if you watch this game, Rezo goes like what 2-10 on Ursa or something. Like, okay, I take it back. He went 8-7, but he's an Ursa, right? Like, I don't want to flame Rezo. He actually has no way of carrying this game. I remember this game actually. I take this back. I should have said this before I talked about the game. He had a really good start. I remember this. Rezo had a very good start, and then he just died like 3 times later on in the game because look at the heroes he's against. So what happens is Ursa's ability to scale is directly related to how long he can represent kill threat on you. And look at the items he's forced to build. He has to go Phase Boots, Blink, Abyssal. Like, he has no BKB. He has no like items that help him do his job better. Like, yeah, he has these kill items, but you don't want to go Blink Abyssal on Ursa. So that's just a situation where I watched this game and I felt so sorry for Rezo. I'm like, there's no way you can actually carry this game. There's no way. And I believe Yoar was like jungling at level 4 or something. But don't quote me on that. So moving on to Team Secret versus EG. EG banned Bloodseeker. That's interesting. They want to first pick Weaver or what? So they want Venge. Are they baiting this Weaver pick? We've seen these common trends, right? We've seen the Venge. We see this Mirana early on in the draft. I don't know how much I like Wyvern Mirana. So I like this. They were like kind of baiting this Weaver. Maybe they know Team Secret doesn't like playing Weaver, because this is the idea, right? This blocks Weaver, so it gives them an extra ban in the second round. And they must have had a response prepared. Maybe they wanted Drow if Team Secret took Weaver, something like that. Tiny is good against both of these heroes, so I like that ban. It's a hero that gets bursted and a hero that gets bursted. Clinks is quite good against Venge dual lanes because you can disjoint the stun. As you saw in my pub yesterday when the guy tried to stun me every time I had strafe on. It's an odd Willow ban. Maybe that's just because it's crit. I think that's just a respect ban. I feel like they have ways to kill Willow with the Earth Spirit, but crit's like a super dope Willow player, so. I don't love this pick because of the Mirana being a great hero to deal with the egg, but maybe they think they have, the idea is they think there's only Mirana to deal with it right now, so we can have some way to protect the egg with our last 2 picks. But I don't love this pick, to be honest with you. Okay. So those picks were instant. So they picked Peel, and for whatever reason, a lot of the casters think Peel is a counter to Phoenix, which I think is terrible. Like I think Peel is not a counter to Phoenix. If you ever watch a team fight play out with Peel against Phoenix, you Phantom Rush the egg, and then you die because you're revealed. Like they know which one's you, and they just kill you. So I think Peel is not at all a counter to Phoenix in any capacity. And I also don't even think he's good against Phoenix for the most part. You can't kill Phoenix ever. She can get away from you. You're not good against her in team fights. They have 2 picks to deal with PL. I really hated this PL pick. I didn't like it at all. And EG responded appropriately. I think that this 4th pick, Alc, we always mention with first pick, this most powerful pick is 4th. And I think that this is like the most powerful pick by far. Like, it counters the crap out of these 3 heroes because none of them deal enough damage to kill Alc. All of this is like damage over time or just like poke damage. And then PL is also damage over time and poke damage. And Peel is completely owned by Alk because Alk outpaces him. Alk will have a radiance by 12, 15 minutes, in which case Peel gets absolutely shit on by that. And Alk, his whole purpose of the hero is to hit this like 25, 30-minute timing where he's 5-6 slotted. And that 5-6 slot includes a Radiance and a Shiva's. And those two items absolutely destroy Peel. So not only is it like a counter to Peel because of the pace of the game, but it's also a counter because the way Alk naturally builds is very good against Peel. So now EG's only concern is banning a hero in the mid lane that ruins Alk's game. Bloodseeker's already out, so I think they ban Huskar. That would make sense to me. It's good against the egg. Wins the lane against Alk. They ban Meepo. Okay, so they respond with Ursa. So despite Huskar being a good pick mid against Alk, it's a terrible Huskar game. So that makes sense that they're not worried about that pick. Overall, I like Ursa here as opposed to the last game because Ursa's actually good in lane against Peel if they choose to lane that matchup. It's actually not bad against Mirana either. You'd think it's not good, but it's surprisingly better than you'd think it'd be. And they also just needed a kill threat hero. Weaver's going to be playing he's going to be playing like a Necro or an Enchantress. This is how S4 plays it. He just up in your face, pressuring your tower the entire game. Alk's going to be farming for like the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. And then Venge and Phoenix are not exactly like kill supports. So they need some hero to represent kill threat on the map. And also gives them really easy Roshan taking. So they go with Morphling, which is their response to like this Alk pick. It does win the lane against Alk. This is just a classic, I think Morphling's a bad hero example. He ends up crushing the mid lane. But the hero right now, in my opinion, is just not powerful enough to solo carry the game during this TI meta. I just don't think he's good. Like, the hero is just not strong enough. So what happens is EG ends up winning both side lanes, I believe. Morphling ends up crushing mid, and then Morphling isn't strong enough to solo carry the game. And I just think EG's draft is exactly what kind of draft they want. And overall, I gave them the favor in this draft. Just simply because I'm like, yeah, Morphling's the same as Bloodseeker. Like, he's going to shit on the Alk, but Bloodseeker is a way better hero. That's just how it is, to be honest with you. Later on in the tournament, we will see Bloodseeker's last pick against Alk and win the game. Apparently, EG got 50 bounty runes to Secret's 2 bounty runes. Ooh. Same draft as before. Instead of the Wyvern, they go with Ogre. So I'm assuming they're expecting this Weaver pick, and I'm assuming their idea is we want this support in lane that can just tank, represent a stun setup for the Mirana arrow, and can just trade with the Weaver, like just soak up a lot of this damage. I think that's the idea. Yesterday I had somebody pick Ogre for me when I was Clinks, just someone to soak up this damage. And I think I like the idea behind it, but I don't love it in practice, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So once again, they ban out Nyx because it's really good against Weaver, a hero that dies when it's farming, or stuns itself when it's farming. Another setup for Mirana. And also, I think it just favors the way Yapsor likes to play. It's just this +1 hero, these Earth Spirits, these Earth Shakers, these Nyx Assassins. I don't even know if they play Willow. I've never seen them play Willow. They ban ET. These bans, okay, so the Ursa ban makes sense to me. As I mentioned, it's actually pretty good against Mirana. Because once you get Blink Basher, Mirana's ability to play Dota is like really hindered. And it's also not like amazingly bad against Mirana in lane. You can usually run at her, force her to leap away, and eventually she's out of leaps and you kill her. And then with ET, I have no idea, to be honest with you. How many Necro third picks have we seen, right? You're seeing a common trend in these third picks. And this is something you can apply in your pubs, right? It's very similar in pubs. You have first pick, they pick 2 heroes, you pick 2 heroes. If you're the guy that has to pick your core, you have to pick something like Necro. You have to pick something that just doesn't like get hard countered. And if you want to pick something like Necro, ideally in the first round of bans, you can like ban Pugna or ban Tinker. You know, you have to ban heroes that don't deal with Necro. Or that do deal with Necro, sorry. But we've seen Necro third pick like what, 3 out of 7 games or 3 out of something like that games. The reason why I don't love this Undying pick is because it doesn't counter either of these cores in lane, And Mirana's traditionally good against Undying because of pod multi. Removes all of the zombies when you go invis, and then also she has the innate attack speed buff to kill the tomb. Obviously, EG ended up winning this game, but we're going to see how this comes into play. The one thing about Undying is it does deny pick a lot of strength cores, as we talked about with the Tiny. Even though Tiny's banned out, it just deny picks a lot of stuff. So maybe that's the idea. They just want this powerful team fight. Deny picks a lot of things. Deny picks stuff like Spectre as well. So that's what they were going for. So the reason why I like Undying now, and this is why when I look at the pick, I'm like, I don't really see it. It doesn't respond to anything that Team Secret's doing, is that EG was planning this fourth pick Drow. We've talked about first pick. The most powerful pick is your fourth pick. And the thing about Drow is she's a little bit weak in lane. So all you need to do is give her a frontliner melee hero, Ogre, Undying, stuff like that, that just soaks up the damage and helps her win her lane. That's all you need to do. And so this Undying pick was what they believed to be the best pick left in the draft to babysit this Drow. So this pick didn't really make sense to me, but then once you see the fourth pick, it makes a lot more sense. So this was a planned pick. Like they picked this knowing what they were going to fourth pick. And already Drow is incredibly good against Necro because Necro dies to a silence plus all the physical damage. It's not great in lane, but it's great after the lane. Any ability to threaten Necro is really good. He has to buy like a lot of weird items to survive. And then also, I mean, the silence is just incredibly good this game as well. So not only is Drow like good because it's ranged heroes, but it's also just incredibly powerful this game in general. They don't have like a ton of gap close either, so Drow is very powerful for that. Wouldn't be surprised if they banned PL here, right? PL is still in the pool. Maybe they're just not scared of PL. I feel like it's a really good PL game though. They banned Brood. Never mind. Brood's more scary than PL. Almost always when you pick Drow, you have to ban Brood. Because if this hero doesn't deal with Brood, you're screwed. I remember this game now after seeing this pick. So once again, when you pick Drow, your win condition is going to be revealed on the last pick, right? So Gyro is a hero that we only saw at TI, I believe, either as a deny pick when the enemy team had Wisp, in order to go with Wisp, or to go with Drow. That's the only time we ever saw Gyro. And they picked Tinker. I remember this game. This was a fun game. I actually favored Team Secret's draft here, even though I thought the Drow pick was really good. I thought that Tinker would have enough time to carry this game. And the cool adjustment that Sumail made, because they had limited amount of reach, and by reach, that means your ability to gap close long distances to catch people. It's different than initiation, because the definition of initiation is the ability to jump people, like just to start fights. Reach is to be able to catch people out when they're farming or able to like close distances underneath, like when you're trying to dive their base or something. That's reach, or trying to chase them. And just Sumail ends up buying a blink this game, and he just blinks on top of the Tinker and kills him. So that was a pretty cool way to adjust. So when you look at this kind of draft, I thought Tinker would be able to take over the game. And one thing I did not consider as well was that Tinker against Venge felt real shit. What happens is the Venge illusions killed Tinker, I think, at least once, but it removes him from the fight. Like you kill the Drow with Tinker, and suddenly you have a Drow illusion hitting you like for 6 seconds for full damage. So that was something I didn't consider in this draft, and something that you can overlook a lot of times in Dota, and that's why Dota is such a beautiful game. You just overlook these things. You're like, oh, you can just buy a blink on Gyro, or wow, the Tinker actually gets removed from the fights because of Venge illusions. So it's pretty crazy things like that like I'm sure they didn't consider either, that Tinker would just get removed from fights by Venge illusions. We're seeing a lot of Venge, just a powerful first pick. Team Serenity, we know, loves this PL pick early on in the draft. Brew, one of the absolute hardest counters to PL. The AoE purge in the all stages of the game. It's 1,000 damage. PL illusions take 600% damage. So until PL has 6,000 health, the Brew's Storm Panda will kill the illusions. So pretty much the entire game. His illusions will die. So it reveals the real one. But also in lane, the matchup. PL doesn't trade particularly well against the AoE slow of Brew. You can't really like purge the mischance on a reliable cooldown, because the mischance is much lower cooldown. And then the way the lane works is that when Brew gets 6, PL can no longer be there anymore. So if you present PL with 3 lanes that he cannot go to, that's incredibly powerful. And so Brew already presents him with 1. The minute Brew gets 6, PL can't walk him anymore because he'll just die. So I like this idea behind Optic. Like, with Brew's a great pick, and I hope, based on the rest of I know Optic ends up winning this game, but I hope they prioritize heroes that PL can't enter in lane against past level 6. I think that's a really big deal to synergize with this Brew. Like, if you go like this Ursa or some crap, that they just can't put PL in that lane. So against a hero like ET, you really want long range stun as well as like non-committal stun. Because if you go in, you have to like commit to stuns, he can counter initiate and turn the fight on you with ET. And so this Jakiro pick makes a lot of sense for that reason. And when you have these like saves or counter initiation type heroes, dislocation's really good as well. So I think overall Optic has the huge advantage so far. And then they go for Silencer, which is like more counter initiation, like more of the same thing. And what ends up happening in this game is Brewmaster just builds Helm of the Dominator like Pipe or something like that. Like he just goes all, or Crimson, I think. He just goes like Helm Dom Crimson on Brewmaster. And you may be like, well, they have all this counter initiation. They have this Brew. They're trying to counter the Brew. And the Brew just builds tanky items rather than Blink Dagger. And that's like a cool adjustment that these players see in the game. They're like, oh, look at all this counter initiation. They like, I don't want to have to commit to fights because if I blink in and die, that's like really bad for us. So I'm not going to blink in and die. I'm just going to walk in with a Helm of the Dominator and a Crimson and they can't do anything to me. So that's a pretty cool idea, the way that 33 adjusts this game to what Serenity's throwing at them. Just a comfort pick for Optic. It may seem like, yeah, they have Global, but what other disable do they actually have for the Storm? They have no setup for Arrow other than ET Stomp, which is never landing on a Storm. And Storm's one of the best heroes in the game against PL. The best heroes in the game against PL are Ember, Storm, and Spectre, I think. And Spectre's only good when you have another hero to find the PL or to jump the PL. The idea behind these heroes is they reveal which one's real. Alchemist as well. They reveal which one is real, period. They find you. They're going to find the real PL, and they can chase you down for days. Like, they can just chase you. PL relies on deception and disengage as a hero. He relies on kiting you around, tricking you, and running away from you with Doppel. And so these heroes that counter him are ones that, like, chase him down to the ends of the earth, and he can't kill them either. He can't kill Ember, he can't kill Storm, can't kill Alk. Can't really kill Spectre, but once again, Spectre's only good against PL if she has some way of finding the real one, like, or helping her kill the real one. She has a way of finding the real one. Now she needs help killing the real one. So it's one of those things where just another great hero against PL. So this is a game where I feel like PL can't really be their win condition. They have to like be carried through the mid game. Oh, look at that, Spectre plus a hero that finds PL. I didn't even remember that, to be honest with you, but it makes a lot of sense. Nice Huskar ban last pick. I think they pick like Lena or something. Oh, they banned it. They pick Ember. So I think they had the same idea as I did, where PL can't be their win condition, so we have to pick another hero that's going to like scale really well in the late game. Really nice setup for Murano with chains like non-committally. I just don't see how Team Serenity wins fights, to be honest with you. Storm's going to buy Yules to get out of chains, because the only way Storm dies this entire game is Global or Chains Arrow. So he can buy Yules. He can buy one like 2,700 gold item that prevents him from dying to anything. So suddenly, if you have no fear of dying on Storm, then you can just do whatever you want on the map. And then you have this Brewmaster that builds a ton of tanky items and never dies. And then you have the late game superiority with Spectre, because that's just what Spectre is. Optic ends up winning the game, and I thought they were also heavily favored in that draft. So we have Venge again, first pick. I don't love Tiny against Venge. I don't understand it, to be honest with you. I like the Lich idea because it's like this ice armor and like decent in lane, but like I just Venge against Tiny. Like, I think Tiny's completely countered by Venge, as I've already mentioned. Now they have Phoenix, a hero that isn't dealt with at all by these two heroes, really good against Tiny, because he just doesn't deal with the egg at all, and all of the like the Sun Ray damage and Fire Spirits. It's all like, you know, the Fire Spirits deal damage faster. The Sun Ray owns percentage based like high HP pool heroes. They ban the Clinks, really good. Clinks and Mirana, two great heroes against the Phoenix. The most notable heroes against Phoenix are Clinks, Mirana, and Weaver. So Weaver's already banned, so you ban these two heroes, right? We talked about when you have first pick, you pick this hero, and then you ban accordingly if you have to. I don't understand the Storm pick, to be honest with you. I think they nix it out, right? Like they just pick Nix, is what they do, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I mean that's just dumpsters that instantly. Like this is one of those you're like, oh, they just revealed one of their most powerful late gamers, like a hero that has to be late game carry for them. We're just gonna own it from a support or a 3 position. Suddenly, like what? That's just really bad for them on Team Serenity. And they go for PL. PL is quite bad against Nyx, to be very clear. And what I mean by this is if I saw all 5 heroes and the enemy team's only hero of dealing with PL was Nyx, not that bad. But same idea with Spectre. Nyx +1 kills you while you're farming until you're like at least level 15 because the 15 health talent. Nyx +1 kills you. So they have this hero to hunt you down. You have 2 split pushing farmers like that play alone a lot. And if Nyx finds them, give them a +1, they die. So I look at Optic's lineup, give him a +1 with Nyx. Just give Nyx a hero that has a pairing. Maybe 2 heroes. Like maybe both these heroes can be like helping him to kill these PL Storm heroes. So first and foremost, they pick the Alch. Once again, we talked about how good it is against PL. And also they have the way to deal with Storm. So it's not even a bad +1, to be honest with you, with this Nyx. But I believe they go last pick Ursa. Yeah, there's the +1. That's what I'm looking for. So like that's the most important thing is I see you have these 2 heroes that die to Nyx +1, give them a +1. And so you have this, like the way I look at Optic's lineup, I just thought Team Serenity's draft was dog shit, to be honest with you. But like, so I'm like looking at this lineup and I think farming, kill, pressure, right? Like team fight, kills, like all the heroes have like clear roles on the team. Farm. Where does Lich go? Tiny, like try to kill an Alch or an Ursa. Like you're their space maker, and you're trying to kill Alch Ursa Phoenix. Like it doesn't really make sense. I think they move it to so they make it a 4 position Tiny, and they move Bloodseeker mid. So honestly, this pick I think salvages the draft a lot for Team Serenity, and I think they could have won because of this Nyx or because of this Bloodseeker pick. We saw later on in the tournament that LGD does the same thing, and Bloodseeker ends up carrying the game. The only problem I have with this game is Bloodseeker is quite bad against Nyx because he kills himself on the carapace to like Bloodright, can't build Radiance or anything like that. And he also dies to Ursa very easily. So in this game, he basically can't make a single mistake. He has to shit on the Alchemist in lane, which he's going to do. And then if you watch the game back, he dies once or twice and they just lose the game. But I do think that this Bloodseeker pick could have salvaged the draft for them because they had no late game win condition. Like they don't win late because these heroes shouldn't get there, but this hero should be able to make enough space to have maybe help these heroes get there. But if you actually watch the game back, these 2 heroes just get hunted all game. This guy dies like once and the game's over. So I think that this was a really good salvage pick. But I still had favored Optic Gaming's draft simply because so much weight was on this Bloodseeker's shoulders. If this was Liquid, I think they might have won. But like as a team that's not nearly as polished and where Bloodseeker can't afford to mess up more than once, I don't think you can win. VP versus Mineski game 1. So I like Venge Weaver just has an opening. It just doesn't really reveal much about your draft. Same idea we've seen with the Wraith King Willow. It's just this dual lane that's very powerful. So we see the Wraith King Willow. Both teams have presented a very powerful dual lane. I feel like Weaver's quite good against Wraith King, so I don't love the Wraith King response to the Willow or to the Weaver. Excuse me. I just don't think I would like. I feel like you're just picking it because it's a strong dual lane with the Dark Willow rather than picking it because it's good against what you see already, which is something I'm not a huge fan of. We always see this Bloodseeker banned out when people pick Weaver. PL is very good against Wraith King because of the single target as well as the diffusal. And then they ban Alch because they're scared of it 5th pick, I'm sure. Global's quite powerful against these save heroes like Venge, so I don't mind them banning out Silencer. Also pretty good against killing Weaver in the early to mid game, so I like the Silencer ban. This Treant pick was a little bit odd to me. Like I didn't really know why they picked it. So it's something where I see this pick, I'm like, I don't know why they're picking it. Let's learn. Undying pretty good against the Treant 1v1 as supports. It matches up really well. I think they're thinking something similar where I don't know what this hero's supposed to do. So let's just match up really well. 2 strength heroes. Undying counters pretty much every strength hero in the 4 position.
So that's really good for Undying. But they already had Weaver to kill the Tomb. Now they have Clinks to kill the Tomb. They have Clinks against the Wraith King stun. So you have a hero that can lane against this, a hero that's good against Undying. So far I'm already favoring VP's draft. So it's like at this point when I'm watching, I'm like, I'm favoring VP's draft. Can Mineski salvage this? Are they gonna throw something at us that I'm not prepared for? I think the PL ban makes this pick even better because PL is really good against Clinks. Even though it's the other team banning it. It's like you can see, oh, they banned PL. Like we can pick something that's good against or bad against PL. So this pick doesn't really feel like it changes much for me. It's just a hero that's good. It's just a good hero in the patch. But aside from that, it's not like amazing against Clinks. It's not amazing against Weaver. I really like the Pugna ban though. Because you want heroes that can finish towers off against Tree. I look at these heroes and it's like slow but constant pressure on towers. And then you have this Treant Protector. So I feel like Virtus Pro shouldn't really ever lose towers unless they're just getting ran over. And that makes it really hard for Mineski to take this game, I feel like. If I recall correctly, Mineski actually ends up winning the early game really hard. So they picked this DK, another hero that the damage over time really nice against the living armor instances. So they ban the Pugna as this hero that can commit to towers full to 0, and they pick this DK, which I actually like this pick. It's good against Weaver, good against Clinks, like all this heavy physical damage, and then also deals with the Treant living armor on towers. So I actually like the way Mineski rounded their draft off, and this is probably one of the most even drafts I've seen in the tournament until this last pick. I don't know what they picked. Invoker. Oh, I love this Invoker. I remember this shit now. Okay, so the reason why I love Invoker so much here, and it gives them late game. Mineski has all these tanky frontliners, and all they have is Clinks and Weaver. Clinks and Weaver, like, don't deal with these tanky frontliners all that well. They don't deal a ton of damage. They kind of like to go on the back lines and ambush the supports, maybe pick off the cores that rely on positioning. But Mineski just has these heroes that are thrown at you. So VP wants this hero that has heavy control, heavy counter initiation, punishes these lack of mobility tanky cores, and they get this Invoker. I'm like 95% sure he goes Quas Wex, if I recall correctly, and he gets like Spirit Vessel. It's just so good this game. Spirit Vessel owns this hero, and it's pretty good against this hero too. And the Invoker pick, it just felt really powerful. It felt like Mineski was put on a timer by this pick. Because as the game goes on, Mineski just relies on this like walk at you lineup. We're just going to walk at you. We have these really tanky heroes, and we're just going to be in your face. And Invoker counters that as the game goes on. Early to mid game, not that bad. Like they can deal with Invoker because they can still like jump him and burst him and stuff like that before VP has all their items and levels and stuff. But once you get to that point where Invoker can just control all of these strength tanky cores, it gets really hard to win. So I think that this draft was very even. I think both teams had a timing, and VP ended up taking it. But I really like the Invoker pick for that reason. I thought it was a really good Invoker pick. Same opening from Mineski, but they banned out the Weaver this game, just presenting you with a powerful dual lane. And this is what I don't like. If you look at these picks from these teams, like, you know, obviously VP only got, 5th, 6th? But you can tell there's like a tier of difference between those teams and the teams that that did worse. It feels like, why do you pick Wraith King against Ursa? It doesn't deal with it in lane. It's not like particularly amazing against it in game. Yeah, it works with Willow. Same thing as last game. They had Weaver last game for Virtus Pro, and now they have Ursa. They're just picking Wraith King anyway. They're like, we don't care what you pick. We're just going to pick Wraith King. And I don't think that's good in this meta. I don't think you can be that... Like, you can't have that lack of flexibility. You just can't. Like, you have to have the ability to have, like, 3 or 4 options here, and one of them's good against Ursa. Ursa being a very powerful pick in this meta. Like, he's a hero that gets picked a lot. A Weaver gets picked a lot. You have to have a hero here that, like, if you're going to pick Willow first, you have to have a game plan of some hero that deals with these popular cores. And instead, they just pick Wraith King every game. So I don't like this at all. Silencer Earthshaker is a duo we saw more and more over the course of the tournament. As I see it, I like it a lot against Dark Willow because you can stun her like 3 different ways while she's in her W. And you can also stun her from Fog, and kill her full to 0, which I think is quite powerful. Venge, just a strong hero. I don't think it particularly serves a great purpose here. And then they get another perfect Clinks pick. disjointable stun, disjointable stun. It has a guaranteed good lane. And Earthshaker Clinks is quite powerful if they choose to do that as well. It's similar to the Enchantress, where Clinks, his trading capabilities are so good that if he's not dying, he's pretty much winning the lane. So Storm Spirit against Earthshaker Silencer. You know, I don't know. It doesn't feel good at all. And they can just put Clinks mid if they want to against this. As far as I know, Clinks really dumpsters that. And they ban Invoker. Like, honest with you, this whole draft has felt very bleh from Mineski. If you look at it, like, this doesn't stand out to me as particularly great here. They have a lot of silence, a lot of lockdown, the damage to follow up the lockdown. Like, none of this hero doesn't make sense here. This hero didn't make sense here. This hero is like, okay, it's a support. It's a fine hero. Like, that's not a problem. But you have 2 disjointable stuns, and then they just pick Clinks. You know, like, if you look at this, if you're seeing it from my perspective, this draft looks real grim. So they pick Ursa, or they pick Troll against the Ursa. So it's the reverse of what we saw earlier, which I do think Troll's good against Ursa, but I don't think Troll is a game-winning hero. And they last picked it. I think the reason why I liked OG's Troll pick was because it was a third pick enabling some other hero to win the game for them. In this game, on the other hand, you have Troll who's enabling a Storm who I feel like is hard countered. And then they just put, like I said, they just put the Clinks mid, right? Like, the reason why a hero pick like this is so powerful, and because it responds to these, is because it forces a response. So it makes it so, like, if they don't pick a response pick here, they now have so many options with this last pick. Because Storm is a bad matchup against Clinks mid, it gives VP the luxury to either pick a hero that shits on Storm mid here, if they want it, that fits their game plan, or to just move Clinks mid, right? So that gives them so many options with their last pick. And they end up just taking Enigma, which, yeah, they have Venge Swap, but, like, apparently it's not that great. I've been talking to other players about it. Like, I thought Venge Swap was a pretty hard counter to Enigma. So a lot of the drafts where I saw Venge against Enigma, I didn't, like, think the Enigma was a very good pick. But from what I'm understanding, Enigma, you just build, like, tanky items and it doesn't matter. If I recall, this guy, Nine Pasha, does not build, like, he doesn't just rush Blink. So, like, you don't just rush Blink. You do end up getting a Blink, but, like, I've seen people go, I think I saw Helmdom Crimson one game from Nine Pasha, and now he's just going Helmdom. So, like, you don't even rely on your Black Hole all that much. You're just a hero that represents tower pressure. So, overall, VP ends up taking the game. I feel like Mineski was just drafting their heroes. Like, meaning they weren't thinking anything about what VP was doing with their draft. They just said, we intended to pick these heroes, and we're going to continue to pick these heroes. And that's, in my opinion, a way to win qualifiers. Not that I would know, because I never win qualifiers. But it's not a way to win TI. Win Strike versus VGJ, game 1. Mirana first pick, VGJ Storm special. I already mentioned how Silencer is strong against Mirana in lane. I think Weaver matches up just fine as well. But then you give VGJ Storm the second pick Drow. I think Weaver's quite bad against Drow. The silence just owns you, and then she offers the damage for her entire team to kill you. Weaver, like, can't operate without a BKB, and then even when he has a BKB, he can just get right-clicked down by Drow lineups. So I think conceptually, Drow lineups do quite well against Weaver. They've already banned the PL, so it makes it so they have an extra ban. They get to ban the Spectre as well. As we mentioned, PL Spectre almost always going to be out of the pool when Drow gets picked. And then Prophet, just another hero that causes Drow a lot of issues because of the early game. The trees present a big issue in the laning stage, the pressure, but also because that, like, global presence to gank you and apply, like, pressure in multiple points to a Drow lineup. Usually Drow lineups kind of take time to rev up, and if you have this early global pressure, Prophet can be quite good. So DK, a hero that VTJ loves picking. We talk about you ban these scary fourth picks. DK doesn't care about Silencer, doesn't care about Weaver. Obviously doesn't get the Drow aura in lane, but based on the changes to Drow going into TI, where her aura is way better later than it is earlier, it's more important that you get the aura after the laning stage. So we talked about what Drow needs, this babysitting support. So you can almost guarantee they're going to pick Undying, right? Because they banned Ogre. They're going to pick something like that. Undying now, right? Like I know these games have already happened. Oh, Undying's banned, so they need a babysitting support when Undying and Ogre are both banned. So I didn't even notice that first round ban Undying. So they need a hero that sits in Drow's lane. There you go, Bane, perfect. Another example of a babysitting support for Drow. You just need a hero that frontlines for you. Usually it's a melee hero, but Bane's a hero that does quite well for doing just that. The idea behind the reason why Spectre and PL are good against Drow is because they run at her. Like, the idea is you remove her from the fight. Spectre haunts on top of you, PL doppelgangers, and like Phantom rushes you. And Lycan, same idea here. They have all single target damage on VGJ, and Lycan, they have no way to deal with Lycan so far. So I actually like this pick a lot. I thought this pick was really good for Winstrike because it forces a response. It forces a VGJ to pick heroes that somehow deal with Lycan. I think they pick Wyvern, which is, in my opinion, the best pick as well, if they do pick it. Because it deals with the Lycan summons, yeah. So they had 2 cores already in the sidelines, so they had to pick. They have a mid or off lane left to pick, and then they needed a support. And I think just having Peel, as Kyle calls it, is really good against Lycan. So Peel means the ability to have the enemy go on you, and then you disengage. So having Wyvern ulti against Lycan, quite good. As a Lycan player myself, I can tell you it's very annoying to play against Wyvern. So I like the pick a lot here. Pretty much counters all of the damage Winstrike has. Yeah, they have global, but Lycan doesn't exactly kill you in global. You can still like run away from Lycan. He's not like an Ursa where he'll burst the Wyvern in global. They ban the Venge, just really good with Drow. Broken hero. They ban Alk. Feel like they don't have an early enough pressure lineup to deal with Alk, I guess, is the idea here. Because Alk is a hero that gets up in your face with illusions and goes on your heroes in the back lines and stuff. So I could see why Alk could cause them some issues. So if you look at this lineup, it just felt like they needed a hero to tank. They just needed hero, like, you don't want Mirana frontlining, you don't want Wyvern frontlining, you don't want Drow frontlining. So you just needed a hero to frontline. And I think for every team, that hero can be different. But overall, Underlord, quite good against Lycan. The AoE route is quite annoying to deal with. I feel like heroes like Underlord are not very strong in this patch, and you'll really only see these type of heroes when other heroes that are not considered strong are also picked. So, like, I think it's a great response pick to Lycan for that reason. And he also, like, naturally builds Crimson Guard and stuff. So that's really nice. So I remember watching this game back, and I actually favored Winstrike's draft. Before I even remember what his last pick is. Let's see what their last pick is. That gives them some nice damage. So they have heroes that run up. So the idea I thought behind Winstrike's lineup was they have some decent D-push. They have a lot of heroes that run at you, and then they have the Zeus to deal the damage in the back lines. And I felt like VGJ didn't really have a hero that jumped the Zeus. So this was actually a game where I thought Winstrike had the better draft. But VGJ actually ends up taking the game. And the reason why I straight up believe VGJ won this game is because they're a better team. And so this is a game where you have to understand timings as it played out. And I specifically remember watching this game and I was losing my mind. Was when Lycan has all of his summons, there comes a point in the game where Underlord's going to have a Crimson. And so you have to ask yourself on Lycan, how am I going to deal with that Crimson Guard? And the only answer is Necrobook 3 Purge. You can purge the Crimson Guard active. So until I have Necrobook 3 Purge, I can't kill anybody if they're Crimson. And if you watch this game back, there were a couple fights where there was a Crimson Guard used, and he tried to kill somebody, and they just took 0 damage. And I was really upset because Winstrike kept trying to force fights when Necro 2 was online, and he has like 600 gold for Necro 3. And I feel like this win game was a lot on Winstrike for not understanding power spikes and timings, and how like you need to avoid fights when you're not powerful enough to fight them, and then wait for your timings and then go on them. I feel like there was a lot of lack of discipline from Winstrike in this game, and it had a lot to do with the Crimson Guard timing of Underlord compared to the Necrobook 3 timing of Lycan. So if you want to check out that game, it's very interesting for that regard. And even though it looked like a stomp in terms of kills, I think it was much closer than it looked. I do think Winstrike had the better draft.
I love how Undying's getting highly prioritized in this series. I guess both teams really... I mean, I know VGJ loves it. I guess Winstrike loves it. So VGJ is giving them the Drow lineup again. To be honest with you, I feel like if you have a better team, like you're just a team that's better, there's no reason to make your draft hard to play. Just pick a lineup that's easy to execute. And this tiny pick, man, this hero seems like such a debate just pick Spectre here, you know? Like Tiny, we've talked about it already. Terrible against Drow lineups. Stop picking it into Drow lineups. I don't think I saw Tiny beat a Drow lineup a single time. So they ban Spectre. They even have the luxury to ban Lycan because PL's already banned. They go for the Ogre this game because Undying's banned. We talked about this babysitter for Drow, a crucial part of these lineups. It's like Undying, Ogre, and Bane is what we've seen so far. No way to deal with Phoenix at all. Forces a response pick. Weaver's out. They pretty much have to pick like Clinks or Troll, I think, are their two options. Mirana's out. Weaver's out. You have to pick a hero that kills Egg. Lena. I think Lena, Troll, and Clinks were their three options. And I think Clinks was better than Troll, to be honest with you. I think Clinks was way better. I'm surprised. I feel like their carry player has to not play Clinks. That's the only response for this, to be honest. I think Troll's a terrible hero in general. And even though it's good against Phoenix, the game we saw it earlier with OG winning that I thought was so good about the Troll was that it also dealt with the Prophet in lane. It doesn't deal with any of these heroes particularly well in lane, so I don't like the Troll pick nearly as much. So when I looked at we've talked about the most impactful picks of the draft. This pick means nothing to me. Like, this isn't a very powerful pick, and this pick is terrible in my opinion. So like right when I look at this draft, I think Winstrike's draft is terrible. So I like the idea of this like gap closer against VTJ, but ask yourself, how does Winstrike win fights? And my response to you is, if they don't kill two heroes in Troll Warlord ulti, Centaur ulti, they lose. Boom, Veno. Perfect pick. Just perfect. Like, look at it. Look at this lineup and ask yourself, when they commit with Troll, Tiny, Centaur, if they have not killed two heroes in that initial volley, they lose fights. What better than to pick a hero that wins long, drawn-out fights? So you're looking at this, their win condition is to win the fight in the first 5 seconds. So what kind of items do you think VGJ builds? Do they build damage items? No, they build Force Stabs. They build Spirit Vessels. They build, look at the items that they build. Sorry, Yule Scepters, BKBs, Hurricane Pike, Spirit Vessel. Like, first item BKBs. I thought they had more Force Stabs, to be honest with you, but they just build BKBs. And they're like, we're just not going to die. Yule Scepter on Phoenix so he doesn't die in Global. Hurricane Pike on Vino. Why? Because he's going to be the guy on the front lines. Go on him and he's going to Force Staff himself away. The other two heroes just buy a BKB and they can't get bursted either. So, like, and then you have an Ogre. Like, who cares if the fucking Ogre dies? So it's just, I felt like this draft was a really hard out draft for VGJ. None of the picks from Winstrike made any sense to me, to be honest with you. Okay. VG Gaming versus Team Secret. Weaver, IO, Arc Warden ban. That's something else. I mean, I know it's Team Secret and they like Arc Warden. Once again, we see this Silencer hero becoming more and more popular. So Silencer Earthshaker, very popular combo, especially with the Chinese teams. We see PSG LGD prioritize it a lot. These heroes don't really mean anything to me. Doesn't tell you about the lanes. Like, this is a 5, potentially a 3, but probably a 4. Like, these heroes don't say anything. We're going to build like a potentially high physical damage lineup. But what else does this hero say to you? And it's kind of nice for that. They have heavy team fight and they can just build heavy damage, like heavy just sustain, honestly, on the side of Team Secret. I like the Clinks ban because you have Venge. I like the Tiny ban, honestly, because it goes really well with these heroes. And it pigeonholes VG Gaming's draft. So it actually would have been, in my opinion, a good Tiny pick because the Silencer, all of his stuff is affected by status resistance, and same with Earthshaker. It's not exactly a hero you want to initiate onto. And as we've talked about with this third pick, it's a hero that just doesn't do anything special. It just doesn't lose to a lot of things. So I think Tiny would have been a good third pick for VG Gaming. A hero that I think is strong, but like way over prioritized all of TI. And Wraith King, same idea here. Goes with the Venge, a hero that can get initiated onto by these two heroes and doesn't really mind. So these two bands make a lot of sense. These are good bands. That's the kind of pick that I just go, what? I don't understand that at all. I think they third pick TA, don't they? Yeah. And I remember thinking to myself, this is going to be a fourth pick TA from VG Gaming. That's what I was thinking in the draft. And you're just like, why BSJ? Well, Venge and Shen aren't particularly amazing against TA. And then Lena's hard countered in lane against TA. The problem with third picking it here is now Secret has twice as many picks to adjust
to this. So suddenly Team Secret can just say, we're just not going to put Lina mid, and we're going to hard counter your TA. Like, I hate this idea of picking this third. I think it's really bad, really impatient. Boom, hard counter TA, don't put Lina mid anymore. You know, it's like, I thought this pick was really good here. I thought this was like a game-throwing pick to pick third. So Vino doesn't exactly counter TA in lane, by the way. TA can just out-deny you in the early levels. So I looked at Team Secret's draft, and this is a understanding level that they had much higher than mine. So the reason why I don't love the Batrider pick first and foremost is they already have a save. They already have this Venge save against the Bats, so Bats like late game isn't all that great. I really like the Lycan ban because they have heroes that are just vulnerable to getting ran at. So Lycan, like they have all slows, like unreliable stun. Their only stun for Lycan was Venge, and that's just single target. So I think this was a really good ban. And they banned Drow. And so I thought to myself, Team Secret has to pick a hero that lanes against Bat. But then you put Veno mid. So that doesn't seem good. So guess what they do? They pick Ember to lane against TA. And they put the Veno safe lane. So we talked about what Bat does in lane, right? Bat does sticky napalm, threatens to kill you. And this is something that blew my mind. I'm like, they have to pick a hero that deals with Batrider in lane. So I actually chose VG Gaming to win this game, despite what happened in this draft. Like in terms of, I thought this TA pick was really bad. I thought VG Gaming was going to win this game because I thought Paparazzi was going to have space because I thought 11 was just going to take over the game. They had no way to deal with him. Chen just took over a purge creep, and every time they tried to go on the Veno, they laned Veno Chen against him. They galed the Batrider, and then he just purged the sticky napalm off. So this is the kind of stuff that is so intricate about Pro Dota that blows your mind, that you're just like, what? So it's one of those things where it was just a really cool adjustment made by Team Secret, a really high level understanding of exactly like what they needed to do, and they end up like just winning this game. So that was a very impressive adjustment on their part. Wait, did Team Secret end up losing that game? Oh, they must. Oh, this was the game that they threw. I forgot about this game. This was the game where they built freaking Halberd Manta on mid one. Their lane setup was really cool, so I apologize about this. Their lane setup was really cool, and I favored VG Gaming's draft, but then Team Secret won the lanes, and I'm like, oh, I thought VG was going to lose this game. And then they built a bunch of wonky freaking items on Ember, and I didn't understand that. I forgot. So yeah, I thought this game was I actually favored VG in the draft, and I thought Team Secret would win after the laning stage because of that adjustment made against the Batrider. So I was like, right originally, then wrong, then right. So that was kind of a weird game. I was like, why is this game 3 series, or why is this series 3 games, but Team Secret wins the second game? I think mid one like outplayed himself there. He like tried to be utility when he was responsible for carrying the game. He had like a Veno Lina core, maybe Venge. He just had to carry the game, and he went Halberd Manta. So I think that was a big mistake on his part. Same thing here, same thing here. Clinks is an interesting pick. I feel like it denies a lot of things. It denies Wraith King. It denies all these projectile stun heroes. It denies anything that can't trade with Clinks in lane. I feel like Peel was the most powerful pick to pick right here. Do they ban Peel? I feel like Peel... maybe people aren't as scared of Peel with Clinks as I think they should be. Same idea with the bans here. Like the same picks, same ban. Broodmother's a really good ban. I feel like Liquid would pick Brood here. That's a good point. I feel like Liquid would just pick Brood right here. And this would be in a whole heap of like shenanigans. Ban Drow. What are they afraid of? This is interesting. This is the kind of stuff. Yeah, Peel. Okay, thank you. I'm like, I hope they ban Peel because that's what I would be afraid of. I like the Brood Peel bans. These are really good bans. And they go for the Wraith King. They pick the hero that doesn't want to get initiated onto. So the last draft, they banned Tiny Wraith King. This draft, they banned Tiny Drow because of this lineup. And so they get this Wraith King pick, which is really good against the Earthshaker Silencer. And so the one thing I love about this Clinks is it denies a hero like Wraith King, and it leaves it in the pool only for Team Secret, which is really cool. The teams do this a lot. So it's like the only team, like a hero that's really popular like Wraith King, the other team's not allowed to pick it anymore because you have a Clinks. So like they have to consider it in their draft and their bans, but you don't have to consider it in yours, meaning like you don't have to worry about them picking it. So this gives them a nice little advantage there. They go for the Lina. Don't fully understand that pick, to be honest with you. They just go for Chen again. Very classic team secret. They got their like ideal third pick, so they can afford to just put this as their fourth pick. So this has to be like the tide changing pick once again for VG. Like if I don't see something drastically change here. So on paper, this seemed really good. Clinks and Venge, all physical damage. You push Q on Terrorblade and you get the Venge aura as well as the Wraith King aura. So you get 30% lifesteal and like 30% damage. And so I'll honest with you, I favored VG Gaming to win this draft again on this pick. I thought this was like a really good pick. But what ended up happening was they laned the Clinks against it rather than the Wraith King. And they just demolished all the lanes. And I think Team Secret last picked Zeus, which removes Terrorblade's late game viability. So we saw last game what I mentioned about the Chen Purge creep. The Chen lane actually did really well. They did, when I say really well, they didn't get ran over. So the Chen Wraith King were put safe lane. Wraith King was just played as like a utility core in this game. And they go for the Zeus. So Zeus, Tinker, Pugna, definitely the three heroes that counter Terrorblade the most. Long range, magical damage that also potentially kills illusions. Are all three of those heroes in a nutshell. So suddenly you have heavy initiation reliance on Blinks against Zeus, and you have Zeus against Terrorblade. So I felt like this pick was really good, and then this pick was really good. And so I think this draft could have come down to anything. Like I think a lot of this game was execution. And I think the most major adjustment made was Team Secret putting Wraith King as their carry, and then putting Clinks as their offlane. And it ends up being a complete stomp. They literally take racks at like 12 minutes because they just win their, like they don't lose their safe lane on the side of Team Secret, and then they crush the Terrorblade because Clinks just wails on him the entire laning stage. And then mid one has a good lane on Zeus as well. So they don't lose their safe lane, they win their off lane, and then it just turns into a complete stomp. And I know the game goes to 32 minutes, but they took a racks like super early on with this like Chen, Venge, Wraith King, Clinks. Like they just have so much damage. They just vomited damage in the words of Kyle. So I thought that was a pretty even draft though. I think VG Gaming was just a bit too predictable there. They picked like almost the exact same heroes, and that time around it seemed like Team Secret, that little mind game of picking Clinks first round and then having the Wraith King where they had to either ban Drow or Wraith King was really good. Because the bans Brood and PL were super good for them either way, and if they banned Brood and PL, they could then pick Drow on the side of Team Secret last game. So I thought that was like really overall just like a little mind game from Puppy about you did something to him in the first game, and he's going to turn it back on you in the second game, which I thought was really cool. Yeah, Venge first pick again, no shocker here. Necro Tiny. I love the Phoenix pick. These are two heroes. They're just saying we're not going to reveal anything about our draft. Tiny could be a 4. Necro could be any of the 3 cores. Tiny could be any of the 3 cores. But we're revealing 2 very important heroes. So pick a hero that doesn't get bursted and pick a hero they can't deal with. Phoenix so good here. They can't kill the egg with these 2 heroes, and they can't really burst it either because of the way Phoenix positions and all that stuff. So having a hero like Phoenix that can just throw themselves into the fight and like egg with these type of heroes in the game is really powerful. So they ban the Nyx, which would help them hunt down this Phoenix, I think is the idea behind it. So they go for the Clinks, which immediately deals the egg. I had to assume that Tiny was a 4 at this point in the game because there's no way you first pick your 3 cores. There's no way. That's just not a thing, especially when you have absolute last pick. So the one thing I don't like about this pick is it's obviously good against the egg for the attack speed. It's also good against Venge for the disjoint stun. But it 100% reveals your Tiny's a 4 at this point. I feel like it would have been much better to pick a 5 in this spot. Clinks, quite good against... Clinks. Ursa, quite good against Tiny 4. And it also helps protect the egg, oddly enough, against a hero like Clinks. Clinks has to stand his ground and hit the egg. And even though I don't love Ursa against Clinks in general, I think Ursa owns Clinks in that regard. Like, he's a hero that just is going to protect the egg. So I remember watching this game. I think they last picked Huskar on the side of VG Gaming. And I think they go Invoker Enigma is what Team Secret ends up picking here. And it's like, I remember analyzing this draft. I was actually on panel. I was doing my 1-minute segment for this draft. And the way I looked at this draft was this Invoker pick was the same for VP earlier against these heroes like Tiny, Necro. You can even purge the strafe with your Tornado as well. Like it's like such good AoE control. They have no way of really reliably killing this Invoker. Like you have to have the Necro and Tiny get on top of him at the same time, and they have Venge swap, and they have all this counter initiation, and they have a frontliner form. It felt really hard for them to ever get on top of this Invoker. And then they end up going Huskar, and I feel like It's another draft from Team Secret that just has a ton of damage. And I'm like, this Huskar is going to win his lane because Huskar crushes Invoker. Huskar absolutely crushes Invoker in lane. And he's going to win his lane. I remember this. This was probably one of my most accurate predictions of the entire tournament. I'm like, Huskar's going to be level 9, Invoker's going to be level 5, and they're going to lose the game anyway. That was like pretty much my prediction in one short sentence. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Was Huskar crushes the mid lane, but Huskar is reliant to solo carry against Enigma, which is non-dispellable stun, really important against Oracle. Oracle's ulti removes almost every stun in the game, but it does not remove Black Hole. And they have only way of canceling Black Hole through BKB is Scythe, which ends up happening later on in the game. They end up scything a BKB hole, but then you're scything just to cancel a hole, which doesn't feel good either. And the Huskar is like reliant to solo carry this game. And he can't against these heroes. There's too much damage, too much AoE, too much threat on the Huskar. And so I thought Team Secret's draft was dope. And I thought that Huskar would crush the laning stage and lose the game. Because coming from a Huskar's player's perspective, I've played like 300 games of Huskar. You can look at a lineup and go, I can solo carry against that. I can snowball and win against that. But against this, like, there's no point in the game where Huskar becomes unkillable. There is no point in the game where Huskar is unstoppable. And if you have a snowballing Huskar and that's your win condition, and there's no point where he becomes unkillable, doesn't feel very good. Something we'll see as a contrast later on in certain drafts.
Team Liquid versus PSG LGD. I love the Broodmother ban against Liquid. I think it's super important to remove those like cheese picks. So they pick Enchantress as like a hero that usually doesn't get through. And I feel like the only way Io Gyro ever deals with Enchantress in lane is by killing them. We saw this early on in a draft. I don't remember which one. I think it was VGJ. And you just pick Earthshaker. You're like, the only way they deal with me is by killing me? Okay, just pick Earthshaker. Counter initiation. It can move around the map because Enchantress becomes independent. And I feel like Io Gyro is just too weak in the laning stage to punish the Enchantress if Earthshaker leaves. So I like the idea behind the Earthshaker pick. They ban out the Veno, which is quite good against Earthshaker conceptually, like the Blink Initiation. I don't really understand why it would be good against Enchantress, though, because she has a lot of sustain. Weaver is just another powerful hero. I don't love this Weaver ban, to be honest with you. Like, I don't fully understand. Like, it's not that great against Enchantress. Earthshaker is actually pretty good against Weaver. I don't 100% know why they did that. I think Crystal Maiden just enables these heroes more, which is really nice. It could be a nice, like, greedy 5 position in the safe lane. So what I've realized is Bane is quite nice against Enchantress. That is what I've realized. He can man up against her level 1 and draw a lot of attention away from the carry. So if they did like Bane Gyro, I don't actually remember what they end up doing, but Bane against Enchantress is quite nice. I've experienced it firsthand in pubs. I even played a game of Enchantress and played against Bane. I had a Bane on my team against Enchantress several times. It's very nice because you just need to draw attention away from your carry whenever you're dealing with an Enchantress. And you have to be able to fight her level 1 because once she gets like level 3, you're no longer able to fight her. The Lich was a response pick Liquid did earlier on in the tournament. So Tiny, I think Tiny is actually super powerful here. Isn't afraid of getting initiated on by Earthshaker, bursts the Enchantress, and bursts Lich. And it's a hero that's going to get what it gets out of the laning stage, which is really good in this 4th pick. So because it's already good against what they have, and it's going to get what it gets out of the laning stage, so it forces a reaction. It's good. It's good against what they already have, and it's going to get what it gets. So I like that 4th pick Tiny a lot. I don't love this Necro pick, to be honest with you. Gyro's quite good against Necro. Does a ton of damage. You even get that level 15 Rocket Barrage talent, which just shreds Necro. It's like 990 damage on Rocket Barrage. This just another, like, we don't have anything better to pick, let's pick Necro. Just doesn't feel that good to me, to be honest with you. And they end up losing this game, so, like, may sound a bit biased, but, like, this pick, it's just, like, just doesn't feel incredible. So I like the PL pick. He will be the strongest hero in the game at some point. I think it's like gives them this win condition. But then LGD just shuts that down immediately with this Leshrac pick. And if I recall this game, I think this Leshrac pick is super freaking awesome. A hero that we pretty much see never. It lanes well against all 3 of these heroes, Necro, PL, and Enchantress. I feel like in the mid lane, you can't really ever bully Necro out. So the best way to deal with him is to be able to kill him at level 6. That's why heroes like Pugnar are really good. Because you can't really get him out of lane, but the minute you're level 6 and he's level 6, if you can threaten kill potential on him, It's huge. And Leshrac is a hero that does that. And not only that, but he's really good against PL in the mid game, and it's all magic damage against Enchantress. And they only really have one stun to prevent you from just like walking around, and that's all Lesh does is just walk around and fights. He's just gonna walk around, with his ulti on, throwing just spewing out his abilities. And so I feel like you see this mid game timing where they present you with this late game hero that's like going to be the strongest hero in the game. So the best way to deal with it is to pick all of this mid game crap. So you have like so much damage on Tiny, Gyro, and Lesh. You have setup with the Bane. I feel like Liquid's draft is good, but I feel like LGD's draft is just really good. This pick is like super dope. I think this is like an awesome Leshrac pick. And LGD ends up taking it. But it's one of those where I honestly think this game could have gone either way, because if PL gets to that late game point, I feel like he could just win the game for them. But you see here, the game ends at 32 minutes. And that's just the power I remember of LGD. That game was incredibly enjoyable to watch if you want to check it out. So game 2, Liquid versus LGD. If I recall, this is the one that ends with the Alchemist versus Bloodseeker. And the Bloodseeker just crushes the game. I feel like this pick's in preparation for Gyro. They banned the Morphling because it deals with Gyro. That's something that I didn't mention from last game. You pretty much have to ban Morphling because he steals Flak and he steals Rocket Barrage. He's just a better Gyro. Ban out a carry that is good against... I'm sure it disjoints the Rocket, and it's also a hero that hunts down Io. And it's a good, just pick and see what they pick against it. Another Silencer Earthshaker combo. Is Wraith King still in the pool? He is. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pick, some tanky crap. Which I think they end up going Alchemist, right? Which is what I said. So I like the idea that they want to be not burstable by this lineup. Like, if you see Tiny Earthshaker Silencer, pick a hero that's going to walk in. A Dangler, as you would call it. So PL, once again, represents this, we're going to win late game. It's the reversal of roles here. Now, IO Gyro's in the other team's hands. PL's in the other team's hands. You have this Ursa hero that's good against PL and Tiny in lane. Isn't particularly threatened by these supports in the early game. So we want to have them be hard-pressed to burst us down, is what Liquid's saying. We're scared of them bursting us. So we just need to pick heroes that don't get bursted. I like the DK ban a lot because it doesn't get bursted. They ban the Huskar, and this is the problem, right? Is now they get this last pick, Bloodseeker. And early on in this tournament, we saw Serenity do this exact same thing, I believe to EG. I don't remember exactly who it was. And they just lost. And it was literally because the guy on Serenity wasn't good enough. The team Serenity wasn't good enough to execute. This is a situation where Bloodseeker absolutely free farms against Alk. The thing that Alk's weakness is that he gives free farm to pretty much whoever he plays against. So if you get a hero that not only gets free farm, but then also runs around the map, taking over the game, these Monkey Kings, these Ursas, these Bloodseekers, these type of heroes, these are the heroes that just ruin Alk's day. And so in this game, Somnus just goes ham. He actually just destroys the game. He's going to free farm. He's going to control the game. He's just 16-0-11. He just crushes everybody. And so even though PL is bad against Alk in the mid to early to mid game, we talked about how Alk deals them really well super early and hits that power spike before PL's powerful enough. Alk hits that timing around 25-30 minutes. But when you have this Bloodseeker just running rampant, so Alchemist timings are super slowed down, no longer does Alk counter PL. So it's one of those things where if you understand that Alk counters PL because of that, and then you look at the game and see, oh, Alchemist is going to get shut down really hard by this Bloodseeker, and it's actually a good PL game in terms of the other heroes in the game. Ursa doesn't scale well against PL. PL outscales Gyro. Yeah, Ursa's nice against him in lane and early to mid game, but as the game goes on, if PL, it doesn't matter if you're good against PL early to mid game if you have a Bloodseeker running at you all game while PL farms, right? PL's going to have, we talk about Space Makers and Space Takers. Space Maker and the Bloodseeker, Space Taker and the PL. And that's how the game's going to play out, right? If you look at it. So unless LGD messes this game up, I don't see how they actually lose with the draft that they had. Couldn't they put Ursa mid versus Seeker as an adjustment?
the Bloodseeker would just chase your Alk around, is basically what ends up happening. The PL doesn't mind swapping lanes. There would be a ton of lane swaps. And then you have to decide which team that's better for. And yeah, you could try to do that, but it's harder to put into practice than you would think. First pick Prophet from OG. Like we talked about, he just loves his Chen and his Nature's Prophet on No Tail. That's his first two priorities. We see Chen's banned, so he picks Prophet. And they just go Venge Necro. Two very powerful laners kind of just present this dual lane to you as we've talked about, not revealing really any information about their draft. We then mentioned as well early on how good Drow is against Necro. It goes well with Prophet. They have the Babysitter already, another hero that can babysit the Drow that we can add to the list. A lot of teams don't play Prophet all that much, though. They ban Spectre, most likely going to ban PL. As we've seen time and time again, Spectre and PL cause the most issues for Drow lineups. Maybe they'll ban something else, though. Broodmother. I always mention the hero and then I forget. So Broodmother's more of an issue than PL. Is 100% what they're saying. And I agree. I think Broodmother is way worse to deal with for drought lineups. I always forget that hero's in the game. That hero is definitely a big issue. So I like that ban more than PL for sure. PL's like good against you as the game goes on. Brood just like crushes you on the landing stage. So they get the PL pick. I love this Earthshaker pick. This is something I didn't even think about, but they're preemptively planning for the PL. They know EG's going to pick this PL hero. They just know it. Like they know that PL, we talked about Spectre, PL, and Broodmother. So even though I said Earthshaker is only really like a soft counter to PL, the reason why he's a soft counter to PL is because he's only good against PL really like mid-game. And when you have this Drow lineup, you're definitely looking to hit this mid-game. So don't they go like Storm or something? I feel like they just go something else that kills the PL. You have Earthshaker to set up, and you need this follow-up hero. Enigma, that shuts down PL really hard as well. So the only really thing they have that's good against Enigma is Venge, but we've seen at least 4 teams now pick Enigma into Venge, so clearly it's not a very good counter. They ban the Zeus. Zeus good against both Necro and PL. And so they go for this Invoker hero, and even though I don't think Invoker is all that great against PL, it's super good against the other 3, and it's Thompson. So let's be honest. We're not going to argue with that. They have a Drow lineup. He gets the extra damage with Quas Wex, so he's going to hit really hard even though he's Quas Wex. It's good against everything that isn't PL, but I feel like PL is quite dealt with Earthshaker plus Enigma. The Midnight Pulse is actually really scary for PL. It pretty much eliminates his ability to maneuver in fights. And so this is pretty classic EG fashion. They go for dominating lanes. And I just look at this game and I say, whoever wins the lanes should win the game. Like, Sumail has to snowball like crazy. And if he does, then they can win this game. And we all know who ends up winning the game. But, like, the lanes, it even gave EG the advantage on Dota Plus. But what ends up happening is EG wins, it looks like a mid-game team fight around 15 minutes. And then from there, the game is just a roller coaster all the way back down to OG. And I just feel like Arteezy has a hard time carrying this game. And the only way that they win is if Sumail snowballed out of control. Like, Sumail actually had to snowball. So being up by like 3K, 4K is not enough. And you may say BSJ, but it's a Drow lineup. It's not meant to go late or whatever. But like, that's not really the case when you have a TA now. TA is a heavy time-based hero. Like, she's going to either be incredibly snowbally or just incredibly useless. So even though they picked this PL hero, he's not exactly the late game power that he normally would be because of this Enigma. And so when the TA is your reliance to win the late game, and then they have the ability, and then they slow you down, you're just not going to be able to win very easily. So we have EG versus OG game 2. And these next two games were the 2 games I was wrong about. Like 2 in a row. Like really wrong about. And I would beg to differ that both these teams threw the game really hard in both games. I think OG threw this game, and I think EG threw the second game. This is the second game. I guess EG threw the third game. I remember this game. This is like a pretty crazy draft. I predicted OG would win this one, and I predicted EG would win the third one. And I will defend my prediction by saying that they like straight up threw the game. If you watch both of these games,
on the side of OG this game and EG on the third game. So immediately you have this Ursa hero that deals with Enchantress mid to late game. It doesn't deal with her very well in the laning stage. It's a matchup that Ursa's like Ursa's favored once he gets like enough mobility and damage items to actually threaten the Enchantress, but in the early game, like laning stage, he can just get his W purged off. And he also like can't really close the gap because Enchantress is like 30 move speed faster. So then you go for this Drow lineup, which is good against Ursa. Same idea as Tiny. Ursa kind of like blinks in and dies. He dies to the silence. Ban the PL. Spectre's already out of the pool. For this Drow lineup, so you see PL, Brood, and Spectre. They go for the Tusk, which gives them save against the Drow. It gives them a hero that can like remove the impetus damage. It gives them aggression. It gives them like an Ursa +1 to kill people with. Not quite the ideal +1, but still nice for the save. They go Phoenix. So now they have 3 ranged, like 2 of them which are right clickers, and they have an attack speed buff with the bubble, and the bubbles are super powerful right now. And this is a Thompson hero, right? The bubble is just insanely powerful. It makes all these attacks miss, and it makes his team have attack speed against the egg. Spear break. So like immediately you think they need to get on top of this Arc Warden. So I like the Spear Breaker pick a lot, just for that. They don't really have a way to interrupt charge other than Snowball, which isn't exactly what I would call a reliable way to stop charge. So a very weird pick, meaning like we don't see Spear Breaker very often, but they needed a gap closer. They needed a way to get on top of this Arc Warden, and the fact that they can get it in a support hero is quite good. So overall, even though I thought I favored OG's draft in this, I thought the Spear Breaker pick was quite good. A very good response to this Arc Warden. And usually you only see weird picks when you see weird picks, right? Like we saw the Underlord versus Lycan a few games ago. We see Spear Breaker versus the Arc Warden. When one team breaks away from the meta, the other team is forced to as well. So you do this Gyro Drow lineup again, and then OG goes for this Lycan. So what ends up happening is OG builds 2 Necro books between the Lycan and the Arc Warden, and they have this like crazy, ridiculous lead. And then they just threw 2 fights. And if you literally look at it, like if they have these Necro books, these items don't scale very well. And you have the ability to clear all these summons now with the Gyro. Gyro is traditionally a counter to Lycan, but it's only when Gyro gets enough items to deal with all the crap. So it's kind of like early game, Lycan's pretty good against Gyro, but as the game goes on, Gyro becomes very good versus Lycan. So with that in mind, especially since Thompson goes for this Necro book pipe build, then OG are in this timing push, snowball, have to end the game like 25, 30 minutes in. And if you just look at the score, I clicked scoreboard and it's going back to the game. Is that what's happening? Okay. If you go to the graphs, which, plummet. The minute that this goes back to even, I feel like EG can't lose this game. OG, Thompson made a really cool adjustment where he went back for a Dagon 5 after this like Dagon 5 E-Blade because he knew they couldn't deal with this Crimson anymore. Like Crit just went first item Crimson on Spear Breaker against all these summons. So this was a really cool adjustment to try to give them a chance, and I think it actually gave them the only chance that they could have to win this game. But I think OG, if you watch the game, they just threw like twice. They just took 2 really bad fights, and they had this timing they had to hit, and they missed it. Oh, is this the IO Spectre? So to be honest with you, I thought EG's draft was way better here. I think everyone's very familiar with this game. I'm going to fast forward through it quite quickly because I don't think there's too much to analyze in this draft. I'm going to talk about my major points about the draft, and then we're going to call it a day on this one. Deny pick the Gyro against the IO. They just don't want the IO-Gyro combo. They go for the Enchantress, very strong hero in the meta. It's just like a hero that's available. They immediately pick Spectre. And I think this was partially to deny pick Drow. Like, they can't pick Drow anymore because you pick Spectre. And I thought that was a really cool part of this pick. But at the same time, it's incredibly greedy. So they go for this Alchemist ban, which I like a lot because it punishes your greediness by out-greeding you in the early to mid-game and then just having a timing push where they end the game. But overall, I think EG's draft is quite frankly way better as this goes on. I feel like OG goes for this really greedy draft. And like the Bane makes up for it a bit because of the Enfeeble against Gyro is nice later on in the game. The early stage laning, we talked about it, Bane versus the Enchantress being quite nice. So I like this Bane pick a lot, to be honest with you. It sets up for the IO. It's good against the Gyro, good against Enchantress in the laning stage. Then just a hero that's somehow still left in the pool. And they go for Zeus Spectre. And Zeus Spectre is countered by early to mid game aggression and objective taking. That's all it's countered by. Early to mid game aggression with objective taking. They have Venge, they have Enchantress to put a lot of pressure on towers, then they have this ton of mid game team fight coming out from EG. And so I look at this last pick and I was thinking to myself watching this draft, they just need something that goes with these three, like this early to mid game aggression. They just need some hero that's just going to go ham. Like just a mid game semi carry. That's all they need. Like, it doesn't matter what they choose to go for. It just has to be this early, like mid, like semi carry, like damage dealer. And it's even better if it pressures buildings. And they end up going for Tiny. And I love the idea behind EG's draft. And I just want to say straight up, they threw this game. Literally tossed this game away multiple times. If you watch this game back, this is the game where Sumail tossed Artesian to tier 4s. They had 2 lanes of racks at like 20 minutes. And these are the type of games that I think were characteristic to OG winning TI. I think OG has this way of causing ridiculous amounts of chaos. They build the great items. Like, I think, he built all the right items on Centaur, all the damage mitigation from the Ags. They had IO Overpower. They had Spectre Desolate, so that Spectre had like 80% damage reduction. But overall, EG, I think the problem with it was Sumail turned his early lead into... Sumail, this is the game he had 31 kills. This is the game he had a bajillion kills. And I had the big problem I had with Sumail's build here, and if you watch this game back, you can beg to differ all you want. Like, I'm not saying I'm right. This is my opinion, right? Is that I think Sumail actually lost them this game in a large capacity. What happened was Sumail was like 20-0 or something, and they had Aegis with a Vlad's Venge, so Tiny's effectively hitting for like 380 damage. And I feel like he could have just literally hit buildings with a BKB and ended the game. Instead, he went for kill items and continued to hunt down the Spectre. And the game basically resulted in like 2 of those brawls happening that lost them the game, where they threw. And I feel like the idea behind his build was really good, meaning like he went Silver Edge right after Blink Echo because his goal was to just hunt the Spectre. So like I like the way he played it based on what he built, but I feel like if he had Blink, Echo Saber, Shadowblade, BKB and just hit buildings with that Aegis timing, they just win the game. Like 100%, no question. They're going to take Megas at like 25 minutes. Look at their damage. How do they kill a Tiny with Aegis and a BKB at 25 minutes in the game? They actually couldn't kill him. And I think that, and you may say, BSJ is 31-4. I'm 31-4 in my pubs. It's always my teammates' fault. If you're the most farmed hero in the game, you're the most powerful hero in the game, and you build 1 or 2 wrong items, you can straight up throw the game for your team. And I think that a lot of that loss had to do with his build. Back to Optic Gaming versus Virtus Pro Game 1. This is going to be what we call the classic last pick cheese, no spoils. So this is the decide who gets 5th, 6th, I think. Like loser gets 7th, 8th. So we see this pretty standard opening so far. We've talked about how Bane shuts down IO pretty well. IO lineups kind of preemptively plans for the gyro as well because of the enfeeble as well as just the laning prowess. So rather than going the Earthshaker Enchantress route, they go for the Bane Necro. I don't love the Bane Necro nearly as much simply because Necro is constantly under threat of dying to gyro. Really, the only difference between Necro and Enchantress when it comes to dying to gyro is Necro's like 285 move speed, while Enchantress is like 345. So Necro can just get ran down by gyro. Both heroes die kind of like the same way, but one hero's like 60 move speed faster than the other. So they go for Clinks, a good hero for hunting down the gyro. Overall, we talked about this 3rd pick just doesn't want to be something that reveals too much, really. You don't want it to be something that's like your win condition. You want it to just be a stable hero that's going to get what it gets out of the lane and does something against the 2 heroes we see. Very good against gyro just because it mans up on him. You can dodge the missile, and then it also hunts the Wisp. So we immediately see this Oracle pick. And the Oracle, the idea is that it can dispel the Necro's W. It can dispel the Clink's Strafe. And also it can save from the Scythe. But the problem that we have, that Kyle mentioned before, is now you have 2 do-nothing supports. We saw IO Dirge from EG, and now we see IO Oracle from Virtus Pro. I think they just have too many saves. They have too much defense. Like, they're just relying on their cores to get too much done. So they do make up for it a bit with this DK, which is quite good against the Clinks because you have the stun, which is melee form when you're not in ulti. It can't be dodged. And then you also have ET, who removes all base armor, but that base armor is not included on your passive. So it's one of those things where you do get the base armor. Like you have the 12 extra armor or whatever. So that is not removed by the ET. So overall, it's just a good hero against ET. But it's just too much focused on saves, and I feel like there's a lot on DK's shoulders to get done this game. He's the playmaker, he's the space maker, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know. I just don't like having this many saves in this current meta. I don't think it's reliable. I feel like Optic just has superior lane pressure, superior objective shoving, and this is something that can help alleviate lane pressure. But Clinkz actually lanes pretty well against Enchantress. You literally saw me play it yesterday like twice because I'm spamming Clinkz. So Clinkz is not that bad in lane against Enchantress, which sets them up for this absolute last pick cheese. Give them the good old Huskar Dizzle. And the difference between this game and the other game we saw Huskar, or the other games we've seen Huskar, is Huskar is set up to absolutely control, like carry this game solo. He's not their frontliner. Like they have a Necro. They have damage with Pycat. He literally just needs to be a Huskar in this game. And the other game we saw where it was VG Gaming, I think it was, where they last picked Huskar against Secret, there was no point in the game where Huskar was unkillable. Like he was against an Enigma, Invoker, an Ursa. He was like vulnerable to death at like all stages of the game. How do they actually kill a Huskar? That's the main thing. First off, he's going to dominate his lane. He ends up going like level 9 to level 5. The only way CCNC is ever going to win his lane is when he's given Huskar against a melee hero. Kappa. So then also he has this 4-level advantage. And the difference between this game and the other game is there's no way to kill Huskar other than Enchantress, and there's nothing to stop him from just going on Enchantress. Like, there's no way to actually prevent him from just killing the Enchantress in fights. Like, once he gets BKB, where's the damage? What do they actually do? So, I don't know. That's the problem here, is this game was over at the draft. Like, this Huskar pick ended it. And even though I feel like VP, no offense to Optic, is just a better team, Optic ends up crushing the game 11-0-3, 11-0-5, you know. One thing about this lane, this game, if you want to watch, I thought Zai made one of the most game-losing rotations that I've seen in a while. Necro had a really good lane, and it was very similar to my pubs where I say my 4 position can't afford to leave me when I'm in a certain lane. And there was a part where they dove Pycat bottom, and he TP'd in on Zai, and it led to 33 dying 3 times in lane. It led to him dying once, and then dying again, and then dying again. And it was all because he died the first time. So if you want to check out like how it can cost you in a pro match, I'm not trying to flame Zai. I think he played literally flawlessly other than that one play. But I want to show you how one support rotation can completely ruin one core's game. If you watch the impact Necro had before this rotation, it's around like 4 or 5 minutes. And then the impact he had after the rotation, you'll see what I'm saying. And you can watch this game for it. No, like I'm just confirming, guys. Zai played really well, but you will see it if you watch the game. You'll see how game losing and like game ruining one support rotation can be. And it's something for all of you support players to actually understand, like really important. I was watching that game, and the minute Zai did that, I was like, holy shit, Necro's screwed. And then he died like 10 seconds later, and then died 2 more times, and he was not a hero in the game. Luckily, they had a Huskar, so they won. Game 2, Virtus Pro versus Optic. Nothing out of the ordinary here. I never loved Tiny against Venge for all the physical damage reasons I've mentioned, but Tiny, can't be terrible. Ursa and Wraith King already taken out of the pool. They go for the Drow lineup. In general, I really like Drow lineups against Tiny. We've already mentioned this. They banned the Spectre PL almost certainly. I already banned the Spectre. Maybe the Broodmother. Oh, they leave Broodmother and PL in the pool. And, oh yeah, this is when they pick Broodmother 4th. And so suddenly you've got this, what I believe to be a favorable draft for Optic, and suddenly you've got a Broodmother against Drow lineup. And I think this was a mistake by them. I think this had to be a Kunga, to be honest with you. I think this is so greedy. What if the Broodmother just isn't in the mid lane? Like, what if she's just not there? Tiny beats Alk. Broodmother beats everything else. Suddenly this game's, like, really awkward. And if I recall, VP does not put Brood mid. I think this had to be Kunga. Known as, like, a really hard counter to Brood. And it's also, like, a good Kunga game. So they banned the Huskar. They don't want to get double cheesed. I feel like there's like a lot of paranoia going on in this game by Optic. I feel like they just kind of panicked about everything and got outplayed. So what ends up happening is
I looked at this game, and it's very similar to the one I mentioned about LGD in the finals, the first game of the finals, where I said if LGD plays normal Dota, for the YouTube video, that's actually going to show up after this. If LGD plays normal Dota, they're going to lose. And LGD win Enchantress mid, Storm safe lane, Bloodseeker off lane. And they crush the lanes. And I looked at this game, and I said, if they let Broodmother against Bat or Drow, and they let Alchemist against Bloodseeker, which is normal Dota, meaning like they're going to put Alch mid, Drow safe lane, Bat Rider off lane, they're just going to lose. They're going to lose. Like, that's what I was thinking to myself. If they play normal Dota on the side of Optic, they're going to lose. And that's exactly what they did. They got crushed by Bloodseeker mid. Ramsey's had a pretty free-farm game on Broodmother. And when you lose 2 out of 3 lanes, you just lose. Against VP especially. So this was a game where I felt like Optic got a bit outdrafted. Like, they got a little bit cheesed. But they could have adjusted. They could have put Bat Rider against the Bloodseeker. They could have put Drow Venge against the Tiny lane. It's not like that's good. It's just not game losing. And then you can put Alchemist against the Broodmother in whatever lane it's going to be. So I think they had to do that, and they couldn't settle for less. So they did adjust their lanes. They did this earlier on in the tournament where they did normal lanes. So they adjusted their lanes, and they got all the matchups they wanted. But the problem is this Bane hero. When you look at Broodmother against Alch in a vacuum, you have Broodmother gets all the spiders killed by Acid Spray, and they like trade evenly, and you get extra gold because you're Alch. But with this Bane in the picture, there's no hero on OG or on Optic that can help the Alch have a better game, and then this Bane's just going to shit on you. So it's like one of those matchups where it looks good on paper, and then you just lose your lane. Like, after Brood gets like level 4, if you were to fast forward through this, that's what ends up happening. Is Brood versus Alch is a good matchup for Alch in the mid lane, but not when it's 2v2. And that's something that's really important to understand. And that's why I feel like a Kunkka hero would have been better. So I'm glad they did adjust their lanes. If they did normal Dota, they would have lost. But the fact was, I think the draft, like the swaps that had to be made were just too drastic, and the Alch ended up having like no room to farm. But the Bat Rider did do well against Bloodseeker mid, which was important. Bloodseeker is a hero that can't remove sticky, so eventually with like level 3, Bat Rider can represent kill threat on Bloodseeker. Before that, Bloodseeker wins the lane because he has way more damage, but after that, Bloodseeker died. So game 3, VP versus Optic. Ban out the Broodmother first round is probably the most noteworthy thing to see so far. They just don't want to get cheesed again. I feel like they had Drow, and then they had this idea of how they're going to deal with Brood if it was picked, and then it just didn't work out. Like, it turned into some shenanigans. Turned into some weird stuff. And they go for this first-round Ursa. I don't know. I just don't love first-round Ursa, unless there's, like, a specific reason to pick it. And even though it's, like, good on paper against Wraith King, and why I don't, like, love Wraith King against Ursa by any means, like, Ursa doesn't particularly lane well against Willow Wraith King. The stun, you don't have any way to, like, prevent it. You, like, actually get harassed down a lot by the Willow. You don't ever have a way of killing the Willow. They banned the PL, which is, like, quite nice. Like, you could put you could just put this Ursa off lane most likely when you first round it, so you still want to focus on carries that do well. I wouldn't be surprised by Clinks or something. No, they actually leave Clinks in the pool. Does Optic pick Clinks here? Yes, they do. Okay. I don't remember these drafts perfectly, but it makes sense, right? You have the disjoint against Wraith King. You don't want to lane the Ursa against this. So even though Ursa's decent in the game versus Wraith King, you don't want to put it against that lane. So now you have this Clinks that's meant to lane against the Wraith King. So how does VP respond when they see this counter lane pick? They go for Tiny, which, God, it just doesn't feel like a good Tiny game, man. But they end up winning, obviously. Like, no spoilers. But, like, I just feel like I look at this, I'm like, I think Clinks is good versus Tiny because of heavy physical damage and high HP to survive the burst. And then Ursa's good against Tiny. So they just wanted a hero that doesn't reveal anything, I guess is the idea. They literally just want that third pick to be a very pick. We've seen Undying picked against Tiny like 5 times now, total. And it just shows that Undying on paper is very good against the Tiny. The only problem is that when you have this Undying hero, you sometimes lack stuns. Neither of their cores have stuns. So they have no actual setup for Clinks Ursa to deal damage. Yeah, they have Fiend's Grip, but that's not reliable. That's one stun on a long cooldown that is positional based on a hero that's a 5. All your playmaking is on your 5. Or your 4, I guess. I don't know which one Bane ends up being. So I feel like there's a lot of weight on one hero's shoulders from the 5 roll. So you want them to trim that up in the last pick. I'm thinking if I'm Optic, I want a hero that sets up damage for Clinks and Ursa. Also a hero that plays lanes. It feels like there has to be a lot on this last pick. And when I say plays lanes, no wave clear, no wave clear, no wave clear, no wave clear. Boom, profit. I actually didn't even consider this like during this draft itself. That's a sick pick. For no other reason than the fact that Optic has no wave clear. Literally zero. So suddenly you have no wave clear, and now you're dealing with a Nature's Prophet. Even if it's a support, incredibly powerful pick. Really good pick here. I like that a lot when you analyze the draft sometimes like that. So I'm looking at Optic. They need a setup stun, and they need some wave clear. So that's a lot to put on one hero. And I think they go Lina. I remember this. They go Lina. And I remember thinking they were going to pick Lina and thinking it was garbage. And I'll talk about it when it happens. So they go Necro, and that promotes the Lina pick. It almost baits the Lina pick. And the reason why it baits Lina is Lina's good against Necro because she offers a lot of burst. She offers like a lot of ability to threaten Necro at all stages of the game. The problem I have with Lina right now is that they have no save. So if they ever get on top of Lina, she just dies. Like straight up just dies if they ever get on top of her. And they have Prophet Global TP, like a Sprout is enough to close the gap. And then they have two natural Blink Builders in the Tiny and the Wraith King. So they just have heroes that are going to get on top of Lina. And if she gets gone on, there's no save and she's going to die. And if you watch this game, Quinn just gets chased around on Lina all game. Prophet's like constantly messing with her, constantly like basically disrupting the ability to farm and push out lanes on Lina. And like I remember thinking they need wave clear, and I couldn't think of another CC&C hero that wasn't Lina. And they also banned TA, so I thought they kind of telegraphed this pick a lot. But at the same time, it didn't really feel like that powerful of a pick because of all the reasons I mentioned. You have this wave clear, and the difference between this game and the one that EG had, where EG picked Timbersaw, and we talked about how EG is just going to be, or this is going to be later in the video for YouTube, but how Timbersaw just clears waves. That's what his job was for the team. He was like a frontliner that just clears waves. The difference between that game and this game is that Timbersaw was like almost unkillable. It took like 4 heroes minimum to kill the Timbersaw that game, with one of them having to be the Viper. But in this game, it's on CC&C to clear all the waves, and it's like any combination of 2 heroes just kills them. And that's like really hard to do. That's like really hard to do your job as a wave clear if that many ways of killing you exist on the map. Because then you're constantly like, as a wave clearer, the reason why that's such an important consideration is because you're always on map. They see you. They know where you are. They can find you if they want to. They can kill you and try to gank you if they want to. So that's the problem with Lina here. And Optic ends up losing the game. VGJ versus Team Secret. Oh, this is the game I analyzed, and I was so wrong because Team Secret's just so smart. This is the game I analyzed, and this was a sick draft. This is a game where there's like a lot of back and forths, and I would beg to differ that this is a game that shows how the Summit can make teams be at a disadvantage in a draft, like playing a tournament right before TI. So the idea that comes up in this draft, I'll mention it as it goes on, is just understanding matchups and how to adjust properly. We've seen these teams that we mentioned, we see these lane matchups where they shift all these heroes around, and that requires deep understanding of heroes to play them in multiple lanes, multiple roles, play them as the one, play them from behind, play them when they're snowballing. That type of understanding is drastically different than just knowing what to do with the hero, like in a good game. Knowing what to do with a good game of any hero is very easy, honestly. Knowing what to do with a hero in very awkward situations, very like not in standard, or even just playing with a shitty game, like you're really far behind, you have a really terrible start, is really difficult to pull off. So VGJ leads off with the Wraith King. They immediately respond with Clinks. We've talked about this. Clinks against Wraith King, Clinks Silencer. So Clinks already has one good lane. That's the main emphasis about this Clinks. Already has one good lane. Now you can put him anywhere you want, but he's got a good lane. One good lane guaranteed. And that's the nice thing about being able to pick a core this early on, is you're like, okay, he's got one good lane matchup. Because even if Wraith King's just a support, there's really no core in the game that just shits on Clinks in lane, in the side lanes. And Wraith King's still going to have to stun you, and you're still able to dodge it. So they banned the Bloodseeker. Very good against Mirana. If you saw my pub the other day, I literally said Mirana can't lane against this hero. And it's just because he out-sustains your right clicks and now damages you. So they banned the Bloodseeker, also good with the Rupture. And they banned the Wyvern. Setting up for a Drow strat, or not for a Drow strat, sorry. Not setting up for a Drow strat. They're just scared of Wyvern. I guess they banned okay, so this is an interesting ban, right? These are the type of bans that you ban because of their ban. You're like, why'd they ban Wyvern? What? So you just ban Lycan. Like the only core left in the pool that you can think of that just gets dumpstered by Wyvern. So they ban Lycan here. And it's also good against Clinks. Also good against Clinks. It runs at the Clinks. But that's always like those interesting bans where you're like, what? But it's like, because that ban was like, what? Okay, so they silence Earthshaker every freaking game, and they pick Undying. I don't love this Undying pick, to be honest with you. I thought this was really bad when I saw it. Yeah, it's like nice to pick it against a matchup of a 4-position Shaker, but in every other game we've seen on Undying, I've at least seen one core that it deals with really well. The Tinies, the Wraith Kings, these type of heroes. Like a melee strength core that Undying can dumpster their lane or shit all over in the mid game. And in this game, they haven't revealed any cores other than a Clinks who kills Tomb and isn't countered by Undying in the laning stage. So it doesn't make any sense to me. I thought this Undying pick was really forced. Just a comfort zone pick for them. And so then they go with Necro. How do they actually kill Necro when you look at their heroes? So then they have to respond to this pick. Since you have absolute last pick, you're like giving yourself versatility. Clinks can go all 3 lanes. Necro can go all 3 lanes. You're forcing these 2 picks to respond to the Necro and be concerned about whatever this last pick is. Because they really have no ways to kill the Necro right now. Like they have stuns, but they don't really have like damage. They need I remember them picking this, but I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it's nice crowd control. And it's nice in theory, but I think there's a reason why we haven't really seen Coddle this entire tournament. He just doesn't feel like a very strong hero. Like, he steals a lot of farm from the 4 position, and he feels like an inferior Wyvern. Because he can take the dangerous farm, like he can defend towers, but I'd rather have a Wyvern. That's just how I look at it. I'd rather have a Wyvern on my team. So we have a Coddle. They last banned the Huskar to prevent the cheese. That's the goal, because they have to pick, they pick TA, so their goal is this. They're playing it secret. And this is where the mind games come into play, and why the Summit, I believe, cost VGJ this game, was that they say, we want to pick TA, we've got 2 heroes to ban that we're concerned about getting cheesed with. This is Ace Dota here. We're concerned about Huskar and Meepo. So when you think about Meepo, you think to yourself, we have nothing really to kill Meepo. Yeah, we have Blinding Light to control him. We have Tombstone, that's okay. But Meepo shreds the Tombstone, so that's not that great. And we have no AoE disable. But at the Summit, it was Fnatic versus Optic, where Meepo TA matchup was played twice. The Meepo crushed the first one because CCNC misplayed it. And then TA crushed the second one because he learned how to play it on CCNC over the course of the game. And so they're thinking, we're going to pick TA, and we don't care if you pick Meepo, because we're just going to shit on it in lane. We're going to own this lane. I'm sure they've practiced the 1v1. I'm not even joking. They've probably practiced the 1v1. They're sure about it. They're like, we're going to win this lane. And then Team Secret puts Clinks mid, off lane Meepo, and they just lose the fucking game. I look at this draft, and I'm like, oh, like, it's all about this mid lane. TA needs Roche. Meepo needs Roche. And I look at these 2 heroes, and I know, based on the matchup, that all that matters is Roche. Whatever team gets Roche first wins this game, period. If you get Roche, you win. And they win offlane Meepo, mid Clinks, mid one shit on Yoar. The reason why Clinks is good against TA is he outranges her, and his Searing Arrows are a separate instance of damage. So whenever you attack with Searing Arrows, it procs 2 instances of Refraction. So I believe TA was jungling at level 4, and then Meepo was also jungling at level 4, but Meepo recovers way faster than TA, and they won the game off that. So it was really cool. But VGJ had this understanding of what this matchup was going to be, and then Seeker just throws it offlane. Just throws the Meepo offlane. And that's what I mean by playing a hero in all circumstances, where Ace played the hero from behind in a shitty spot. He was level 4 like 8 or 9 minutes in. He was terribly underleveled. And it was pretty clear that Yawar is also quite unfamiliar with TA versus Clinks matchup. The matchup's not supposed to be good, but you should not be jungling at level 4, I don't think. Moving on to game 2 of Team Secret versus VGJ. So VGJ really likes to ban PL because it block picks Drow. So notice how a lot of times if you look at their drafts, they'll ban PL and the opponent will ban Drow. Just this idea of block picking is pretty common throughout this tournament, and you'll see it, I mean, for all pro games, but you see it a lot with PL Spectre versus Drow specifically going on a lot. So Silence are super powerful against Mirana. I can't emphasize enough. We've seen it already. We've seen Silencer, or Mirana's not picked because of Silencer. We've seen Silencers picked into Mirana. Like, I think Mirana just gets completely owned by Silencer in the laning stage, in the game, in team fights, like everything. So immediately, I already favor Team Secret's draft here. They ban these summon heroes because they have no way of dealing with them with these two supports, which I really like a lot. Like, this is really important. They pick two supports. They reveal a lot about their draft, a lot about their laning stage. So they immediately remove the summons heroes, which Kyle talked about a lot. And this is super important that they do this because these two supports do absolutely nothing to these. So that suddenly puts you at this massive disadvantage where your cores would not only have to deal with the summons hero, but also be a good lane matchup, which is almost impossible to pull off. Once again, we see the Bloodseeker ban against the Mirana. Oh, this ends up being Corvinge. That's what ends up happening. But it could be their two supports. And once again, we see the Clinks against Tiny. In this case, the Clinks being picked after the Tiny, which I think is the proper way it should be ordered. I think Clinks owns the hell out of Tiny. And Willow's ult, the damage one, is a projectile. So Willow does not hit you when you are strafed. So quite good against Willow as well. Natural Sheepstick Builder, that was good against Willow. They banned the Brood. Obviously have no way of dealing with that hero. Ban the Arc Warden because it synergizes well with them and they know that they Ace plays it a lot. So contrary to popular belief, you may think, hey, Tiny, really high damage nuke hero against Terrorblade. That's really good, right? No, it's not. Because what happens is Tiny at some point in the game, especially when Terrorblade gets level 15, no longer does enough damage to kill Terrorblade. Just no longer does enough damage to burst him in one combo. So guess what happens if you burst Terrorblade and don't kill him? Hup, Sunder, dead. So Terrorblade's actually very good against Tiny. As long as you survive the laning stage, Terrorblade is quite powerful against Tiny. And so you see this Medusa pick, one of the only Medusas we saw all tournament, and it's not really a game-winning pick. You have Clinks go, like, mid one just goes Diffusal on Clinks, which is, like, super powerful against the Medusa because you burn the mana shield. And Terrorblade Medusa, the way I talk about this matchup is neither hero really deals with the other. Like, both heroes kind of just stalemate in terms of the matchup over the course of the game. Reflection's great against the split shot plus, like, Maelstrom's great against all the Terrorblade illusions, but neither hero owns the other. The difference is Terrorblade is uncountered this game, while Medusa is countered. And that's how I look at it. And Secret ends up winning this game. I feel like both heroes are going to get their farm. They both get their farm. And then Terrorblade has better late game viability compared to the other four heroes of VGJ than Medusa does. And the one thing that was really nice about Team Secret's way of playing was they forced out the Medusa ulti and then they disengaged. They did that really well. So the way they took fights was really intelligent. They just said, we have global. We're willing to, like, trade one or two big ults on our part to trade for Medusa Stonegaze because that's, like, their only defense. They're only, like, get away from us. Yeah, they have the fear from Willow, but that's just not that powerful in this game because all the cores are going to be in different places on the fight. It's not going to hit multiple heroes. They're all ranged. So their most powerful tool is the Medusa Stonegaze, and Team Secret did a really good job of forcing out the Stonegaze, disengaging, and then re-engaging. EG versus VP, game one. Pretty standard stuff. Willow, quite a powerful second pick with a hero like Wraith King, Broodmother Cheese, Weaver IO. Pretty regular things. Ursa, huh? What does that mean that they want to pick? They ban the Enchantress. See, there you go. That tells you everything. What do they want to pick because they banned Ursa? Oh, Enchantress ban. Boom! Nailed it. Chen. Okay, EG stepping a little outside of the box here with some Chen. They go for CM, who can deal pretty well with the creeps, plus a strong laner in the Necrophos. And immediately the Drow strat. We talked about how Necro has a rough time against Drow strats. You have the Babysitter in the laning stage with the Chen, and then you have the Drow. We got it all covered by EG here. They ban out the Spectre, they ban out the PL. Clinks. Huh. Okay. I guess maybe Chen's good against PL. I don't know. In terms of, like, the early mid game. Not sure why Clinks over PL. It's even better now, though, that they have the Broodmother ban, so that's, like, one of the three bans they really prioritize. I don't like Mirana against Drow either. This is very weird. Not a huge fan of Mirana versus Drow. I think they're, like, too scared of these creeps or something. Notice how many silencers are being kicked against Mirana. And then they pick Elder Titan again. We've seen a lot of Elder Titans for some reason. We saw this earlier. We saw Elder Titan picked and then Storm picked in response. And it's just like your 4 position who's supposed to deal with Storm is an Elder Titan. So they have very little lockdown for the Storm, and it's Sumail Storm. and they have global to back them up. They have global plus Drow for a Sumail Storm. That looks like a tall task to ask to beat EG with this type of game. They banned the Enigma to follow up like this team fight that they're kind of lacking. They have like a lot of initiation, but they don't have team fight. And I was actually thinking Pugna second pick when I was walking this draft live, to be honest with you. It's good against Crystal Maiden, and it crushes Necro. And they end up getting this last pick Pugna. And when I think a hero's good second pick and then they get it last, that's scary as all hell. So EG's got quite the scary timing push strat. They're geared up to win the lanes. And then last pick Tiny just feels underwhelming. I actually don't know who wins. Does EG win this game? Yeah, this looks like a significant outdraft to me for EG. Storm pretty much free farms against Tiny and lane. You can't see it anymore. Storm farms pretty much freely against Tiny. He's got a global to back him up. He's got Drow Aura to back him up. He's going to be the space maker. He can go all these greedy items. The only way they actually catch him out is CMW, which is not a feels good man, when only way of killing a Storm is to get him with a CMW. And then that's like very low range, very low mobility on your support. Yeah, they have Tiny, but he's not going to kill a Storm. Storm gets 400 health at level 15. He no longer dies to Tiny combo. BSJ, that's level 15. But, like, how do you kill him before that, right? Like, there's going to be a window of, like, 3 minutes where they can actually kill him with, like, 2 heroes with Tiny Blink. And that's just a lot to ask for. And so S4, he goes a super tanky build, which I love a lot. Usually you don't like picking Pugna into these, like, Tiny type heroes. But he just goes freaking treads with a pipe. Like, he's just super hard to kill. And you just have all these abilities to enable one hero. And that's the Sumail show in a nutshell. I don't think there's much else to say about that game. They last picked a hero that doesn't even shut down Sumail when Sumail has a Drow Silencer. And that's not, in my opinion, a recipe for success for VP. I feel like that's kind of drafting scared. Like when they draft Tiny. Tiny's just like a very safe pick. Like, you got to pick... I don't think you can just pick a safe hero against Sumail when he's got a Drow Silencer and you just hope to win. Mirana gets out-traded by Silencer in the laning stage, and then the Curse actually owns her like all stages of the game. So, and then you can actually get killed by a lot of heroes that you couldn't previously get killed by because of global. So overall, it's just a very conceptually hard counter from Silencer to Mirana from the support role. So they actually banned the Silencer first round this game. First pick the Ursa, which I never like, honestly. And they go Venge Mirana. So they just go 2 ranged heroes instantly. So now that Silencer's banned and you picked Ursa, like, wow. I didn't even notice this as a tournament. Like, sometimes you don't notice until you're just analysizing these games, you know? You see the Silencer banned, you see these 2 ranged heroes you can pick, and you get the Venge stun set up into the Mirana arrow. Yeah, the Bane, like, is a nice, like, bully in the laning stage. But he can actually die to Venge, like, level 2 and Mirana level 2. Quite scary, honestly, to play Bane here. So they immediately ban the Tusk, a hero that does very good job of kiting the Ursa, and also the save for the Bane's Nightmare, or for the Bane, Fiend's Grip. Broodmother, whenever you have these ranged heroes, Earthshaker, like, they're definitely setting, like, Enchantress is still in the pool. And even though, like, is this the idea behind the Ursa, is to, like, counterban the Enchantress? But, like, I don't think Enchantress is, like, unplayable against Ursa, to be honest with you. You're not going to pick it here, I don't think, because of Bane and Ursa. I think Bane is also very good against Enchantress. I think they're, like, out metagaming themselves here. They're like, we're not going to let you have Enchantress, so you guys can just own us with everything else you pick. We see this Lich hero. First time I've seen it without a IO in the game, but it's super good against Ursa. Ursa gets completely owned by the Ice Armor, especially in the early game. The move speed slow is, like, really powerful. And then also, like, you usually need a couple levels on Ursa to actually kill people. The Bane sleep into Ursa Clap is nice and all, but they have the Mirana as the core, so, like, that's not going to kill the Mirana. They go for this Tiny. They have 3 squishy heroes on the side of EG, but honestly, Mirana can build, like, Dragonlance BKB type items, and Venge is not that squishy as a support. So, once again, don't love Tiny being picked into Venge. I just don't like it. It's one some, like, it's not like it's unwinnable. I just don't like it. And suddenly you get this Veno pick that's, like, 2 kiteable Blink-reliant cores. Maybe a support, I guess, but, like, Ursa gets completely shit on by Veno. Like, that's, like, probably the hardest counter pick to Ursa in the game. The slows plus, like, natural 4-staff halberd builders. And they go for the Pugna. They have no way of dealing with Veno wards in 4 heroes. And they have no reach for Veno. If Veno is sitting on top of wards, he's unkillable. And I love this ban.
I also think Clinks is quite good against Veno because you can hunt him down through Invis and kill him pretty quick. So they kind of set up for this Veno pick with these two bans and this ban. So these are really good bans. I feel like, once again, PL seems like the only hero, but I don't even think it's good. They need to have like a tiny 4, I guess. They need a gap closer carry that scales. That would have been fine. Ugh. I don't like that pick at all. Like, how do you ever kill Veno? And if you don't kill Veno, how do you ever win Dota? Like, you have to be able to kill this hero. If he has Hood, 4-staff, Halberd, he's literally never dying. BSJ, that's a lot of items. I mean, he can go 4-staff, or he can go like Hood first, 4-staff second, and then Halberd third. And like, he is still pretty unkillable with just Hood, 4-staff. I mean, I'm sure that's probably what he goes, right? And you're talking about having trouble killing a Veno. Same idea here. Yeah, you have an Alchemist versus like a Tiny or an Ursa, but like, you're never going to be able to deal with this Veno. So like, the problem is you have to invade this Alchemist lane, and you have this Veno shoving out like 1 or 2 lanes at all times. And then you have this Mirana that until Tiny Ursa blink is unkillable. So like, they're just, you have to go through the other 2 cores to get to this Alch. And I don't feel like they have the ability to do that. And that's, I mean, I think that's all she wrote. I think you had to put Ursa mid here, but they put Pugna mid. Do they actually put Pugna mid? Okay, they put Ursa mid. That's good. So they left Ramses on it, but they put him mid. So these are like the good adjustments these teams are making, right? And like, Ursa's going to absolutely freeform this lane. That's just how it is. But like, he needs like a +1 to help kill this Alch. And eventually Alch just shits on Ursa, like, as the game goes on. The thing about Bloodseeker compared to Ursa is Bloodseeker is good against Alch at all stages of the game because Rupture, like, Alch heavily relies on running around at all stages of the game. And so Bloodseeker absolutely dumpsters him in the later stages as well with Rupture. But Ursa, on the other hand, just gets kited by Alch. You can still go the Radiance, Manta, Shivas, and eventually Ursa can't lock onto you, and you just kite him and die, and he dies. So overall, I feel like VP needed like a gap closer, needed like a carry, and they last picked Wyvern. That felt really weird. Chin just moved up in priority really high in this tournament, even though he got nerfed a bajillion times. And Liquid just throws out this first round Broodmother. And I feel like this had to be a Kunga. I'm going to be honest with you. Why don't they just pick Kunga? Why not? Doesn't it get banned here? I feel like Kunga just owns Brood, and it just needs to be picked. I think that this was a big deal that this is not a Kunga. I don't think Necro's good against Earth Spirit. I feel like Earth Spirit +1 kills Necro at all stages, as we've talked about, so just give him a +1. And he's good to go. They go for Wyvern. I guess against all the Chen summons? I actually don't understand the Wyvern pick. Bloodseeker. So this draft by Team Liquid clearly is looking to just snowball the lanes, but these last 2 picks have kind of confused me a bit, to be honest with you. I like the Ursa ban, though, because it's really good against the Bloodseeker. And so now they have the Storm hero that I've been told can't lane against Broodmother. So as of now, they still don't have anything that deals with Brood in the lane. They have so many heroes to kill the Brood later, the Earthshaker plus Storm. But they have no way, in my opinion, to really slow the snowball of this Brood. Yeah, like the Storm can do decently in lane for like the first 4 or 5 levels, but eventually you run out of mana. Eventually you just have to run away. And so they go for this Alchemist last pick, which I look at this and I actually think through the game. So this Batrider pick was freaking game winning. Mind Control played so freaking dope this game. So if you look at Matama Man this game, I feel like until BKB, he's actually very vulnerable. So he's just going to farm all game. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, he's going to farm like 1 or 2 items, then get a BKB, maybe make some plays with Earth Spirit or something. And then this Batrider's job is to just occupy lanes and make space for his team. He needs to enable the rest of his team to do what they want to do by just sitting in lanes. So they don't actually need the gank from Batrider. They have an Earth Spirit, they have Bloodseeker, they have people that can make plays. They don't have anyone that can show on the map consistently and not just die. Broodmother dies showing in lanes in the mid game. Bloodseeker dies showing in lanes on the mid game, right? And look at the way Mind Control builds his Batrider. Like, yeah, he ends up getting a blink, but like, look at this build leading up to the blink. He has an extra, 16 strength plus a hood on Batrider, and gets a really late blink. So he's like, we've got people that can make plays early to mid game. Bloodseeker ends up wanting to recover sometime between like 15 and 25. Bloodseeker wants to farm up items. So like during this time, Bloodseeker now has a BKB when he has a blink, so it's like synergistic in that timing, right? And then Bloodseeker can now chill and get his Radiance during this time because now Batrider's running around the map making plays. So they have this synergy of timing, right? BKB and the Blink Dagger come out at about the same time. And then you have this Playmaker, which enables Bloodseeker to play like more passively and greedy, and then he gets this Radiance, right? And Broodmother just goes 2 items BKB, gets the Aegis BKB. Or gets the BKB and then takes Aegis, right? Oh, somewhere in there the Aegis was. And notice when they got this Aegis, by the way. It was at 17 minutes. So they had this timing of Blink, BKB, Aegis on Brood. Give him a BKB. I think he ended up almost throwing the game here. But just a sick game plan execution by Team Liquid and a really nice last pick by them. So overall, like, really liked that Batrider last pick. Had an absolutely free lane. They had no one on Team Secret that could deal with Batrider in the landing stage. They had this way to deal with Brood, but Brood didn't actually have to be their win condition. Brood will eventually be powerful with a BKB that game anyway. We have Chen first pick once again. They pick one of the 3 cores in the game that can deal with it. Guess what? The other 2 are gone. Clinks and Weaver. So guess what? They pick PL. Why are these the 3 cores? Disjoint, Disjoint, Disjoint on the Wraith King stun. All these heroes can also build Diffusal for Wraith King in the mid game, so he can use his ult. I like these bans. Necro quite good against PL. Also Alchemist quite good against PL as well. So they already set up this Brood, right? They banned the Kunkka. So the lovely thing about this pick right here, or this ban right here, is they don't have a response ban. So the way they changed the drafting order, so that second pick, it used to be that second pick in the second round would have to ban and then this ban. So in the past, you could ban Kunkka and then they just ban Brood. But now you get this ban where you're like, if you want Brood here, go ahead. We're going to pick Wyvern. We pick Wyvern, I dare you to take Brood, right? Like, this is a great hero against Brood, and then we have 2 more picks. So then they set up this Brood 4th pick, which is just genius once again. They pick this Monkey King hero. Monkey King's like good in laning against Brood, but the problem with Monkey King against Brood, Monkey King in general as a hero, is he's fragile. He's always vulnerable to just getting ganked and dying. If Willow or Wyvern come here in the mid to early game against this Monkey King, he's just going to die. And you watch it happen, and if Monkey King dies like once or twice to Brood, you actually just lose the freaking game. Like, you just lose the lane so hard, and you just get snowballed out of control, you just lose the game. So it's one of those things where it's nice in theory, but if Team Liquid knows how to deal with it, which clearly they are one of the best Brood teams in the world, then it will be dealt with quite well. And they end up ganking it like twice in the early to mid game, if you want to check that out. I like the Nyx ban. They have like a lot of +1 heroes. They needed like a hero to assist the Monkey King, the Lina, the PL in killing somebody. And I think Nyx would have been great here. It's good against Willow. It's good for finding the Brood. Mana burn even for Wraith King on top of it. Hunt the Wyvern in the back of fights. I really like this ban. This ban confuses me a bit, but if anything, it's Miracle Monkey King. Miracle Anti-Mage. And they don't really have the best heroes at dealing with Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is pretty decent against PL. They have the Space Makers for it. It would have laned well against Pugna. But overall, I just don't think Anti-Mage is a good hero. But I'm fine with them banning it based on the fact that it's Miracle on the other team. So now you just have to pick something that lanes against... Oh, so they actually go side lane on the Broodmother. And they go mid lane on the Invoker. I remember this, actually. But what happens is the Broodmother takes part in ganks on the Monkey King, and they kill it twice. Yeah, I remember this anyways. And this Invoker putting him in. This is one of those situations where Monkey King is way better against Broodmother in the side lanes. Or in the mid lane, sorry, than he is in the side lanes. The mid lane's much harder to gank. It's much more of a 1v1 where Monkey King can stun and kill the spiders in one hit. And Liquid just throws a curveball where they're like, yeah, we're just going to side lane the Brood again. We'll put a mid lane Invoker with Miracle on it against you. And we're going to let him carry the game. Because they picked this Brood hero, and it's going to do his job. It's going to put this, like, force all of this reaction, all of this space is going to be made. And then they just pick a hero that makes use of the space. And I think overall, Team Secret has a draft that's capable of winning this game. Like, I think they've got the necessary tools. I think they've got, like, the mid-game active hero, the farmer, the tower pusher, the, like, babysitting support. But I just think Liquid's in their comfort zone too much this game, to be honest with you. Until Diffusal Blade on PL, they're really bad against Wraith King, honestly. They have, like, a lot of burst reliance. Willow's basically unkillable. Like, they have 1 stun, and that's Monkey King stun, which is, like, less than 2 seconds. And then... I just feel like Matamba Man is going to have space on the Brood no matter what. Their reach on the side of Team Secret just isn't that great. With against heroes like Invoker and Brood, you actually have to be able to chase them down long distances. They're very fast heroes, and they have very good ways of protecting themselves, whether that be free pathing or, Invoker spells in general. So it just feels like there's a lot of weight on Team Secret's shoulders to slow down the pace of Liquid's game and enabling Ace, and I feel like Ace is
just going to have a tough time fighting at any point in the game. There's just a lot of shit on the ground. There's the Invoker stuff, the Wyvern ulti you always have to be concerned about, the Willow, the Root, all the AoE from Willow. And then you don't really kill the Brood with PL either. So overall, it's a game where I think it could go either way, but it felt easier to play the game, and it felt more comfort zone-esque for Team Liquid in this game. And they do end up taking it.
I don't know if you've brought this up, but I think it's worthy of repeating otherwise. But Spectre dispersion damage is dealt before reduction, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like absolutely absurd, which is partly why that hero just doesn't lose late game, especially when OG has like the Wisp, Centaur, Ags stacking damage reduction, because they end up targeting Spectre and he just fucking kills them anyway because they're dealing 100% damage in an AoE, but Spectre's only taking like 20%. I think that's like just some shit.
People are telling me to make you louder, but so you're basically saying that they're taking more damage than they're actually outputting to the Spectre.
Yeah, they're actually taking the 30% dispersion does more damage than the damage Spectre's actually taking. And then the follow-up, and something I'll probably be saying like this entire year, is that to your point about Sumail, I thought he played fantastic, but his itemization could have been improved. And I think that's partly why OG won TI. I think the skill gap has become so close, everyone's so good now, that decisions like itemization, draft synergy, that's what's going to win future TIs. Long gone are the days where you can just have like the better player and he carries you. It's now more about, okay, what item timings did you hit, and then which team fights did you take those items to? But I feel like Seb is one of my MVPs at TI just because his items were perfect in like every single game. And that's more important than a marginal skill gap, because at the end of the day, everyone at TI is in the 99.99 percentile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's what I was trying to say about the game, right? Is I'm like, I know Sumail like played out of his mind for the most part. Like, I mean, if you look at his first like 20 minutes, it's absolutely flawless. But I was basically going off of your point and mentioning is that if you have the wrong idea of how you're supposed to close the game, or you waste 3k gold on your most valuable hero on your team, that is enough to lose a game. And because if everyone else on the enemy team is doing everything right in that regard, and you make one small mistake and slip up, suddenly a game that should be unlosable is that game was quote unquote unlosable. Like the game that they lost to OG game 3. Like they should have no business losing that game. They were up 2 racks at like 20 minutes or something. And they had
it's the lack. You can even see like in the stats, like if he has a BKB at earlier timing where they have like they finish pipe, they have Arteezy BKB Ags at like 20. That's like 30 minutes. Wow, they actually win the game if you just like you don't even need Silver Edge. You just get double BKB. You have Ags on edge, like you just go high ground right there. But because the BKB comes online so late, you lose that one fight to that was the Spectre buyback into Team White.
Yeah, I remember that.
Crushed the game, but at a certain point, like you just lose because Spectre, and they didn't, they just didn't hit the timing.
Yeah,
I feel like the itemization though is just nuts. Like it's all Seb specifically. Every fucking game is going some combo of like Pipe or Crimson. In that game, he went Crimson Ags Refresher because he knows Anna can just go in, not take any damage, but deal full dispersion damage, and you're just giggling at them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like those unique adjustments that people made, like that. It does win or lose TI, and like I was even talking about in the that's itemization wise. We're looking at the drafts, and I was like, the first thing that came to mind, I didn't even notice since in the tournament, but I looked at Mineski's draft for their 2 games in their best of 3, and they just picked whatever they wanted to pick. It didn't matter what the enemy was picking. Like they didn't adjust to the opponent picks at all. They you knew what they were going to pick 100% of the time. It was like really formulaic, and I feel like OG was the hardest team in the tournament to actually understand what they were doing. Like with their heroes, like they knew exactly what items to build, what the game plan was, and I feel like other people didn't know their game plan, and that's why they won. Like that, I feel like that's why they won. They just Sumail said it. They just played better. Like they just had better items. They had better strats. Like
the key playing against OG, part of what really surprised me. Well, I'm going to skip ahead. You had to ban Chen Furion against OG. I feel like every TI winning team has these heroes that just end up getting auto banned against them, and they're somewhat uncountered. Like back TI5, Aoi playing Naga techies, like if they first two these heroes, it's a support. Same with OG. It's like these super strong 5s that No Tail's an expert on. So if you leave them, you give OG like a free first pick they're very comfortable with, and you just end up wanting to ban them pretty exclusively. I think that's a big advantage for OG that they took into pretty much every series after the VGJ one, where they proved like, hey, we can actually just win every game with Chen. LGD bans Morph, which sets them up for a really quick first 2 IO Gyro. OG responds by just taking the IO from them. I think that makes sense. Weaver Drow, pretty solid Gyro and Wisp counters. I think this is one of like the best openers. There's no real problem with it, you know? It's just like Drow seems to be a busted hero. I've played Weaver since this tournament. It seems broken. Watching it made it seem broken, but it's Wisp Gyro, so they pick it anyway. You want to have a little discussion about Wisp Gyro? Or have you done that already?
I've talked a bit about it, but yeah, I'm sure you could expand upon it more so than what I said. So anything you have to say about Wisp Gyro is good.
I mean, it's sort of like Spectre, right? Where you get to a certain point and the combination just becomes busted. I think Gyro is like the best Wisp partner before you bring into account that he gets the free Ags, which is just essentially an extra auto attack every second.
Yeah, it's just free damage. And it's like, most notably, the damage for the thing about Ags on Gyro is that it gives single target damage on a hero that already has like a ton of AoE. So that single target damage is not only like against heroes, but against towers, against Roche. Like, it gives him the ability to take all of the objectives that he previously couldn't take, or threaten. So now the problem with building Ags on Gyro is that it limits your damage output otherwise, also like on the towers. But now you just have that tower damage, that Roche damage, and you have this damage amp, which Gyro is a hero that, or damage, mitigation, which Gyro is a hero that just sits there attacking. He doesn't like kite in and out of fights or anything like that. He's literally just standing his ground, hitting people. So the damage mitigation synergizes even better with him for that reason. And obviously the landing stage mana, all that crap.
You also just spam mana. Like, I love any hero that can utilize Wisps for the mana regen as well when you're farming.
Yeah.
So you just get an extra couple Qs off per camp, which just drastically increases your farming speed, especially when you consider that the barrage after level 15 is like 1,000 damage now. It's just too much damage out of these heroes.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
You already have enough AoE magic damage just because you have Wisp Gyro.
All of his weaknesses are single target damage, or sustain, and tankiness, like to be able to like stand his ground, and like IO solves all of that, and that's why he's such a good Gyro or IO partner. So, go ahead.
Another real quick point though, just based on the bans, OG has like a power ranking of supports: Chen and Furion, Bane, Wisp. So it's definitely tier 1 is like Chen, Furion, but Wisp, Bane. You have to ban Bane here, I think, because if you give it away with a Drow or a strat, like your lanes are just going to get wrecked. And you'll see later in the tournament, they end up picking Bane because those minion heroes are banned. And I think that it was kind of underrated this tournament, because when those creep supports are out of the pool, all of a sudden Bane just becomes this ridiculous power level because you walk to any lane and trade with any support. Like, to your advantage, especially if you were to have a Drower. Like, it's just, you cannot trade with Bane, and he guarantees you in a lane. And now that you're going this sleep build as well, it's just super good setup. Like, it's just kind of a busted hero. I feel like OG had a great read on which supports were just the strongest in the meta, like just even coming into the event.
The one thing I noticed about Bane as well, like on top of the fact that he matches up against all these supports, like he even matches up against a hero like Undying, which we saw a lot of, but like he matches up really well against Enchantress and Necro. Those are things that I've already mentioned throughout this video, was these heroes like heavily rely on like winning trades at level 1 and like using that level 1 snowball into like they get level 3 before you and the lane's just over. And he actually just mans up on Enchantress and he mans up on Necro and like removes all attention from your carry, which is like something really no other support can do at level 1, and I think that was a big part of Bane. And we saw Bane picked in the last series, or like a couple series ago, and they banned the Nature's Prophet. So I also mentioned how, you know, he's not good against these summons heroes. He's just not good against any hero that like has more than one thing to hit. Like, as long as he has one thing to hit, one thing to brain sap, then he's really good. And also, I think he's good against Gyro because of the Enfeeble's nice, but also just like he secures your Drow's lane. I said whenever you pick Drow, all you need is a babysitter. The ones we've seen were Nature's Prophet, Bane, Ogre, and Undying. And those are kind of like the heroes I think that fit the bill. And I think I love... So early on, what I mentioned was when you see these IO Gyro combos, when you see IO in general, you need a hero that responds decently to the core, and it responds to IO. So I don't love Wyvern against Gyro just because the Cold Embrace against Gyro is not all that great, but Wyvern's like super good with the Drow and it's super good against IO. Like anything that counters the relocate, I think is really good.
I'm okay with it. I don't like it here, to be honest.
That's what I'm saying. I don't love it against the
It's too
Gyro.
much-
I don't love it
Yeah,
against the Gyro.
it's too early as well. Like, there's so much magic damage coming out. Now you give away like a free Enchantress pick. Like, what if they just take Enchantress third instead? Know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
why leave what I would say is the strongest core in this tournament just available for free, especially when you already have a Drow on your team? Because you don't really fear Wyvern as a counter pick to your Drow if the cores with it are Weaver and Enchantress, because you're very rarely going to be able to get a big Wyvern ulti on the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like basically these two picks from OG were like too powerful in a row. I feel like the Enchantress was a hero that like it's already good. Like Weaver Drow don't actually deal with you, and like Wyvern kind of does in the mid game with her ult because like your allies don't get affected by Untouchable. But like she's a hero that like now you have two heroes or two cores that deal damage through or potentially a support on the Enchantress that deal damage through Cold Embrace. And then now you have this Pugna pick where any hero that gets decrypt is invincible. Like, that's what blows my mind about this. Not only, like, Witch Doctor, like, yeah, they picked it against Enchantress because the ult's really nice. They picked it against the cast because of the relocate. Like, I see why they picked Witch Doctor, but it's a hero we didn't really see much of. And I don't think they have, like, I don't think it's a good babysitter for the Enchantress, or for the Drow either. Like, I don't think it's good enough. And then suddenly this Pugna pick just, like, it's Thompson hero. It's super, like, it's actually uncountered. There's, like, nothing to deal with it.
And I feel like, to your point again, like, when you have this Drow lineup, especially because the Weaver can be a support, I feel like they could have hid this and just take the core, right? Take the Ench. If you want the Wyvern, that's fine, but like, why not just take a Mirana fourth pick? Like, I think Drow Mirana is just the dumbest combination of cores, especially when you consider the Storm gets banned. But if you're looking at this draft and it's Weaver, Wyvern, Drow, Mirana, I feel like that's a hell of a lot more threatening. Once you give away, like, hey, our support combo is fucking Witch Doctor, Wyvern, you just get train wrecked by this crazy high magic and pure damage comp of OG. There's like nothing you can really do to itemize against it either, and both your supports are essentially just food.
And now you just have a hero that throws himself into you. This is a 5 Wraith King, right? Is it not? Or,
yeah, it was. It was a no-tail Wraith King.
And I love the Wraith King pick simply because like they have all these backliners. Like, yeah, Gyro ends up walking in eventually, but like I feel like they just needed a hero that throws himself in. And I think if you watch this game back, they last pick Huskar, right? That's their last pick?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
If I don't remember if it was you or somebody else, but go ahead.
I don't get the Huskar. That's all. Like, it's so ambitious in a game like this. You feel like if you're running a Drow strat, you want to activate this mid pick, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like the two heroes you might have wanted most, like the Storm Mirana, are now banned by OG, and I just don't see Huskar as like a hero you really want to be activating as a Drow. Like, you just kill the Huskar now, and
yeah,
I just don't like it. I feel like you play Drow. If you're gonna have this like frontline hero, you don't want it to be your mid. You can run this Drow strat with like an Axe or a Brew or some off lane team fighter, and then your 1 and 2 deal the damage. But now you have 3 cores that are all reliant on auto attacks with 2 supports that. Yeah, it's just so ambitious. If at any point the Huskar can't man up, you've just lost the game.
I know it sounds weird enough, but even just having an IO, like, Ghost Scepter is invincible. Like, he can actually just buy a Ghost Scepter for 1,500 gold. I'm not saying he should, like, rush it or anything, but at any point in the game, if he just buys a Ghost Scepter, they're never killing the IO. And, like, well, the one thing I was going to mention, you said how you want your tankiness to be in the offlaner. I just feel like you want your tankiness and damage threat to be separated. Like, you don't want them in the same hero. You want them one in... Like, you want this tankiness hero that forces you to deal with them, and then you want the damage threat to capitalize on that. And I feel like in this case, you have it all on the Huskar. So like you said, just kill the Huskar. Like, you don't have to worry about some other tank. Like, yeah, you have this Weaver hero, but you have a lot of ways to stall out Weaver's impact and then kill the Huskar. And then, like, once the Huskar is dead, I feel like all of LGD's draft kind of falls apart, is what I was kind of thinking.
My biggest gripe is just that they reveal their 2 supports with their 3-4 pick instead of saving the Weaver as a variable, because I think you're you're saving. You're just saying, hey, our last pick is our mid hero, and I feel like that's too much information to give away to OG when they have 2 picks left. I think if the 3rd pick is Ench or the 4th pick is Mirana, they feel a lot better about this draft, and they have a lot more options. I think it would have ended up looking a lot cleaner.
I could agree, especially like I feel like Weaver could have a lot of impact to support this game, especially because even just being a hero that can like occupy Enchantress's lane or like mess with the IO in fights, like it's not a good Weaver game.
Imagine if they have like a last pick bat as an option, which is something we saw them run later in the tournament. And I feel like you just look at this draft, you're like, oh shit, like how does OG actually deal with this? Not just like from the lanes, but as the game progresses. So I don't like you say like this Witch Doctor is a Mirana, Weaver becomes support, last pick bat. All of a sudden, your lanes just seem unlosable, and there's no real counter to a lasso on OG. And they're playing a single core IO strat.
That's a good point.
I mean, it's not really a single core, but you know what I mean. Like it's a fucking IO gyro. So having a BKB piercing disable in this sort of game just seems pretty bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I also feel like, you gave Thompson a hero. Like, whenever you give Thompson, of all people, his, like, 4 hero pool that he just crushes on, and you give him a good game on that hero 4th pick. Like, I don't think that's ever really a winning recipe against OG. Like, in this, like, we saw them win the final game with Ember in a terrible Ember game, and they just win it because it's on his hero. It's like, you now give Thompson his specialty hero in a good game for Pugna. So overall, like OG obviously ends up winning the game. I think, do you have any closing comments about that draft? I mean,
not really.
Yeah, I think that overall, like I like your idea of like if you reveal what your last pick is, like what role it is, it just lets the enemy team have not only know what you're going to pick, but also like they can pick heroes knowing like, yeah, we're not going to get countered by this specific lane or this specific role. Like we're not going to have to deal with, some random offlaner that's going to, like you said, a bat rider that's just going to shit on all of our lanes or something like that. So, okay. Next game. This is game 2. PSG LGD versus OG. You're seeing the same thing again with the Chen Furion bans. They were the first team that really did this. All the other teams didn't really give No Tail the respect, I think, that he had earned on these heroes.
I think he, talking to him after they won, I think that they should have respected this a hell of a lot earlier because like they're his heroes. And I don't know. I can't believe he got him as many times as he did before this, but c'est la vie.
So we've seen Earthshaker Enchantress a lot. I really like the combo just in general. The Enchantress frees up the Earthshaker to roam. The Earthshaker protects the Enchantress from dying. If Enchantress not dying, she's almost always winning the lane.
And to go back to that last draft, the same thing with the Ench. Like when you can pick a Wraith King in that last spot because you have an Enchantress. So it frees up this support hero to be pretty much just a stun, like a melee stun.
You have tons of damage in the lane as well as later.
You secure the lane. You get Ench like level 3 or 4, and then you're free to do whatever you want. So you just get this free pick, and then it can do so much work for you later in the game. But Ench Shaker is just good. So we don't really need to break that down. That should self-explain.
And I like their bans. Like I said that these 2 bans almost always prioritize the core in the first round, if needed, and they just ban 2 heroes that Thompson loves playing that just immediately threaten Enchantress at all stages of the game. I didn't know how I felt about this Lina pick, to be honest with you. I know they played a lot on support, but it didn't stand out to me. Like, it gives you some burst damage against the Enchantress, but it just feels like... I personally feel like when I play Lina, she has all these cast animations, and, like, she's really awkward. So I hate playing her against a lot of stuns. That's what I hate playing Lina against, is just a lot of stuns. Like, stuns that are instant.
I liked it a ton in the Wyvern Lina drafts they had. It was so good because at any point Wyvern hits an ult on 2 heroes, the Lina's got a 2.5 follow-up. Yeah. But in a game like this, it's just it's far too ambitious, I think. The Storm pick is great. There's no real counterplay. Obviously there's a silence, the RP, the Lina stuff, but there's nothing that really deals with Storm. And he has a CM Shaker behind him. So it's like it's already like the dream Storm game when you look at the LGD comp. And then I just feel like for OG to win a fight, like they need near flawless big ult coordination, and that's just not what's winning in this meta, at least throughout this tournament.
Except for in the finals. But no, what I was looking at is like whenever you see Magnus,
you immediately need to pick a hero that doesn't just walk in, because if you're like a predictable hero, I think Magnus is too good against the heroes like just like a troll, for instance. I just use that as an example. A hero that like you know where he's going to be in the fight. You can, if you see him, you can just blink RP him at any point. When you're dealing with like these Slarks, these Storm Spirits, these type of heroes that like at any point you could, or Ember Spirits that we saw like with Echo Slam and stuff. When you see these type of heroes, like you have to hesitate, or like you might just miss if you don't hesitate, and you might miss because you hesitate. Like it just makes these type of heroes much harder to play. It gives you a hero that jumps them in the back lines. And as you mentioned, he's enabled by his other two supports, the mana regen, the follow up from Earthshaker. And also it's like a hero that I see picked against Bloodseeker all the time, because it's one of the very few heroes in the game that you can't just rupture and that hero's like removed from the fight. So.
It's also just, I don't like Bloodseeker as a Magnus partner because he doesn't. You're like a Radiant Spire, you know.
I agree.
You can't really heavily commit to a fight like the traditional mag partners, like Jug, Slark, even Ursa. Like any Bloodseeker is more of a I'm running around hasted. It's like rupture damage, radiance damage. You're not looking to just stick to one target. And the Clink's pick is perfect. You just look at the damage output from the LGD heroes. They all utilize the CM aura. And pretty much any core plus Shaker or CM is going to land a kill. And then the last pick, Invoker, is cute, but this is like such a hard game. Clinks literally shreds every single hero of OG, and they need to commit so many spells to take out any single core. And
I agree.
Like you just lose the fight. Like it doesn't matter if you silence RP to kill a storm, that's not going to win you a fight because there's still a Clinks and an Ench pummeling you. So
yeah, they're never RPing multiple heroes either, because they're all 3 ranged cores and they're all like pretty elusive too. Like you have the Clinks that's going to be Invis, you have the Storm that's going to be like ball lightning around. You have like so much ability to kill the mag instantly too. So he has to worry about his positioning constantly. Something that I don't think people counter or factor in a lot to initiators is like, not only is the initiator having a hard time initiating or getting the right like RP off, but he also has to be scared of getting jumped at like almost every stage in this game. Like there's so many ways for him to just die, like, and not get any of his abilities off. And I know they have global, but like,
no, it's just the global every core in LGD is going to get a BKB, and that's what they ended up doing in this game. I think around like the 25-30 minute mark, and then they just win because there's no real damage output. Like it's Bloodseeker providing physical damage, but that's just not a threat when you consider the HP pools and the innate survivability of the 3 LGD cores. Like you have a Yols on FY, so he doesn't really care about the silence. At a certain point, like the silence becomes worthless. You don't have any damage output, and you're asking Seb to essentially 3 or 4 man RP into a Thompson Meteor Hammer, and that's just unrealistic.
This was the game that Thompson had like a crazy good start, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember watching a bit of this game back. They had one sick play by LGD where they literally showed the Storm in Clink's bottom at one point, and then immediately TP'd the Storm tier 2 and Clink's like tier 3 to get to top, and Thompson was like meteor hammering the tier 2 top. And I felt like the only way that they could win this game, and they just killed him. But like the way I thought OG could win this game was that Thompson just like carried them through the mid game to this point where once they had BKBs, that might not actually be enough. But the minute they killed him twice, I thought the game was just over. Like,
I mean, they can't deal any physical damage. There's not a traditional mag partner, and the staple of what I felt the OG drafts were, and we'll see that in Game 3, is that they trust in Ana to sort of solve the damage issues with their draft, and then they can all focus on innate survivability items. And when you don't actually deal damage, it doesn't matter that you have this Crimson Guard Solar Crest on your mag, because you're just... You don't do anything otherwise. Like you absolutely get wrecked by BKBs, and you're playing against Storm Clank Shaker. So at a certain point, they always have reach to kill Jarex, to kill No Tail. You're gonna lose your supports right away, and then you just can't compete with the like toe to toe.
Absolutely. And I was just thinking, like, a lot of people say, like, when the enemy team has a Void Magnus type hero, why is a BKB so important? It's like, if you BKB and then he RPs you, then what? Like, what happens to you if you BKB when he RPs you? Like literally, you just live. And if they RP you and you live, like the fights are over. So it's just one of those things where, like, when you present 1 or 2 items being too effective, like earlier on, there was a Serenity. I don't remember. I think it's Serenity versus Optic, and Serenity had Ember Marana Silencer.
And so the only way they can kill people was global or chains into arrow. And CCNC was playing Storm, and he just went first item Yules, and then he's never dying for the entirety of the game. Like, he's just never going to die. And he just carries the game. And I'm like, if they can just build one item that makes them immune to like whatever you're threatening, it's really hard to win Dota that way.
Yeah,
And
I like this a lot more from OG for the reasons we discussed. Like, Spectre just seems a bonkers hero. They didn't lose a game with it on the maid stage, if I'm not mistaken, and it's just Ana understands that hero incredibly well, and they hit a certain point. I mean, this game was nuts, though. This was the 2v5 throne defense. Like, this was a game I feel like either team had a very good chance at winning. You could even argue LGD should have won this game. It was absolutely incredible to watch in the stadium, and I think, to me, this was like a top 3 game of all time at TI. Like,
this game was incredible. If you guys did not get the chance to watch this game, I think like it's really cool to watch these drafts too, because Terrorblade's a hero like that we didn't see too much early on in the tournament. I feel like we saw more and more as the tournament went on, simply because of Spectre. Like, people picked it against Spectre. The idea that I want to explain in depth to people to understand why Terrorblade counters Spectre. First off, the reflection. Simply, all of Spectre's Desolate goes on the reflection, so it kills her really fast. But also, something that's underrated is objective taking against Spectre is really powerful. So Terrorblade's a hero that represents early to mid game, like very threatening objective taking. And then also, so Dispersion reflects damage in the source that it was dealt. So a lot of heroes like kill themselves with their own damage, but Terrorblade is a physical damage dealing hero that deals, that has a shit ton of armor. So he doesn't actually kill himself on Dispersion. So it's like one of those heroes that like, not only it's really hard for Spectre to lock him down, and like he can just sunder the Spectre at any given point if Spectre tries to focus him, but also he doesn't die to Spectre. Like, Spectre can't run into the fight the way Spectre would like to. Like, the minute he reflects you and hits you, you're just dying. So it's a hero that we saw a lot more as the tournament went on. And if you have anything to elaborate, go ahead.
I mean, everything you said, and then just to reiterate the Sunder, because it's one of the like 3 methods of dealing damage to Spectre that won't have Dispersion come into play.
Yeah.
So it's just Spectre wants to stay committed to a fight, never leave it, play on the outskirts maybe here and there, but you want burst damage to be able to take out a TB, and as you said, he steals Radiance. It's Ame's best hero. It's the reason that they got so. What was the tournament they won? Wasn't the Super Major? That was why they beat VP in the Super Major to get to the finals, but they then lost to Mineski. But throughout the entire season, it was by far like his best hero.
Yeah, and earlier on in the year, that hero was like completely busted. So like people were just picking it. They just picked it like every single game, or it was either picked or banned every single game. We've seen Silencer Earthshaker, I feel like at least 10 drafts already. The combo is just really nice. The counter initiation combined with the initiation, it's just really hard to play against, I think, is the main thing. It's like, but the one thing about this Earthshaker pick that was a bit worrisome to me was you don't have this hero like Enchantress yet in your draft. So I don't actually remember exactly what heroes they end up picking, but I feel like you need something like a Necro, something like that doesn't need all that much help in the laning stage to enable Earthshaker to do Earthshaker things, I guess you could say.
Yeah. They end up going Pugna, which I think is like second best. That was like what OG was doing before the Ench, but Pugna Shaker, just the decrep into the Fissure Blast ult is like guaranteed oodles of damage, and this also gives you the burst potential to actually take out a Terrorblade once you get the blink timing.
Yeah, I like the Pugna against Terrorblade. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that Pugna, Zeus, and Tinker are like the 3 heroes that stand out against Terrorblade. Pugna ult instantly kills illusions. Obviously, you have the long range magic damage. It's not just that you have magic damage. Like, there's a lot of heroes in the game that can like nuke the Terrorblade, but they also just like die to the Terrorblade. But like with the Ether Lens, these heroes are just way in the back lines.
Yeah, and I love this pick from LGD. Like the FY clock,
really good.
He never gets to play this anymore. It was nerfed so hard, but I think he is by far the best 4 clock in the world, and he went off this game.
It's an incredible game. Clockwork against an Earthshaker Pugna alone, right?
Yep. And Silencer, like you just kill everything. I think the one gripe I would have is that he didn't. He ended up going like Blade Mail Pipe and fell off hard. I don't know if it's necessarily a Midas game, but I feel like when you go earn Blade Mail Pipe, like you don't scale at all. And if he had just bought some items that allowed him to accelerate, like Fine Farm, it's difficult when you have the Ame TB, and then I think they last picked Morana for a maybe here. But if I feel like Midas after Blade Mail, give him the ability to make more plays. Even just having like a Force Staff and a Lotus in a game like this, playing against a Silencer, would have given him an opportunity to like win this game for his team. And he did about all that you could possibly do to do so, but they only got close.
I will say that, not to take away from FY, it's hilarious because like I do remember this game and he played out of his mind. This game, if just to give people an idea, came down to one missed cogs that pretty much cost them the game. Like, meaning, like, obviously there was way more to the game than just that, but there was a cogs that if he had landed, they would have won the game. Like, it was literally like 10 units. Like, he missed the cogs. He tried to cogs the guy in with him. He tried to cogs the Spectre in with him. Instead, he cogsed him back towards his base. Yep. It was like, oh my god.
Up the high ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, he cogged him like back into the high ground or something. It was like insanely like close, and it just ended up being a game changer. And I love the OG Thompson pick, like or the Arc Warden pick, just because it's so good against Terrorblade. You are able to basically mitigate all of his damage. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was surprised they banned Invoker instead. When you consider like they already have Clock Marana, I think that like Invoker's scary, but I think
you have ways to like jump him and remove him from fights.
Yeah. But they're probably not thinking about it. This is another big benefit of OG, where they have these crazy last picks that are available because Thompson and Anna like have these just weird niche heroes that they play. I felt like Arc Warden was the only way they win this game. They're heavily outdrafted until this point, but you have a natural Hurricane Pike buyer. You're playing against 3 range cores, so the bubble is going to naturally force all of them to buy an MKB or suffer. You needed some way of like stalling the game in a sense.
Yeah.
Arc Warden, he got, if I'm not, didn't he like have a crazy laning stage? I think you beat Marana mid. It just felt like the only way they could win this game is with a pick like this.
Oh yeah, and this is the game that Thompson, I think, went Midas, right? Like he went. Yeah, he went.
We
like
were
all these
concerned.
Crazy...
Yeah, I remember talking to you. We were concerned he was going to go that like pipe Dagon build, but like he had to go raw damage to win this game, and that's what he ended up doing. He out damaged Ana on Spectre. I mean, that's pretty damn difficult.
Yeah, no, and you see he builds this Hurricane Pike, this Manta, like he just makes himself really hard to kill, and as long as he's alive, there's no way LGD can actually end the game, because even though MKBs work against Bubble, they don't work against on buildings, so
exactly,
it just doesn't matter. Like they have no way of actually sieging the base. They have so much punish, like even just having a Pugna like dagoning you and sucking you like while you're trying to take base. And this game was absolutely insane. I love the one thing I'd say about Earthshaker that I think made him so popular for this meta was it used to be against heroes like Clock, against Veno, these type of heroes that like once you blinked in or if you got gone on, you were kind of just dead. Now you have Ags. Like Ags didn't used to be nearly as good. They've buffed Ags like 3 or 4 times, and I think that was a big part of why Earthshaker became viable, because you have this ability to actually play this hero in these type of games. Like in the late game, I mean, if you watch his late game, Jirax is a fucking monster, and he just has an Axe blink. Like that's all he has for 50 minutes into the game or whatever. So I feel like that was a lot about why Earthshaker became such a hot pick at TI. Like he's already conceptually a very good hero. He just now has this like situational late game viability against these heroes that previously kind of just removed him from the game.
And it also functions through roots, which is more relevant in later games, but something that I imagine will get changed eventually.
I didn't realize that. So you can still use his enchant totem when you're rooted?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean they've been slowly removing all these different ways of getting out of stuff, like Ember Spirit Remnants and all that kind of stuff, but I'm sure I wouldn't doubt that gets changed as well. But yeah, no, I mean, this game was absolutely insane. If you guys want to check it out, this is definitely, like, I think this draft was very even, to be honest with you. I thought this, like, both teams had, like, a clear-cut window that they could win. They didn't have, like, yeah, they have Pugna and they have, like, the damage mitigation from Arc Warden, but they didn't really have, like, a way to kill Terrorblade. And you kind of see that in his, like, K to D. Like, he doesn't really ever die that much. He just doesn't able to do the damage he needs to do to carry this game, so... I don't know. I liked it a lot. And he has this Blink Sheep. Like, I think everyone built a lot. Like, this is just a clean game. This is just a good game to watch. Definitely. You said top 3 of all TIs is what you said, right?
Mm-hmm. I think based, like, as far as a live spectator, I feel like the only ones that could compete are EG versus eHome, TI6,
yeah.
I think, TI7, don't remember.
I think it's TI6.
and the grand finals, Navi versus Alliance. But this one was especially hyped because there was very much an LGD China section of the crowd and then a Western OG favorite side of the crowd. And the game was just a back and forth. So you'd have one section just screaming either OG LGD, the other falling silent. And that happened like 4 or 5 times throughout the game. And then like LG was winning, and then all of a sudden, this entire section of the arena
It's just
silenced
quiet, yeah.
as Jerax like laid down the hammer, which also like was right as the game turned to day. It was straight up like some Gandalf and the Rohirrim appear at Helm's Deep level. Holy shit! So that was some sauce. But anyway, let's keep going because that was like a 30-minute series.
It was, yeah. We'll speed it up a bit. So. But the one thing I notice is when I'm drafting it, or when I'm analyzing, it's just like things become repetitive, so you don't really have to elaborate on them anymore. After the first time we talked about it, but so now we have EG versus Liquid. This is the loser bracket semifinals for third, fourth. We see the Gyro Band to deny the IO pick first. I think they still go it. Oh no, they go Weaver. S4 like stable hero. We were talking about this a lot. I think I don't know if I was with you, but we were talking about how like powerful S4 is on this hero. He's just such a nuisance. He's like always up in your face. He's like always applying pressure on the map. Always has really good itemization on Weaver specifically.
It's just good. Like it's so open and it's very difficult to counter it because he has so many tools. Like just the Q, the W, the ult. Like there's so many different ways to play it. It's multi-role, multi-lane, and I think that going forwards as people draft, you're gonna see this from everyone where they recognize like we need to open with the core, and it's got to be something multiple players on our team can play. That's also meta strong, and Weaver kind of was like the easy mode of that throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he was definitely the top tier for that exact niche of what you need in a draft. And we've seen Bloodseeker banned almost every time I see a Weaver pick. I was talking about how Drow's really good against Weaver as well, simply because the silence at any point pretty much kills you if you don't have a BKB, and then even when you build a BKB, you can just get right-click down and fight, so it doesn't really feel good at any point to be a Weaver against Drow, other than maybe the early laning stage.
Yep. I don't know how I don't like the Wisp Ogre. We talked about this live as well, where you have these two supports that essentially function to boost the output of their cores. EG goes Lich, which I love as a Wisp counter because you just lane against it.
We've seen it like 4 times this tournament. Yep.
And you remove like Liquid's all about now boosting the damage output, specifically the physical damage output of the cores to come. And Lich is just like, hey, I'm going to put armor on everybody. What's up?
Yeah, and heroes like Lich, I'm pretty sure it's funny because you don't see them at all unless like Wisp is picked. Like you literally, I don't think I've seen a Lich without Wisp in the game. And I've seen like 4 Liches. So it's just interesting that certain heroes are only picked because of one specific hero on the other team.
And this is like this is the perfect Storm pick. You have the best Storm player in the world, second maybe to maybe, but that's debatable. Until maybe wins a TI, I think Sumail's going to hold that title. It's a fantastic Veno counter. You hunt the Wisp ball game, and it's a great pick here. You set up for the Ursa Weaver pretty well. They have tons of burst damage, specifically Ursa. So all of a sudden, like you have immediate reach, and even if you go on Ench, like with an Ursa nearby, you're going to land that kill. And this was the game going all the way back. Like he bought Ags. I think this was the first time in the tournament Sumail did this. And at a certain point, like you just win because you hit 2 or 3 heroes with Ags. Quite easy to do so when you consider where Ogre and Wisp have to position themselves in the fight. Veno's always going to be trying to front line, and bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at this and I say, if Storm's showing in a lane, how do you kill him? Like, they have to pick something that kills the Storm in lanes, and like, you have this Ursa hero that's going to play off map. You have Lich that just boosts these cores, but actually on his own doesn't really do anything. So then you have a core that's already like it just feels like the Lich doesn't have to do anything in this game, and that's the best feeling you can have when you have a Lich. Is he doesn't actually have to do anything. He's just going to push W on his cores. He's going to sacrifice some creeps in the laning stage, and then you have this Willow hero, which I thought was the when I was watching this draft live, I remember them picking Storm, and I remember thinking they should just pick Crit, a hero that doesn't fucking die. Like that's all, like because they have like no lockdown. They have Ogre stun. That's it. And I loved this pick with Willow.
It's similar to like the Wyvern Lena we saw OG pick, where you just have you have a great team fight. Your draft is well rounded, but at any point, the Storm hits Ags on 3 heroes into a fear, like that's it. They would have won this game like 20 minutes faster, but I think Crit like was late on it at a point and people got BKB off, but later they just hit the combo. If you get the pull on 3 heroes and there's a fear follow-up, it's effectively like 7 seconds of disable on more than half the enemy team. Like you can't come back from that. CK was a good pick in this instance because I feel like it at least they needed a stun.
I was going to say I thought Sven or CK were their only 2 options, to be honest with you.
And neither were great, right? Because they're both very weak against Willow. But at the same, like if he got far enough ahead, theoretically they could have won the game. But they're like 80-20'd right now on Liquid, unless they just run over EG. And that game went an hour, and we know how it ended.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like you last pick your win condition CK, and then we can't see anymore, obviously, but you had CK against the Ursa, which is actually a really good matchup for CK. You needed a stun. I think that's why they picked it against they picked CK specifically because it's good against Ursa and they needed a stun. But, like, CK is just not a very powerful hero right now. Like, I'm willing to chop certain drafts up to that being that simple. It's like, you're last picking this hero that you had to pick. It's supposed to be your win condition. And it's just not a good hero, like, right now. Like, it's just not, like, there's games where we've seen these, like, troll warlords where I thought for OG it was a really sick pick because it was, like, a third pick that was really good for the laning stage, and it wasn't meant to be how they won the game. It wasn't their win condition, right? These heroes just aren't powerful enough to put them on, like, your whole game plan riding on them carrying you. And I just look at CK. He's just not strong enough as a like they needed the CK to 1v5, and I just don't think CK is good enough as a hero to do that. So that's how a lot of these drafts I've looked at. I've just been like, yeah, that just doesn't look that scary to deal with. He ended up buying like a rapier on CK, and that's just one of those situations where you're like, what item does he buy? Like he has to 1v5 as a CK. Like it gets real awkward.
Yeah, if he was able to like buy an extra couple item slots for like 5,000 gold, maybe they have a chance. But
maybe one day.
Yeah, like the problem is that they can't win the game at the mid game, and then CK is like their Aegis carrier, but he also needs to deal damage, have survivability. Like you need a mana pool. It's just really difficult to play that hero in that game, and at a certain point, you're not enough, and that's again the benefit of the Lich. Like Lich crushes CK, Willow crushes CK, so unless you can immediately kill these 2 supports, you're just not winning a team fight. And CK is also the only reach on the entire draft, so there's just too many things you're asking.
Too much weight on his shoulders. Yep.
Yeah, reach, physical damage output, initiation, catch. Like it just you can't do it. I like that Liquid banned the Weaver, although they were first picked this game. They go with the Venge.
Very just like dry hero. Just I say it just represents a lot of threats. Like you have a lot of physical damage threats. The hero just kind of does what it does. It like block pits certain heroes as well. I feel like Venge was, I don't know, just overbuffed like 4 times in a row. That's pretty much all that hero did. But we see the Wraith King Willow. This is a duo we've seen like probably 10 times in the main event alone. It's just a powerful dual lane where they stun you and they hit you. And I think ideally, like this Clinkz ban sets it up, is what I was basically going to mention. Is the Clinkz is the primary hero to pick against it. Weaver and Clinkz are the 2 heroes that can disjoint the Wraith King stun that are also good against Wraith King. They can both build Diffusal, and they both deal with him quite well in the lane. So having these 2 heroes out of the pool makes this opening way stronger. What do you think about this Prophet pick? I feel like you on Complexity, you guys drafted this shit all the time. So
in my eyes, it's just not the strongest here. Cause I would have rather you take the Prophet first overall. You've kind of given away what was probably your support duo. I don't think EG is afraid of a core Prophet in this game, and they're going to pick Spectre third, which just sort of shuts that shit down. Like, you can no longer play core Prophet, and it's like we talked about, when you pick 2 supports in the opener, I think it just gives too much information to EG.
It does.
And
supports,
it's just like it's just an easy win condition. Like you have Wraith King Spectre. You just win the game after it goes a certain duration. They ended up winning their lanes, and it's just kind of easy, smooth sailing from there. This was a core S4 Wraith King. He got a blink at 12 minutes and walked around the map killing everybody.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll say about like having these 2 supports in the first round that like you mentioned is like the supports are oftentimes like the plus ones. Like they represent what it takes to kill on top of you. And I was mentioning how like Spectre, for instance, is good against PL if you have some hero that initiates for the Spectre. You have like this Nyx that finds the PL, you have like an Earth Spirit, you have a Storm. And like my point about these support heroes is that there's a lot of cores that are only good in certain matchups against other cores because of the support in the game. So like When you reveal your 2 supports, I think that's my best way of trying to explain how much information teams can gather from seeing the 2 supports, and like just to make the viewers really understand like why that can be so like revealing and leaving you vulnerable. So I like the Necro ban, to be honest with you. I think it's pretty huge that they just removed this heavy lane pressure on the Spectre's lane. I think Spectre most often suffers just from a hero that's up in her face the entire time. She doesn't really die, so she just needs to not get bullied. What did they end up picking here? Do you remember?
Lich again, right?
Lich again, wow.
Which was a bit strange to me because I feel like Prophet Brew both play very well against it, but it just buys time, right? Like you kind of 1-to-1 counter the Venge wave of terror spam throughout team fights as well, and like it's great against the TB pick that came out from Liquid, and you just kind of bank on playing safe and slow with your Lich Spectre, and then the Wraith King Willow is going to kind of control tempo throughout the game. I think if EG doesn't win the top lane, this is a very different game, but because they did, because S4's blink timing was so early, it just became a very easy game for them to play. Because Wraith King Willow just walk around the map slaughtering, Spectre's farming, and eventually hits a timing where he has Manta, and neither one of Liquid supports can do a damn thing. Like
once he gets Manta on Spectre, he's
dies.
actually unkillable. He's actually unkillable. Yeah. He kills everybody. The thing about Manta on Spectre that was so powerful during TI is not only is it like against Terrorblade specifically, it's really important because you can Manta to remove the reflection. But now it's actually a damage item on Spectre is like the big thing. Is she's like the only carry in the game where you say, I build Manta for damage. And you look at, like you said, Prophet and Venge, like neither hero, like Venge is single target, stun, Prophet can't protect himself. Either of these 2 heroes just die instantly to a Manta haunt.
Even the Brew, like he gets a Manta defusal, Wraith King initiates, haunt. What's the counterplay? Whatever target is stunned will die in that duration with the exception of Terrorblade, and you don't need to really worry about him because he's forced to itemize for BKB early, and he lost his lane. Like, a Terrorblade only really gets scary if you accelerate, but...
Yeah, it's a very momentum-based matchup between Terrorblade and Spectre. Like, I mentioned how part of that matchup is that he can force early objectives, mid-game objectives. So part of the reason why Terrorblade should be advantaged over Spectre is because he's taken 4 towers by the time you've taken, like, 1 or 2.
Yeah, and once again, Liquid has this draft where they bank on winning in the mid game, like we saw so many times at TI7. But their supports, like they don't have a natural playmaker, and they're all in on this idea that they can hit a timing and go win the game. And I just don't know how you do that against Lich Willow supports.
Yeah,
like it's just so difficult. And EG just last picks Timbersaw, which seems somewhat counterintuitive because the Viper break, but it's the 1-to-1 counter against TB. Natural Lotus Orb buyer, massive amounts of pure damage. Sumail did very well in his lane, but what else can go mid against Viper and trade? There's very few other heroes. It's not a Clinks game. It's not like you're going to pick something like Alina here. So they just ensure, once again, we're going to be able to stall the game. We're strong enough in the mid game to survive, and if we win that one team fight, you're fucked. And the Timber also gives you so much raw burst damage on a Wraith King initiation, and once again, EG has the reach advantage, where immediately there's a stun, they can follow up from massive distances, and then they have the burst damage to kill whoever it is they target. There's no save on Liquid. They once again have no natural reach. There's no real playmaker on the team with the exception of Brew, and that means you're forced to commit split every time, but you don't even kill a Timber with that. It's hard to kill Spectre. It's just a difficult game for Liquid, and they just get outmaneuvered and they lose this game.
I mean, the one thing I've mentioned several times is like agreeing with everything you said, but also like I think something you mentioned that stood out to me is the trading against Viper is really important because like Viper's a hero that relies on that mid game. So as long as you just trade with them, it's whatever. Like you don't need a hero that beats him. You just need a hero that doesn't lose. But then also like you have this Wraith King that wants to run around blinking on people and stunning them, and you have a Spectre. Spectre's like one of the most passive farmers in the game. So you needed a hero that shoved lanes and just ran around the map shoving lanes. Like that's all you needed was a hero that trades with Viper and runs down lanes shoving them, because Lich, Willow, neither of those heroes clear waves. Spectre's never aggressively farming. Wraith King's going to play off map after 12 minutes. And with that all in mind, I didn't like this Timbersaw pick when I initially saw it, but when you see the game play out, it's honestly a genius pick. Because like you said, it shits on Terrorblade. But like, even if this Timbersaw dies like 3 or 4 times doing what I'm saying he's doing, he's always going to be dying on Liquid's half of the map, and Liquid's not going to get anything off of it. And then he's going to come back, and he's still got this Spectre farming. And there's so much attention drawn away from the Spectre. and so much enabling to the Wraith King because you have this hero that forces them to kill him over and over again. So I really think that Timbersaw pick is something I would have never picked myself and was impressively powerful there. And they end up winning the game too.
When you go to TI, each team brings its own special sauce. I felt like Liquid's was a bit off. I think talent-wise, they're still up there with the greats, obviously. And they just didn't have... when you have GH and you're first picking him Venge, I feel like that's not utilizing his talent ideally.
I agree.
And EG had like a stronger opener. I felt like Spectre was just the hero of the tournament. They got that third pick against two supports that get shreked by him. It's very hard to come back from that.
For sure. I agree. I also it's a big point to make when you have Playmaker 4 and you're just picking his hero first. I think that's something I don't pay attention to enough in drafts, and I think can be a big impact. Like Crit playing Willow, like that, he plays like 200 games of Willow or something already, and that hero came out like last year.
And a final thing is, someone in chat had asked, why didn't they third pick Drow? You can't pick Drow into Spectre. Part of the reason that is still just like the third pick there for EG.
Yeah, I've mentioned deny picks already throughout this video. Obviously, people aren't here for the whole thing. The idea behind some of these picks and something to look out for and something you can just watch back the beginning of this video. I talk about some of this stuff is a block pick. The idea of block picking. You pick Spectre, you can't pick Drow. Like, you just can't pick Drow anymore. And like these type of heroes where you pick Silencer, you can't pick Enigma anymore. You pick, like maybe it's not that simple in certain matchups, but like, if you pick certain heroes, you can't pick that hero anymore because they get completely owned by that hero at all stages of the game. Yep. So we see pretty standard Io Gyro against the Enchantress Earthshaker. I personally feel like Io Gyro's only weakness is the laning stage, where like levels 1 and 2, like where they're just not powerful enough to fight back. And I think that LGD responds to that pretty damn well with a hero like Enchantress in Earthshaker, where they're just not going to lose the lane level 1. So I like conceptually we've seen both of these openings and both of these pairings before, and I think Enchantress Earthshaker momentum wise is just so powerful against something like this. And since they have first pick out of this ban phase, I think that favors LGD a lot, because the Drow I feel like would be a ban either way. Like, I think both teams have to worry about Drow potentially.
Yep. I think it was a good ban because you don't really want to play Drow into Enchantress either. I just feel like you look at the opener, I'm favoring Earthshaker just because of the ease of execution. Feels like Wisp is going to have a hard time surviving, and Gyro just didn't feel that strong of a hero. And the way EG complete their draft was also a bit weird to me, but we're going to get into that after this.
What do you think about that Bloodseeker ban?
It's because they're setting up for the Alchemist that they pick fourth.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So they've, I believe, lost a game to the maybe Bloodseeker, or I don't remember. I remember maybe Bloodseeker going 6-0 and absolutely
I already analyzed that game. I don't remember who it was against, but he went 16-0 and 11 or something and just ended the game.
So that's them. And I don't like the ban because I feel like when you have Wisp Gyro, you don't mind playing against the Bloodseeker at all. But we'll see. They go Tiny, EG. They make the same mistake Liquid did in my eyes, where they go Undying here, and they have two supports with no natural playmaking ability. And I feel like it puts so much pressure on your two cores. You severely limit your reach potential. When you look at the games they just won against Liquid, they have Willow Lich. Like, they synergize with one another, massive contribution to team fights, active abilities, raw damage output. Then you suddenly trade that for a Wisp Undying, and it feels like you're just handcuffing your two support players and saying, hey, we're going to just base our positioning off our cores and sort of hang out because we have no real other function in this game.
I agree. No, I completely agree. And I feel like the issue, I think the reason they pick it, though, is Undying, I've mentioned it already, is that it's a hard one-to-one counter to Tiny. It basically forces it mid for the most part. Otherwise, it's a really awkward game because it's just the laning stage and then the tombstone later on. But I think that's a good point, though, is these are things that often get overlooked is Undying is really nice against Tiny, just as a response pick. But then if you look at the overall draft, as you mentioned, suddenly you have all of the vulnerabilities and weaknesses that you brought up. And I think that's just what makes Dota such an easy game to mess up the drafts. It's the crazy part about it. And Bane, great support against Undying. You taught me this. You want to explain why?
What? Because you just body him in lane?
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
because
because
you take decay stacks, and then your heal is even more value.
yeah,
And you hit harder. You have 6 armor to I think Undying's 2. Like, you just can't play Dota.
Undying relies on manning up and bullying you in the lane. Bane
Yeah.
shits on that whole concept.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You also hit for like 15 more damage and half higher move speed by like 20. Like you just, if Undying can't bully you in lane, like what does he do, right? Because you're an Undying. You can't go be active. So if you swap lanes, Bane can then float in the jungle or win a lane, and he actually lands kills. In addition, they pick Alk here into Tiny. I know Sumail traded against a Tiny earlier in the tournament. This is a maybe Tiny.
Yeah.
He went max tree, if I'm not mistaken, killed the tower at like 7 minutes, and like that's all she wrote.
I want to
He
be
just
clear,
went
though.
off.
I feel the need to correct you on the fact that Bane and Undying have like the same move speed.
Oh, really? Well, whatever.
I had to do it. I had to do it because I know there's going to be that one guy that watches the YouTube video and he's going to be like, "Fucking Kyle, he listed off 12 points and one of them was slightly wrong." But no,
I didn't max tree throw. He just crushed mid so hard that he killed the tower. Sumail was forced to jungle at like 4 minutes, but he's playing against a Bane who's just following him. This was a really rough game for Sumail.
I was going to say, though, I remember watching this game, and I feel like if the mid lane went the way it went last time they played against the Tiny, they would have won this game.
Yep.
That was my thought. And like the reason why the game went poorly for them more so than anything, like I feel like they could have won with their draft despite all of the things we talked about, is when you expect a lane to go a certain way, you expect your timings to be this, you expect like, you know, Alchemist is going to be farming for 12 minutes, he's going to hit that Radiance, maybe Gyro's had a rough start, but after that 12-minute mark, maybe Gyro participated in 1 or 2 fights with his 6, he's going to spend time recovering while Alk and Venom make space. But suddenly this Alchemist is delayed by 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then your Gyro's delayed by 5, 6, 7 minutes.
And I think the really, like, this is a somewhat rough Spectre game in that Undying, like, Undying is a great matchup against all these heroes, right?
Yeah.
But I look at EG's lineup, I think, all right, their fight box is nuts. If there's ever a 5-on-5 clash in like a Circle of Doom, the Thunderdome, EG's going to crush because they just do so much raw damage, Tombstone, the sustain, etc. But they don't have any reach, and no one can make any plays. It's all on Sumail's blink timing. He doesn't get that until 20 minutes because his game was so rough, his lane was hard, and in that time, maybe he's got a Shadowblade and an Echo Saber. FY's had a blink for 5 minutes, and it's just like, all right, like, how does Sumail like win the game for his team here? It's so difficult. There's so much save, counter initiation on LGD's side. Their team fight is stronger, and it's just like Spectre can go for any of these heroes, it feels. And he hit a Radiance like 2 minutes after Sumail's blink. So when does EG actually get a chance to win the game when you consider, you know, they have 1 stun and Rocket. They have 1 stun, and it's on the guy maxing Greevil's gold trying to farm Radiant's blink ASAP. There's no one that can make plays. They don't have any reach, and LGD has essentially just got to avoid Tombstone, and they're almost guaranteed to win fights because they're going to find an initial kill so easily with a Shaker Ench or a tiny initiation out of Shadowblade. Like, he kills everyone but Alchemist nearly the entire game.
Well, my point that I want to go off of when I watch these games was there was a game it wasn't in the main event, so I didn't get to analyze it, but it was a Windstrike game where they had a Necro offlane and they had like 2 greedy cores, and I looked at the draft and said Necro has to create so much space for these 2 cores in order for them to win. So when I look at that kind of draft, I say I'm actually going to pay attention to Necro's lane a lot, because if Necro loses his lane, they're actually just going to lose the game. And so when I look at this draft, to counterpoint what you're saying, is there's a ton of weight on Alchemist's shoulders for sure. But if he hits Radiance at 12 minutes and Blink at like 14, 15 minutes, I actually think he could carry that weight. But if the mid lane goes accordingly, which I've already kind of mentioned, then no. So like I just look at this game and I feel like you could literally box watch the mid lane and be like, if Alchemist free farms, they win. If Alchemist struggles, they lose. And if you watch that lane, you'd know what happens in this game based on what you've already mentioned. Like, you can look at these 2 drafts, and I think everything you're saying is completely irrelevant. But I'm telling the viewers, like, when you're watching these games, you have to look at, like, who is their playmaker? Who makes space in the mid game? Who's doing things for them?
I would say your tempo, like your pace hero. The hero that's going to say what hero can get an advantage and then dictate the game.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing you can do to handle a Tiny with a Shadow Blade at like 13 minutes. Like he can just come. If he shows up, you have to fear his rotation. You can't contest his runes, and you're playing the game behind until you catch up, and it's so hard to do so. You're giving X Nova. He dominated Vision in this game, but it's such an easy game for him because you actually just fear a Bane, because if there's a Tiny in the area, you're just dead. And it was just a really well executed game plan from LGD. I felt like they were prepared for the IO Gyro. And they just crushed.
They honestly kind of shit on it, yeah. Like I was gonna say, like that's something I don't mention. You don't. It's hard to portray to people, but it's a great point. Is when you see these type of lineups, if you see a Bane running at you, that Bane could be alone in the jungle, but you have to run away from the Bane, which is like so depressing. Because, like you said, if there's a Tiny with him, if there's any follow up with him, you're just dead. And so, like these type of games, like. If you watch the supports, they know that kind of shit, and they're just like walking around the map like they're invincible. And sometimes they'll eventually just randomly feed because the enemy realizes they're alone. But like, it is a lot about that mind game of like knowing who on your team is missing, who's threatening, and when you have one hero that's supposed to do it all, and that hero gets shut down so heavily, suddenly nothing's happening, and it affects every hero's game. Like not only your teammates, like all of their timings are slowed down, but all the opponent's timings are accelerated. And they're not fearful of like dying or anything like that. So suddenly they're up in your face. I always try to explain that the one thing that prevents teams from playing aggressive or like diving you is them being fearful of the counterplay to you doing just that. So if all of their playmaker is just shut down, suddenly they're going to be like, not scared at all to just run at you with like a Bane Tiny. And it just bleeds into the entire game. Like the entire momentum, the entire, like you said, pace setting is just gone. The tempo is just all in favor of one team based on one lane going a certain way. Game 2, PSG LGD versus EG. They actually ban out the Tiny themselves. I was kind of surprised. I was mentioning how many times I hated the Tiny pick this tournament. I feel like the hero is good, but overrated. That was how I felt about him throughout this tournament. So I feel like there are certain games where he just feels very scary, and then there's certain games when they picked him, I'm like, it's just they didn't know what else to pick, so they picked a Tiny. That's how it felt. But first pick Spectre by EG. What were your thoughts on this?
I thought this was... you know what? No comment.
No comment. You loved it. That sounds like what you're about to say.
I feel like when you take a core this early, you want it to be open and variable, and Spectre is just sort of... It's Arteezy's hero, it's in the safe lane, and EG ends up taking... Like, this is what they played the day before, right? And they were taking it in the second phase. Now they're like, hey, that was so good, we're going to show it to you, and now we're just going to pick it first phase. And this is, I feel like, part of TI, right? Where you're just never sure if you're out, like, why you're winning. Even as viewers, you're never quite sure, like, why a team is winning. Is it the draft? Was it the lanes, the item choice, a bad team fight here or there? And EG just... Their first opener was IO Gyro. I felt like LGD was very prepared. Now they go Lich Spectre, and once again, LGD is very prepared. And I think you're not giving them enough credit.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like these picks work because they had specific, like they countered specific ideas of the enemy draft. And like when I look at Wraith King Willow, the only fear that this line, I actually, as a carry player, if I'm in a pub and I look at these two heroes, I have no idea what to fucking pick if it's not Clinks or Weaver. I actually have no idea what deals with this. Maybe PL. Maybe. But even then, like, your doppelganger's a long cooldown and, like, they can threaten you so much. It's like, if you pick this Spectre, suddenly they just pick these two heroes, your safe lane lost. Like, you actually just lost your safe lane. There's no way to win this lane. They have two heroes that they've revealed to you, so they have absolute last pick, which means they're going to most likely have a really good matchup in that last pick, and then they win this lane. So they have 2 out of 3 lanes they're guaranteed to win already, which is not a recipe for winning a draft, in my opinion.
And it's like, I don't want to like get too far ahead in the draft, but when the EG's winning games, Sumail is making plays. He's on like he is the best like Bloodstone buyer in Dota, right? We saw his Storm Timber just go off. He played a great core gyro. That even though they lost that game against OG, his Tiny with 31 kills, like give this guy tempo. Let him like ball out, find kills. Artur can go Rice, but they end up giving him. Can you go to the next pick real quick?
Yeah.
They give him Necro. They give him Necro mid in this game against Willow Warlock, once again, these two crazy high damage, high team fight influencing support heroes. Warlock is an incredible pick in this game. And how do you like deal the damage to get through a Wraith King? How do you win your lanes in this game?
Okay, so
Who makes moves for EG once again? You have these three like stagnant core heroes. They're banking on their ability to win lanes, but this time they have Lich Spectre, but they don't have that Sumail hero to sort of get them through the mid game like they did when they had Timbersaw the previous day.
what
They
I
had
wanted
Timbersaw Wraith King. Now they have Morana Necro.
what I wanted to say on top of everything you just said was we already mentioned that LGD has the favorable matchup against the Spectre in lane. They're going to have the favorable matchup last pick mid. What better when you have two favorable matchups than to just say, let's just pick a safe lane that doesn't fucking lose? Like, it's not going to win. It just can't lose. Suddenly you're going to win two and a half lanes. Like, you're just going to go even in one lane and then you're going to win the other two. And they just go Warlock, third pick. Like, that is like their understanding of they already realize what's happened in this draft. We won this lane. Like, we're just going to third pick the most conservative support in the game. We have all the aggression we could possibly need. Let's just pick the most sustain heavy, lane not losing support. And then I thought this was the best, like the only Luna pick I saw all tournament, maybe that I thought was good, including the group stage. And I look at it, and what I said about this draft afterwards was that you look at Spectre, and I think the way to deal with it, I already said, is early objective taking and outpacing it, like out farming it. And people like made the comment, Spectre farms slow, every hero out farms it. I'm talking like drastically out farms it. Like Spectre or Luna is like the fastest natural flash farmer in the game with like just her abilities. And it's like, first off, so you counter it with early objective taking, and then you out farm it, and then you just roll up into a little ball and you out sustain the haunt, and then you just can't lose at that point. And like all of these heroes out sustain, team fight, out sustain, team fight, initiation, like counter initiation, like. And what's their last hero? It was a genius pick. I'm trying to remember what it was. Kunkka, the bow.
Yeah.
I was like, you just live through everything.
Their team fight is nuts. They have massive sustain. Luna went Yasha BKB, so it was just a great draft in that if you live through EG's like initial burst, the haunt timing, like you're not afraid of anything anymore. The Luna has a BKB, the Wraith King has reincarnation, and it's incredibly difficult to kill either support because of the massive team fight advantage of LGD. They have the catch advantage, and now there's a Rubik. Like, just think about the power level, Rubik Lich in a team fight versus Willow Warlock.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree.
It's just, you just don't influence the game like you need to, and once again, there's no core on EG that provides tempo control. Whereas LGD, you have a Kunkka and a Wraith King. Ame, in a lot of ways, is forcing the map at all times because he's farming so aggressively and he's so scary. Think about the wave clear and just map clearing speed of a Luna in comparison to a Spectre.
Yeah.
Like, you have a wave clear advantage, a reach advantage, team fight advantage. You can find kills more often. It makes it far more easy to control vision, to control runes, and eventually EG just feels the pressure. The map is starved, and maybe in Chalice, specifically Chalice, just ran rampant over this game.
Yeah,
and real quick, it's another scenario where LGD could then itemize for survivability. Two really quick BKBs on Ame and Maybe. They went blink like blade mail pipe on Chalice. They didn't need to deal damage. They just had to survive, whereas EG is forced to itemize to deal offensive damage, and they can't win fights. There's like nothing they can do to win fights, and I don't know what you pick for Sumail here that like wins them the game, but I would have just liked to see him have some ability to move around the map. I don't know what that hero is though.
The one thing I wanted to mention about the last pick, and something like that viewers can apply to their pubs as well, is the debate between whether or not you pick for the lane or you pick for the game. Like, and one thing I want to point out about this last pick was he actually gets dumpstered mid. He's like level 6 when Necro's like level 8 or something. But like because they know they won this lane here and they know they're not going to lose this lane, they're willing to pick a hero that's much better for the game plan rather than picking a hero that has to win its lane. So like, when you're considering like what to pick for, you have to just think of all stages. And he's like, okay, we've got the lane covered. What can we pick that just game plan wise outmaneuvers, just outsmarts whatever EG's trying to pull off? And I said they just have to sustain through haunt, and nothing better to sustain through burst than boat. Excuse me. Excuse me. So I just view this pick as like a mid laner literally saying, I'm willing to lose my lane
for the betterment of our game plan. And I think that's like so it's just so impressive from me perspective. Like a mid laner willingly taking a bad matchup, saying I'm gonna win the game because he loses the lane, and it just shows how much he knows about Kunkka. Because he like rotates and kills people at level 6 and never comes back to lane. Despite how bad it was. It was insane to me. Like if you want to learn how to pick for the game, not the lane, and play from behind on heroes, watch this game from maybe. So moving on, we have the grand finals of TI8. This is PSG LGD versus OG Game 1. Pretty standard picks so far. Pretty standard picks and bans. We see the Drow already taken out. We see Enchantress first picked as always. I love the Earthshaker pick as a deny pick.
Silencer banned as well, so it's just super sick here. I think it's a great Ench counter too because you can lock him down for so long, and as you said, it's a deny pick too.
Yeah, we've been seeing Earthshaker at least like 3 or 4 times. Talked about their natural synergy, and I remember Yapsor going into the series saying, "Whoever picks Earthshaker wins." That was his. They were his favored to win. So this pick confused the hell out of me. Do you have any thoughts on this one?
I think it's just like the LGD special, right? I felt like maybe and EG and LGD just looked good when their core players were on Storm. I felt like he maybe kind of made poor decisions with itemization. He went Bloodstone after Orchid instead of getting a BKB. And there's like this genius last pick from OG. I don't want to spoil. That
no spoils. Really no spoils.
Storm, but I'm fine with the Storm pick, especially with the way the draft develops. I think it's also like super good against Spectre because you do so much magic damage and you're a natural BKB buyer. So it's just reach. You find the Shaker and the Ench Storm combo just seems really nice.
The one thing I will say now that I look at it is you're also not dealing with like a Nyx or an Earth Spirit pick or something like that because the 4 position's already been revealed to you. So there's like I don't feel like there's too many 5 positions in the game that threaten Storm a lot. I feel like it's mainly the 4s. So that is another point to be made. And we're already seeing like common like Terrorblade against Spectre always getting banned. We're seeing Thompson heroes against the Storm mid. We know Invoker does well. Even the Skywrath Mage, like a hero I don't even think has been picked the entire main event, but people are still banning it against Thompson. Like just the power of having a player like that plays these niche heroes that just like you're just not used to playing to, quite frankly. I like Wyvern overall against Enchantress. I mentioned it earlier, but it's just it gives you the ability to threaten the Enchantress at all stages because of the Wyvern curse. Your hero, your allies don't get slowed. So if you're like next to one hero, they actually just die. But at the same time, it goes the other way with Impetus against the Cold Embrace. But the other part of the game is if you have a carry that's going to get booted out of lane by Enchantress at level 6, then you need to have a hero that can take the lane. And there's like no better hero in the game than Wyvern. It can be a support. It can be a core. They've sometimes ran it on Seb. And you just need a hero that can stall the Enchantress. Like, if you don't go to the Enchantress lane, she's going to enchant your catapult, and you're going to, like, lose your tier 2 at 10 minutes, maybe even earlier. And so all they needed is a hero that can occupy the Enchantress's lane since they picked this Spectre hero. I don't hate the Crystal Maiden pick. It enables the rest of their heroes. But
go to the 4th pick real quick.
Yeah.
Because that's the weird one. That's also pretty nice. This is something we didn't... Yeah, it is.
Okay. Sorry for the spoils.
I think it's nice because you're naturally going to be playing more of the backline. You can combo break really effectively on OG's cores. Good synergy with the CM. It's just a bit strange. Like, you don't synergize with Ench as well as a Shaker. And I feel like if you were to trade ET for Shaker in this draft, like, OG just loses because it's just Earthshaker. Like, it just seemed better. The power level is just way too high. And I didn't really agree with the last pick. We can actually just like let the whole draft play out.
Okay.
Because the I have an issue with the Bloodseeker. I feel like it's naturally countered by Wyvern, Monkey King, and Shaker. Like, it's just so difficult to actually force a fight and get on top of them in this kind of game. I feel like with the Pugna, Sky, all out of the pool, like Necrophos could have been sick here for Chalice.
I thought Weaver was the best pick. Personally.
Sure, Weaver's great too, but I feel like if you have a Necro here, how do you ever kill him? And this tree pick, off-lane tree, was some sauce. We discussed how dispersion functions with reduction, so it's just free dispersion damage for every stack of tree armor, and the root just crushes Storm Bloodseeker this entire game. It's like the only hero I think that can like save the draft of OG, and it was just crazy. Like it was just like a support off lane tree. It freed up Jerax to get a lot more farm. I thought this was brilliant, and Ana Spectre just kind of dominated. But man, I don't know how you deal with Storm otherwise. But I kind of point to maybe choosing not to go BKB in this game. I felt like was a very big mistake. He ended up getting Bloodstone, and then like 2 minutes later, the game ended. So I don't agree with that.
So what I was going to comment is that I immediately look at the lanes when I saw this Tram pick, and I'm like, if I'm a Bloodseeker, I'm not happy, because the best way to deal with Bloodseeker is like threaten kills on him, like a lot of aggression. So you can put Tree +1 and you just hit him, and he actually can't like out sustain you. Just like level 1 Leech Seed and hit him. So I'm thinking you have Trant +1 against Bloodseeker, you have Monkey King against Storm. You're just going to win 2 out of 3 lanes, and then you have a Spectre. And I'm like, I looked at this draft instantly. I'm like, OG won. And something I learned from this game, even more so than usual, is when I look at it on paper, I'm like, they have superior late game. They have better lane matchups. In a cut and dry Dota game, you're just going to lose if you're PSG, LGD. And that's something where... Go ahead.
I was just going to say the team fight, too. You're playing into Wyvern and Root.
Well, yeah, I'm saying they naturally scale better than you is really what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
And so if you lose the lanes and they scale better than you, how do you actually win? And then if you watch this game back, they ran Enchantress mid, Bloodseeker off lane against Spectre, and Storm safe lane against Storm ET against Tree, and demolished the laning stage. Like, they shit on them. Like, it wasn't even close. They won like all 3 lanes pretty much. Like, they went even mid mostly for the most part. Like, they just traded farm and then won both side lanes on the side of LGD. And something that stood out to me about this game is just I looked at it on paper. I'm like, OG won 100%. And then I watched the laning stage. I'm like, holy shit. The reason why I thought OG won was because of the lanes, like, setting them up for the late game, and LGD just outplayed them, outmaneuvered them, like, won every lane. I think LGD is going to win. And then LGD, like, throws the game or whatever. So, like, my point is, this game's a great game to see teams make these adjustments in the laning stage, like, understanding these matchups, understanding, like that is why they picked Tree. Like, not, like, for more reasons than just that, but, like, they picked it specifically saying, we see this Bloodseeker, we're going to pick an offlaner that does really well against it, threatens, like, enough damage that it can't just out-sustain it. And then you just see LGD to go, oh, okay, we're just going to put Bloodseeker off lane, Storm safe lane, and Enchantress mid. It's like, it's just really important that players can do this kind of adjustment. So I just thought this was a great game to like. Oh, this whole series was great, but OG ended up taking the first game. Any closing comments on that draft?
Not really. It was more of a play thing. I just pointed OG and their just crazy, powerful team fights. Like, they had this magical way of winning games. I feel like this game 1 was a great demonstration of it. It wasn't as miraculous as other games, but it was nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I agree. They just have this way of, like, the way they play Dota just changed. Like, you're just not used to it. It's not normal Dota. It's just not. And that's, like, I mean, that's what wins you TI.
And Earthshaker. I feel like we could just stop now because we've seen
Draft
this
over.
already. LGD demonstrated earlier this day that, hey, if we can end Shaker against your Wisp Gyro, we're confident. And this time, it just...
Really good bans. They just ban this every game, by the way, against Thompson.
Bane is like, you just crush the lanes, you dominate Gyro the entire game, and I just look at this, I'm like, all right, like, how does OG win this game? They're going to get crushed so hard in lanes. PL pick comes out, like, I don't actually know how you recover the draft from this point if you're OG. They have this, like, cute little Underlord come out. They pick Disruptor last, so, like, theoretically, if they win the lanes and they can get ahead in the mid game, they'll take it. But there's a reason we never saw Disruptor at this tournament. And this might, I don't want to say it's, like, too confident from OG or anything, but they just got a little fancy. And LGD...
This last pick shits on this entire lineup, by the way.
Yeah.
You remember what it is? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It shits on the entire lineup. It owns Invoker and Lane, first and foremost. You can X the Glimpse. You can X the Underlord ulti. You can X the Relocate. You literally shit on this entire lineup with one pick. So not only, like, I saw this draft, I'm like, holy shit, like, what just happened? Like, oh, this was, on my opinion, like, top 3 out drafts of the tournament. Like, this combo proven to beat this combo. Like, just conceptually in lane and, like, in game. Like, Bane owns this hero, and, like, if you've already lost one lane, you're going to lose another. And then suddenly you have this hero that just shits on everything. Like, he actually shits on the entire lineup. Like,
it's a great PL game, too. You can't clear the illusions if you're OG.
They have no reach for PL.
Like, that's what I was saying, is like the way you deal with PL, in my opinion, is by being able to hunt him down while he's farming, especially in the early to mid game. And like, they have no way, like, the only hunt they have is Disruptor. So it's like, and you can doppelganger dodge the glimpse. So it's just like, there's no way to reliably kill his PL. So they have all these space makers with the Kunkka and the Enchantress, and then you have this reliable way to like have a hero that's going to get to the late game, and he's the strongest hero in the game at that point. So like, even though they have tons of mid game that deals with PL really well, if you actually look at the lineup, PL has to have zero impact in the early to mid game. He actually just doesn't have to do anything. He can just hit creeps for 25 minutes and he's good. So anything else about that draft? I feel like that was a pretty rough one.
I mean, there really isn't much to say. This
Yeah.
was just a dismantling.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of those where you're like, okay, boys, rewind it back. Rough one. We'll get the next. We'll get the next one, boys. That's what I feel like. So now I just love how Spectre got promoted to a first round ban against OG throughout the course of this tournament. It's so funny. And then, like, what ends up happening was by the last game, my analysis going into game 5 was they're just going to ban Spectre PL. Like, they have to ban Spectre PL. And then they banned Spectre PL first round. I thought that was so funny. But OG, I think this is, I don't actually remember this game all that well. I think this was I actually don't remember this game, to be honest with you. They got a final.
You'll get it after the draft. This was great. LGD gave Chen, but I think Weaver is just such an excellent matchup against it that they didn't really mind.
Yeah.
It ended up being an Ame Weaver, which they concealed all the way to the last pick. I really like that. It's a really early PL from OG, and I think that, again, the last pick from LGD was just so strong in this game, and we'll see it coming up quite soon.
I like the band Storm Lesh, though. Those are good. Good
And when
against
you're playing
Phantom Lancer,
maybe, you
good
got to
against
respect
Wyvern.
that.
Yep.
Yep.
And they're obviously maybe heroes, too.
I love the Phoenix pick against you're winning the team fights now, and that's what I think you have to do to beat OG. OG has a great follow-up pick here. Lina, great synergy with the Wyvern. You kill the egg the entire game, even as a support hero. But
They've ran this combo like 3 times in the main event.
And this is where LGD just kind of demonstrates, like, they are a world-class team. This was a world-class grand finals. And I really love the Alch, which isn't enough to deal with the PL until their last pick comes out. And they just played such a great game from start to finish. Chalice, I think you said it, he was like the best offlaner in this tournament. At least he has definitely a strong argument for it, because I felt like in the games he was given the ability to do so, he just went off.
So my question is, why no Bloodseeker here?
What do you mean?
Do they pick Bloodseeker?
No, they go Morphling.
Why no Bloodseeker here?
It's all right, but I don't think that they can win team fights with it. I agree it wouldn't be bad. I feel like the Morph is just... It's nice in theory, but I just don't know what the hero is like going to do here. He went like the Dragonlance Manta build. I don't know.
The way I looked at this game was like... I said this earlier on in the tournament, and maybe this is just a cop-out, but I said the same thing about Liquid's draft, and I said the same thing about Secret picking last pick Morphling against Alc. I'm like, this hero is just not good enough. Like, he's just not a good enough hero. Like, I don't think he wins games. Like, I actually just don't think the hero's good. Like, you last pick it, and the idea behind it, as I mentioned before, is Alc pretty much guarantees free farm for whatever hero you respond to. Like, meaning there's like 5 or 6 heroes in the pool that, like, if you pick Bloodseeker, if you pick Monkey King, if you pick Morphling, you're going to free farm. But, like, the hero then has to turn that free farm into, like, carrying the game. And the difference between, like, a Bloodseeker or a Monkey King type hero is they just invade all the freaking lanes. Like, they run over the Alc. Alc can never return a lane, and then they just invade everything. Morphling, on the other hand, kind of just sits mid and continues sitting mid. And I don't think that that's the proper way to deal with Alc. So even though, like, you mentioned team fights, I look at that pick and I'm just like, I don't think you're winning team fights with any pick. Like, they have Phoenix, like, virtually uncountered other than Lina. You have Brewmaster. Like, you have so much team fight. Alchemist is even, in my opinion, a very heavy team fighter once he gets his items. And it's just like, I don't think you're winning that way. I think you have to snowball to the point where Alchemist is slowed down, PL is accelerated, and PL becomes undealable. Like, you can't deal with them anymore. Like, yeah, that's how I feel like you were going to win that game. And so I don't know. Obviously, this is the world class, like, TI winners. So I'm not trying to put myself, like, as an understanding above them by any means. I just feel like Morphling is a shit hero, and I don't know why people pick it instead of Bloodseeker here.
It's just, I mean, maybe he got a 13-minute Radiance and Ame had like a super free game. At a certain point, you kind of just lose because your heroes don't farm fast enough. The PL never gets scary because he died a couple times to brew splits. He's purging the illusions in the first initial fights. Like, it's just a rough game, like a super rough game. And I think LGD you just win team fights. They have Phoenix Brew. Like, how do you actually out team fight them in a game like this?
Yeah, I agree. I just feel like the thing about the Morphling is, like you mentioned, like he free farms, but he doesn't actually shut down the Alch. Like he doesn't invade anything. He doesn't like kill you or threaten you and scare you. So you mentioned, like, even though he won his lane, like Morphling just free farms. Alch had a 13-minute Radiance or whatever. So it's like that just doesn't accomplish the same thing that these other heroes that are being picked mid are accomplishing against the Alch when the Alch looks like really bad. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like this Morphling hero against Alch is like a bait. I feel like teams think it's good and then it's not. And I think it proved itself at the main event. I don't think I ever saw. I think it went 0-3 or something against Alch. Moving on, we have game 4, probably one of the best games in TI history. Is this in your top 3 as well, or is this not in your top 3?
Hard to say.
This game's
really good.
top 5 for me, at least. Like, this game was, this was where you and I walked over to the late show because we saw LGD just crushing it. We're like, okay, we got to go over, make sure we're there in time. Mm-hmm. And then we end up having to walk back after this game because of how insane this game ended up being.
I have a pretty strong opinion on this game, but we'll wait till like the last pick. I like the opener from LGD because they deny the gyro.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention.
It's like Ame's Morph is just super good. If you're going to go out and win TI, I think Ame should be playing like TB or Morphling. Those are his heroes. And they were real damn close to winning it, not going to lie.
And they might have lost because of that Morphling bug. Who knows? You know about that, right?
Yep, he doesn't gain stats when he's in other forms, and he played his PL for like the whole game. So when he leveled up, how many stats did he end up losing?
I think he was missing 40.
Agility?
I think 46 agility and like 20 strength or something like that. He was missing, which that's a lot of freaking stats. So for all we know, a bug in the game cost LGD TI, but overall, I think the idea that OG going into this entire tournament and what they started doing, like more so than anything in the last couple games, is we're just going to draft superior late game and we're going to get there somehow. We're going to stall this game out. We're going to create enough chaos. And that's why they basically leaned on the back of Spectre and PL. These two heroes are the only two real late gamers right now that can kind of have a decent lane no matter what. Like, they don't get annihilated in the laning stage by really anything, as long as they like play it correctly. So that's why they chose Spectre PL as like their two late gamers, other than like they're not these other heroes that could be considered hard carries for the viewers watching. And they just pick these every game pretty much until it's finally forced to be banned. In the last game of the grand finals, LGD ends up banning PL and Spectre in the first round. And so we see a similar draft coming out from LGD, like heavy teamfight focus. Like obviously the Morphlings on their side this time just to deny the gyro, but they have last pick against this Invoker. OG I feel like what I saw in these finals was everyone just saying, screw everything we know about Dota. We're picking the heroes we're best at. That's what I feel like happened. Like, yeah, they're still picking heroes that like are supposedly good against the other heroes or whatever, but like suddenly you just pick Ame Morphling, you're just like, I don't know.
I feel like you playing against the thing about the brew, right? It's a great counter to PL until you get to the timing where PL is so tanky the illusions don't die to the dispel. And I think right here, my controversial opinion is that if LGD last picks Leshrac, they win TI. I was so shocked it wasn't banned, and I feel like they just win TI with the Lesh pick here. It's like you still deal full damage when Tusk snowballs you. You win the team fights. You make up for your lack of tower damage. Crush PL Wisp the entire game. A natural Yule's builder against the Blink Blade Mail Axe. Like, it's just such an incredibly strong pick here. And they go for a Bloodseeker, which is still good, but now all of a sudden Axe... We said, like the caster said, we said, for OG to win this game, Seb has to go off. And I think that if there's a Leshrac instead of a Bloodseeker, that Axe cannot have the same impact he did for the first 20 minutes of the game. And it's a maybe Leshrac. Like, That's the hero I feel like you want to give him. The same way you want to give Sumail the Storm or the Lesh to win TI. And I was real shocked they went Bloodseeker.
I want to say straight up that if you ignore the Axe, this Bloodseeker pick is like golden. But I personally played Bloodseeker probably 30 times this year, and during one of those patches, Axe was really popular. And Axe shits on you. Like, he actually shits on that hero. I want to be very clear. Like, not only, like, obviously it's not a lane matchup this game, it shits on him in lane because you can actually bully him away before he gets enough regen from his Q. But also because Bloodseeker relies on just running around, right? And at no point in the game can you be blood raged and not die to an Axe call. Like, if you are blood raged running around in fights, you actually just die to an Axe call at any point. And it makes Bloodseeker basically turn into a backliner. Like, he can't ever just run in because he's against an Axe. It's, if you watch this game back, like, there were multiple times where he just gets called and dies. Like, and it's going to happen. I noticed on Bloodseeker, I'm like, I don't think this is just me. I played Bloodseeker and against Axe like 4 times, and every game, no matter how good my start was, I just got shit on by Axe in the mid game and late game. And all I'm trying to say is I think that, to be fair, they're just looking at it as the first 4 heroes. They see this Invoker. It's like this sick lane matchup. But I will be blunt in saying I wouldn't on paper think Axe is good against Bloodseeker. Like, I wouldn't think that. But like, after playing it myself like 3 or 4 times, like, it was very clear. And I have to assume maybe has not played this matchup. Like, that he has not played Bloodseeker mid with an Axe in the game. Like, I don't think he has, because I have to agree with you that Leshrac makes a ton of sense. We've seen him play it already. It's super good against Axe for the Yules. It's super good against PL. It goes like really well with the fact that they have this late game Morphling. They have this like mid game team fight push.
With the supports too. Like, you land kills with either support for the first 10 minutes of the game, and it gives you the ability to take those tier 1s super early.
Yeah, it's that early momentum. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And you're also like, is Bloodseeker really buffing Morphling the whole game? You know, I feel like it's just, you want a hero just dealing raw damage. You have all the support staff in place. I don't think you want to all in on the Ame morph, but you know, that's just one man's opinion.
No, I mean, I completely agree though. Like, I didn't even think about the Leshrac myself, but when you mention it, it does make a lot of sense. Yeah. I mostly just think like Bloodseeker. I don't think he knows this. Like, there's so many random hero interactions that, like, when I play a hero personally, like 200 times, right? Like, if it's one of my most played heroes, that I'll see them pick it into that hero, and I'm like, oh my god, they must not know. Like, there's no way they just don't know, because like you have to have played the matchup like 3 or 4 times. Like, it's something where they just you can't possibly as an individual player know every single matchup. And I have to believe that maybe has never played Bloodseeker against Axe like recently. Like, he has not played it and just been blink called and died and realized how hard it is to play Bloodseeker against that matchup. And he's just like, oh, give me Bloodseeker. I crush those other heroes and I'll crush the Invoker mid, which he did. Like, they won the laning stage like really hard. And that was
I mean, it's not really a game you can place on draft in a lot of ways. Like, Seth
not
played
at
the
all.
game of his life. It went to an hour and like 10 minutes. They eventually just got PL'd. Like, they got honored. Like, that guy just walked down mid at a point when 3 of his teammates were dead, and just like, I can't. There's no description that does that game justice. That was just some sauce.
I mean, that would, in my opinion, was just an incredible freaking game. And I don't want to say like they lost because of that Bloodseeker. What I'm saying is, I felt like if they, by picking Bloodseeker, they left themselves vulnerable to like this blink call, like the Axe having a ham game. Like, he could just go ham, was what I kind of thought about the Bloodseeker pick. But no means was that like a clear outdraft by any teams. I want to be very clear. Like, both teams had a clear timing. PL was the like be all end all of the late game. They had the Bloodseeker like lane stomp mad like lineup. That was the goal. Like, they had the Morphling on Ame. Like, we're gonna stomp the lanes. Morphling can like is actually a pretty solid like mid game carry. And we're just going to snowball that. And then suddenly this game turns into a shit show. We see plays of the year all in like one game. And definitely check that out if you missed it. But we go to the grand finals, game 5, last game of the tournament. And this is the game where I feel like people just said, fuck it, we're picking whatever we like picking. If we can't have an Earthshaker, we're picking an Earthshaker ourselves. Like, we're going to pick a Fissure. That's what I felt about this pick. How do you feel about this first round Rubik in a grand final?
I feel like
$7 million.
I think if you're willing to first pick Shaker, you leave the PL, you ban that Prophet, man. I'm sure that something about drafting as captain, when you're given your like most comfort hero as your opener, like OG was just so they're literally all on comfort heroes this game. Everyone is happy, And I know for a fact No-Tail came to this tournament ready to play some fucking profit. He is a Meepo player. He is a Micro Master. He considered this the strongest 5 in Dota, and he fucked this Shaker in the top lane of this game. Like, super hard.
I mean, I agree. It's just like the difference in, like, not even as a captain, just as a carry player. It's like if you play your top 3 heroes, the difference between your top 3 heroes and your like next 10 is like insane. Mm-hmm. It's like double. Your comfort zone levels are just nuts. And so I feel like in this last game, the analysis to give is ban comfort zone heroes, pick comfort zone heroes, like Ame Terrorblade, right? Like people are literally just saying we have $7 million on this game. That is approximately going to end up being $200,000 a minute of Dota. I'm going to be playing my best hero during this $200,000 a minute worth of a game, and so they just get third pick mag. Like what? Like why? Like I guess the cleave is nice against Terrorblade, but not really because you want. Like,
it's
not
the
really.
RP, the skewer, you empower somebody. What do you mean? It's a team. It's an aura builder. Like, man, he doesn't play this like weird ass like Blink Shadowblade shit. He's going Blink and then
Crimson Guard.
Like pipe Crimson or Greaves. He went Greaves into pipe this game, and it was excellent. The Ember comes out as soon as he gets Maelstrom Yoles. I mean, this is not a game to talk about the draft. Honestly, Ana played the game of his life. His teammates owned. It was beautiful to watch, and they won $7 million, 11.5. But you know, like this.
That's about the summary of this game in a nutshell.
This was a fucking game.
This was a game of Dota 2 where 2 teams picked 5 heroes. Nobody really has to analyze what they picked, and they played some dotes, and one team outplayed the other, and they won $7 million. I think that's about the official analysis for this last game, because I'll be honest, I looked at, other than like the fact that they're comfort zone heroes, most of these picks didn't really make much sense to me at all. I mean, yeah, some of them had merit. Like they're all like of the comfort zone heroes, they're the best ones. Like that they wanted to play that game. But like you look at Ana, it's like he only played like Drow, Spectre, PL, and like one other hero, and like all those were banned. So here you go, 4th pick Ember. None of them are left. Here, have Ember against Earthshaker Silencer with 2 counter picks left in the pool. It doesn't matter. Like, if you're playing for $7 million, if you watch this game back, Ana played, like you said, the game of his fucking life. You're like just 18-year-old kid, just outplaying some noobs on LGD and just owning them. So, I mean, they lost the laning stage terribly, and they won like 3 or 4 team fights, came back in the game, and just crushed them. I feel like this is just somehow this game ended at, 30 minutes? Yeah, 35 minutes. And with these lineups, they won the laning stage, and then OG just somehow turned this lost laning stage into a 35-minute victory because it snowballed really fast. And once again, though, you're looking at these lineups, and you mentioned earlier that one team has to itemize for damage and the other team has to itemize to live. And I feel like these were a big mistake by maybe, to be honest with you. And then I feel like maybe not all of the items, but like the whole concept of just like hood heart, like I think that's just overdoing it. And then, but on the other hand, you have like I think this like OG has the luxury of doing this. Like look at Ana's build, right? Like if we just live, we're gonna win. That's all we're thinking. Like we have Zeus in the backlines dealing a ton of damage. We have all these auras. Like I don't know. I just feel like once again, you said like best itemization of the tournament like has to go to OG, and that's like a big part of why they won. And I think these builds are just freaking sick, honestly.
Yep, I think that they all went the right items, not just like for the game, but for like the team they were playing in. Then they won like that critical fight. I think it was around Roche, thanks to a very timely Ana buyback, which I'm sure he like played around. That was just, I mean, it was a game worthy of the event. 35 to 34 at the end. I think it was just so good. Like the whole tournament was great. And I wish I had like more to say about this this ultimate game, but there really isn't. You had to watch it. There's nothing you can really see in the draft. Jarek's had like a boat steal, and then Fisher in all the subsequent fights. Thompson had excellent positioning, just dealing damage from the back lines, and Ana's like just nuts. Ana just like fucking killed it. FY played great, but Ana was literally like that split second ahead a couple times and ended up turning fights just all by himself. So
yep. I mean, best Ember performance I've ever seen. So, but yeah, man, thanks for joining me. Any last remarks about the entire tournament?
No problem. Not really. It was the best TI I've ever watched. I think that it'll be very long, if not impossible, for anything to ever equal that. We'll see. Believe it or not, BSJ is actually a pretty cool dude. It was fun hanging out with you in person.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Remember to give me that extra $50 for saying that on stream.
Okay, no
And
problem.
yeah, that's it. Just thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'll see you next year on stage when your team hoists the Aegis, buddy.
Right on, man. Appreciate it. I'll make sure I throw a little shout out to you in my monologue.
Sounds good.
Yep. See you later, dude.
All right, cheers.
So thank you everybody for tuning in for the draft analysis video. Just got done with Kyle on the recording. You'll see. And I hope, if you have any questions about this video, feel free to come into my channel and talk to me about it. We obviously couldn't go into as much detail as we wanted on every single game, but we made sure to cover most of the things I learned from the tournament, as well as things to consider when you're looking at these drafts. And I'll see you guys around, and I hope to hear questions from you back on my channel. Thanks.